of the revisionist elements, headed by Imre Nagy, who had the active support and instigation of the Yugoslav revisionists, led up to the outbreak of the counter-revolution, which put in danger the very existence of Hungary as a people's democratic state. In spite of this, and Khrushchev continuously, with great confidence in Tito and his companions, pursued insistently the policy of rapprochement, flatteries and caresses with the Yugoslav revisionists. The events of Hungary show still more clearly this stand. When the counter-revolution started in Hungary, it was clear to everybody that in the Hungarian events a base role was being played by the Yugoslav revisionists. This was seen in their influence in the counter-revolutionary discussions of the Peto Efi Club, this was seen during the counter-revolutionary uprising and the enthusiasm expressed by the Yugoslav revisionists at that time, but it was still more clearly seen also in the fact that the traitor Imre Nagy, after the smashing of the counter-revolution, found asylum at the Yugoslav embassy in Budapest. Instead of mercilessly unmasking the Belgrade renegades as direct inspirers of the counter-revolutionary coup in Hungary, and Khrushchev tried in every way to mitigate their responsibility, to minimize it and, finally, to eliminate it entirely. The former ambassador of the Soviet Union at that time in Albania, Eli Krulov, communicated to the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania the letter that N. Khrushchev had sent on November 9, 1956 to J.B. Tito. In this letter, among other things, Khrushchev wrote to Tito the following. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has examined your last letter. We consider it possible to agree with your viewpoints that no special importance should be given now to the question whether the Yugoslav embassy in Budapest has acted correctly or not by giving asylum to Imre. 225. Nagy and his companions. We are noting with satisfaction that since the Bryanid talks you have been in full agreement with our stand towards Comrade János Kadar as a distinguished personality and with revolutionary authority in Hungary, capable in these difficult moments and conditions to head the new revolutionary government. You were fully satisfied with the fact the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, since the summer of this year, in connection with the departure of Rákosi, was trying that Comrade Kadar should become first secretary of the Central Committee of the Hungarian Working People's Party. Any comment in connection with this letter is superfluous. This letter shows very clearly that the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, trampling underfoot any regulation determining the relations between the fraternal parties, has gone so far as to interfere even in an issue of so important and markedly internal party character, as is the appointment in the place of the first secretary of a fraternal party of this or that person. It shows also very clearly that N. Khrushchev has been long since in full agreement with J.B. Tito, that he has deemed it reasonable that for everything, even for the appointment of the first secretary of another party, to consult J.B. Tito, this enemy of socialism, the very inspirer and organizer of the counter-revolution in Hungary. From this it is clearly understood and is entirely logical why N. Khrushchev tried to see the question of the Yugoslav intervention in the Hungarian events closed, because two things cannot be done simultaneously, both to consult Tito and to expose Tito. After Tito's notorious speech in Pula in November 1956, the struggle of the Communist and Workers' parties against the Yugoslav revisionism was enlivened and the Yugoslav leaders were criticized for their stand. But the traitorous Tito group not only did not make any self-criticism or any positive step towards the communist movement, but in 1958 it considered it convenient to formulate and sum up its revisionist ideas in the program of the Yugoslav Communist League, which was published as a counterweight to the Moscow Declaration of the Communist and Workers' Parties of November 1957. It seemed already as if there 226 was no more room even for the least illusion, because Tito and his group had openly written in their program what they were hiding for years under demagogical pseudo-Marxist and pseudo-socialist slogans. But what did happen? At the beginning, N. Khrushchev, who felt himself embarrassed before the public opinion and the international communist movement, although half-heartedly, took a stand concerning the Yugoslav revisionists. But this did not last long. With a wonderful nimbleness and contrary to the most elementary logic, he, at the 5th Congress of the Socialist United Party of Germany in July 1 gave the orientation not to speak of the Yugoslav revisionists, by saying, "In our struggle for the common questions we should not devote to the Yugoslav revisionists more attention than they deserve. They want that their value should be raised, that people should think that they are the center of the world. We will not help in fanning the passions, in aggravating the relations. Even, in the situation created in our relations with the Yugoslav Communist League, it will be useful to retain a spark of hope, to seek acceptable forms for some questions." He stressed this also during his visit in Albania in May 1959. At the same time, again started to circulate more and more often the word on Comrade Tito. Propaganda started again that Yugoslavia is a socialist state, that between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia there exists mutual understanding on many problems of the foreign policy. It is appropriate to recall that V.I. Lenin in his time has waged an irreconcilable fight not only against opportunism, but also against those who preached the unity with the opportunists. The revisionist group of the Yugoslav leadership, being left unmolested in their treacherous, anti-socialist, and plotting work, continued with a greater intensity their activity, both to split the communist movement and to undermine the national liberation and anti-imperialist movement of the peoples fighting for freedom, or that have just won their national freedom. With every passing day the Yugoslav revisionists showed themselves enemies of communism and of the people's freedom. Precisely because Tito's revisionist gang is such, the representatives of 81 fraternal communist and workers' parties resolutely condemned in the 1960 227 Moscow Declaration the Yugoslav revisionist leaders. As it is known, the declaration stresses that the Yugoslav leaders, having betrayed Marxism-Leninism, detached their country from the socialist camp, put it under the dependence of the so-called aid of the US and other imperialists, and in this way created the danger of losing the revolutionary gains reached with the heroic struggle of the Yugoslav people, that the Yugoslav revisionists are carrying out an undermining activity against the socialist camp and the international communist movement. That under the pretext of the policy of non-alignment they conduct an activity which brings harm to the question of the unity of all the peace-loving forces and states. Finally, the declaration stresses the need for a continuous struggle to expose fully the group of Yugoslav leaders. However, after November 1960, in the majority of occasions, these correct theses of the declaration were thrown into oblivion by the Soviet leadership. More than that, as if to encourage Tito's revisionist clique, to appease its resentment, Soviet leaders saw it reasonable to make warm official statements at the address of the Yugoslav comrades. Thus, only a few days after the issuing of the declaration of the 81 fraternal parties, the member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union A. Gromyko, at the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union, on December 23, 1960, stated that in some fundamental things the foreign policy of the Soviet Union is fully compatible with the foreign policy of Yugoslavia. While N. Khrushchev himself, in an interview to the Observer of the New York Times, Sulzberger, published by Pravda on September 10, 1961, stated, "Of course, we consider Yugoslavia a socialist country." Is such a statement not contrary to the declaration of the 81 fraternal communist and workers' parties? Should it not be thought that the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union with this statement was aiming at appeasing the resentment of the Yugoslav revisionist leaders and at making to them publicly known, that what is written in the Moscow Declaration, or also in some other document of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, is formal, while his viewpoints are other? Why is such a thing happening? Why is with such a 228 persistence being held such a benevolent stand towards a gang of renegades of Marxism-Leninism, submerged head and feet in the scum of revisionism and of treachery, and, at the same time, are being rabidly attacked the communist and workers' parties which have always stood loyal to the revolutionary teachings of Marxism-Leninism and the cause of socialism? The Party of Labour of Albania could not and cannot agree with such an opportunistic stand towards the dangerous revisionist gang of Tito, which is an agency of imperialism and an enemy of socialism and communism, of the Party of Labour of Albania and the Albanian people. In the struggle against the modern revisionism, especially against Tito's revisionist clique, the Party of Labour of Albania has taken and always takes into consideration the valuable teachings of great Lenin, who stressed powerfully that opportunism constitutes a serious danger for the very existence of the socialist order. These important teachings of Lenin were all the more understandable for our party, because it had proved on its back what does Yugoslav revisionism mean, not only in theory but also in practice. Because, in fact, Tito's clique has never renounced, either before 1948 or after 1955, the plots and diversion against the People's Republic of Albania and the Party of Labour of Albania, but, on the contrary, has increased them. Therefore, the struggle of the Party of Labour of Albania against the Yugoslav revisionism was an important internationalist task of our party as a Marxist-Leninist party, and at the same time its sacred duty to defend our socialist homeland against the aims and the plots of the Yugoslav revisionists. Some of the Soviet leaders did not like the stand of the Party of Labour of Albania, which was contrary to and constituted a hindrance for their schemes of rapprochement and embrace with the Titoid clique. The slogan started circulating that the Albanians are hot-blooded, they view things narrowly and conduct the struggle against the Yugoslav leaders from the positions of nationalism, that the Albanians want to capture the flag of anti-revisionism and that they are increasing the value of Tito's clique, etc. etc. But our party did not waver from its principled positions and continued consistently and uncompromisingly the struggle against the Yugoslav revisionists. 229. This stand of our party has never been to the liking of N. Khrushchev and is one of the reasons explaining his so fierce a stand against the Party of Labour of Albania and its leadership. The stand of N. Khrushchev's group towards the Yugoslav revisionism, in fact, is not a stand different only from that of the Party of Labour of Albania, but from that of all the international communist and workers' movement, from the stand expressed in the Moscow declarations of 1957 and 1960, where revisionism is described as the main danger in the international communist and workers' movement, and the Yugoslav revisionism as underminer of the socialist camp and the forces of peace. Thus, it is obvious that the Soviet leadership is trying to mitigate the struggle against opportunism and revisionism in the communist movement. Here lies also the source of all the attempts to distort the clear thesis of the two Moscow declarations on revisionism as the main danger in the communist and workers' movement and to bring to the foreground the struggle against dogmatism. For our party it has become clearer with every passing day that by accepting by words the need of fighting against revisionism and not doing it in fact, and Khrushchev and those who follow him, under the pretext of the struggle against dogmatism, are fighting against Marxism-Leninism, are making efforts to reject the fundamental theses of the revolutionary doctrine of proletariat precisely as Tito tried to do earlier and as have tried to do in the past the opportunists and revisionists of the various brands. What were the consequences of the spreading of the various opportunist viewpoints, of the unprincipled struggle against J.V. Stalin and the policy of reconciliation with Tito's treacherous revisionist clique, persistently pursued by N. Khrushchev and his group? Although they raised to the skies, with a great noise, the wonderful consequences allegedly brought about by the criticism of the personality cult of J.V. Stalin and the normalization of relations with Yugoslavia, although they present the questions as if with the 20th Congress a new era started in the development and further strengthening of the world communist movement, the facts speak entirely to the contrary. These distorted viewpoints and actions became a banner in the hands of the opportunist and revisionist elements in many 230 countries to launch their revisionist attacks against the Marxist-Leninist parties. This happened in the communist parties of the United States of America, of Denmark, of Netherlands, of Italy, of France, of Great Britain, etc. Under the influence of the opportunist viewpoints presented by N. Khrushchev to the 20th Congress, revisionism was revived and assumed a large dissemination in many communist and workers' parties, becoming an extremely serious danger for the entire international communist movement. Precisely under the slogans of the struggle against the Stalinist despotism, borrowed from the secret report on the personality cult and its consequences, which, strange enough, fell into the hands of the reactionary circles of the West and was reproduced by them in tons, the imperialist reaction and the modern revisionists, especially the Belgrade revisionist renegades, enemies of socialism, of the Soviet Union and of the peoples of all the countries of the socialist camp, organized the counter-revolutionary actions against the socialist order in Poland and the counter-revolutionary coup in Hungary. Precisely under the protection of these opportunist theses, of the attacks against Stalin and the appeasing attitudes of N. Khrushchev with the Yugoslav revisionists, Tito's renegade gang was enlivened still more. It was given free hand to develop broadly its undermining activity against the socialist camp and the international communist movement. For us it is clear that such a conclusion is not acceptable either to N. Khrushchev, or to his followers. But it is logical to raise the question, why precisely after the 20th Congress were immediately enlivened the renegades and the revisionists in the ranks of the communist and workers' parties of the different countries, the Yugoslav revisionist clique raised again its head and all of them together launched a frontal attack against Marxism-Leninism? Why, let us say, the theses of the 19th or the 18th Congresses of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union did not become their banner. There is only one explanation here, because some theses which were set at the 20th Congress were of an opportunist nature, therefore they constituted the ideological food for the renegades and the revisionists in their struggle against Marxism-Leninism, because the stand towards Stalin and Tito's clique were anti-Marxist, therefore they were utilized so. 231. Successfully by the enemies of Marxism and socialism for their aims. These bitter consequences were felt in Albania, too. In our country, the opportunist elements of the Tukjakova and Badri Spahotype, as well as many other elements expelled from the party for anti-party activity, were activated and with the direct instigation of the Yugoslav revisionists, organized the plot at the party conference for the city of Tirana in April 1956. It is known that a major role in this plot was played by the traitor Panajot Pleku, an old agent of the Yugoslav espionage, to whom, after he fled from the country, N. Khrushchev proposed ever since 1957 to be given political asylum to him in the Soviet Union. The slogans of these traitors were the demagogical slogans of liberalization and democratization of the proletarian dictatorship, of normalization of relations with Yugoslavia, of rehabilitation of Kosi Cox and other anti-party elements condemned earlier, etc. It is significant that precisely at that time, in April-May 1956, the Soviet leadership, through Mstislav and P. Pospilov, tried to persuade our party to rehabilitate the traitor Kosi Cox, an enemy of the party and the Albanian people, an agent of Tito's clique, shot for his hostile activity which was aimed at liquidating the party and the people's power and at turning Albania into a seventh republic of Titoid Yugoslavia. And Khrushchev's anti-Marxist stand on the above-mentioned questions caused thus a great damage to our common cause, socialism and communism. However, the international communist and workers' movement managed to cope successfully with the onslaught of the revisionist renegades. The ranks of the communist and workers' parties were strengthened, and this is due to the strength and firmness of the fraternal communist and workers' parties, to the vitality of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism. And thus will always happen. Marxism-Leninism is the banner of victory, therefore its enemies, the revisionists and opportunists, have failed and will always fail shamefully. From the above said it follows clearly that the nature of our disagreements has been entirely ideological and political, that 232. Our party has not agreed with some opportunist viewpoints and actions of N. Khrushchev as concerns some vital questions of the present-day world development and the international communist and workers' movement, viewpoints which are contrary to some of the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and constitute a serious violation of the 1957 and 1960 declarations of the Communist and Workers' parties. But the existence of these wrong viewpoints among the Soviet leaders is only half of the evil. The greatest evil is that they try to impose at any condition their opportunistic concepts to all the Communist and Workers' parties, not stopping for this purpose even before the pressure, blackmail and brutal attacks against those fraternal parties and their leaders that do not agree with the revisionist theses of N. Khrushchev, that oppose them and resolutely defend Marxism-Leninism. Here lies the greatest evil, here lies also the cause that relations between our country and the Soviet leadership have become tense. Seeing that his multifarious attempts to kneel down the Party of Labour of Albania and to impose on it his anti-Marxist viewpoints have failed in face of the firm Marxist-Leninist stand of our party, and wanting to justify before his party and before the international communist movement his impermissible, hostile activity against the Party of Labour of Albania and the People's Republic of Albania, and Khrushchev has gone over to wild and public slanders like those he and other Soviet leaders made at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The fact that he chose the rostrum of the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to carry out the trial against our party, the fact that he deceived the representatives of some fraternal parties to express themselves uncomradely against our party in their greetings to the Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, throws light on his putschist methods, on his tactic of surprise, on the one-sided imposing of his desire upon the international communist and workers' movement, on the non-observance of the fundamental principles governing the relations between the fraternal communist and workers' parties, which have been established jointly and have been outlined in the Moscow declarations. To examine the activity of a communist and workers' 233 party, to express the viewpoint whether it stands on correct positions or not, can judge only an international forum, an international meeting of the communist and workers' parties, after hearing in detail the arguments of that party. But N. Khrushchev feared to ask the convocation of such a meeting because he was convinced that he would not succeed in condemning our Party of Labour. For this reason he did not invite to the 22nd Congress our party also, because its word would bring to the fore the truth on the Albanian-Soviet relations, would expose his anti-Marxist viewpoints and activity, would reject all his entirely unfounded slanders and charges. The method used by the first secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to attack one-sidedly our party is known in the international communist and workers' movement. He applied this tactics at Bucharest, too, where with false and one-sided charges he tried to kneel down Marxist-Leninist parties and to compromise by means of a quick, unpondered, and hasty pronunciation the representatives of the fraternal parties, but that despite his efforts, he did not succeed. On the contrary, N. Khrushchev was forced to agree to the holding of the Moscow meeting in November 1960, where correct debates were conducted, where it was clearly seen that his viewpoints did not meet with the enthusiastic support of the participants, and this is expressed also in the very documents approved by the representatives of 81 parties and which N. Khrushchev is brutally violating in all his activity. Therefore he, in order to attack our party, since he feared to convene an international conference, resorted to his putschist methods, utilizing for this purpose the 22nd Congress. In this way, N. Khrushchev has effectively sabotaged any future international meeting also, because by attacking one-sidedly and publicly our party, he has put the Party of Labour of Albania on conditions of unequality. At the 22nd Congress, N. Khrushchev, and his followers charged our party that it allegedly, with its actions, is disrupting the unity, is splitting the socialist camp and the international communist movement. One must have lost any feeling of responsibility or seriousness to say such a thing. Who is in reality 234. Undermining our unity, the Party of Labour of Albania or the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union headed by N. Khrushchev. Our party, which has always observed the principle that our disagreements should be solved through the party way, on basis of the principles of the Moscow Declarations of 1957 and 1960, or the Soviet leadership, which has trampled underfoot these principles and has embarked upon the anti-Marxist path of pressure, blackmail and is openly calling for counter-revolution in socialist Albania? The Party of Labour of Albania has never spoken publicly about our differences, it has only through the party way and at party meetings, openly and courageously criticized the wrong viewpoints and actions of the Soviet leaders, while N. Khrushchev was the first to speak publicly from the rostrum of the 22nd Congress not only about the existence of our differences but also to vomit gall, to slander at full daylight against our party and people's power, presenting it as a regime of terror, where Right and left there are prisons and firing squads, using the language of Rankovic, who has said that in Albania there reign the barbed wire and the frontier guard boot. Our party stands for the unity, for its further strengthening, but for a sound, iron unity, not for an anemic and sick unity. Precisely because it stands for the iron unity of the international communist and workers' movement and the socialist camp, it has courageously and through the party way criticized and Khrushchev's anti-Marxist manifestations and actions, which weaken this unity. We greatly regret the fact that some leaders of the fraternal parties joined with Khrushchev's wrong viewpoints. We don't want to seek the causes which forced them to take this stand. We understand very well the difficult position in which they have found themselves, but can their one-sided position be called correct, a priori, when the majority of the representatives of the fraternal parties have no knowledge of the development of relations between our party and the Soviet leadership? Is it correct to take this or that stand, when one hears only the arguments of one side, while the other side has been deprived of the right to state its own viewpoint? Or in the communist movement should be established new principles, according to which the big one must be heard, the little one not, the big is right, while the little is 235. Always wrong? According to our opinion, such a reasoning is not at all correct and is not compatible with the Leninist norms of relations between the fraternal parties. Such a stand does not help the strengthening of the unity of the international communist and workers' movement, the strengthening of the socialist camp, but weakens it and will later create great troubles. In spite of this, at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Khrushchev was not supported by all the representatives of the fraternal communist and workers' parties. Out of the 80 foreign delegations which attended the proceedings of the Congress and spoke or sent by writing their greetings, 34 representatives of the fraternal parties did not join the Khrushchev slanders and charges against our party. They did not speak about the disagreements existing between the Party of Labour of Albania and the Soviet leadership. Surely, many of them may have their remarks as concerns the work of the Party of Labour of Albania, but at the 22nd Congress, which was the Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, of a definite party, they did not consider it appropriate to speak about a question which concerns the entire international communist movement, taking thus a correct Marxist-Leninist stand. We must say also that even the mass of the home delegates to the 22nd Congress did not express themselves about the Soviet-Albanian disagreements. They did not support Khrushchev in his attacks and slanders against the Party of Labour of Albania. Out of 88 delegates who took part in discussions in the Congress, only 14 spoke against our party. They all were members of the Soviet leadership. Our Party of Labour thanks for their principled and correct stand both the representatives of the fraternal communist and workers' parties who did not support Khrushchev in his one-sided attacks against our party and the delegates of the glorious Communist Party of Lenin, who, preserving the Bolshevik traditions and the Leninist principles of objective judgments of any question, did not support Khrushchev in this anti-Marxist act. From the rostrum of the 22nd Congress, among the numerous slandering charges, the first secretary of the Central 236 Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union spoke also of the allegedly lack of democracy in our party, of the allegedly violations of the Leninist norms in its inner life. This, of course, is an open interference in the internal affairs of our party, but despite this we can say to these defenders of democracy, look better your business, for not in the Party of Labour of Albania, but in your parties there are many scandalous examples of the violation of the most elementary rules of democracy. Dmitry Polyansky, on attacking the anti-party group, and especially Comrade Kliment Voroshilov, surely refrained himself from telling in detail all the backstage he and his companions had organized at the time of the plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in summer 1957. Polyansky has hidden this from the Congress, but he has told this their friend Leary Belishova, who reported it to our party. Let us take another example. When the Tirana Tribunal gave the deserved verdict against the agents of U.S. imperialism of Yugoslavia and Greece, Team Sechko and Company, out of the whole press of the European people's democracies, Only the newspaper THIRD, the organ of the Bulgarian working class, reported correctly this trial. But immediately, within the day, by the most democratic methods, it was announced that the president and the two secretaries of the Central Council of the Bulgarian trade unions had been dismissed from their posts. And this was because the revisionist Tito on the same day lodged a serious protest with the Bulgarian government in connection with the report given on the Tirana trial by this newspaper. Finally, those who speak of internal democracy and of the observance of the party norms, we are referring here especially to Palmiro Togliatti. Does he consider regular, democratic his action at the 22nd Congress when he spoke and condemned our party? He did not know before what has happened and how the relations between our party and the Soviet leadership have been developed. At least our party has not given the Italian Communist Party any material. His Central Committee had not adopted before any decision by which to denounce our party and thus to authorize its representatives to condemn it. At least we do not know of any such fact. Then of what democracy are speaking these leaders who scandalize themselves without cause for the fate of a person and 237. Who, when it is the question of the fate of a party, of 50,000 communists and an entire people, make offending statements without any responsibility and in flagrant contradiction with the elementary rules not only of the party democracy, but also of the simple logic and human conscience. Palmiro Togliatti threw at us the Roman anathema, by charging us that we are splitting the unity of the international communist movement. On what did Togliatti rely when he a few years ago attacked publicly the Soviet socialist system and preached polycentrism and the zones of influence in the international communist movement? He has not and will not have any fact against us, but with his own anti-Marxist theses he has greatly served the revisionist Tito. Nevertheless, strangely enough, nobody rose against Togliatti's revisionist viewpoints. And Khrushchev, who speaks so much of democratic methods, patience, and internationalism, has resorted against our party to the most anti-Marxist methods, methods which are entirely alien to the relations between the socialist countries. In order to subdue the Party of Labour of Albania, to prevent it from having its own viewpoint, to impose on it his anti-Marxist viewpoints, he and his followers have not stopped before any measure, not only as concerns the relations between our parties, but also as concerns the relations between our socialist states. Today we do not want to enter into detail and to dwell long on these questions, because there are many facts and countless documents which illustrate objectively these, but will mention that as a result of the adoption of anti-Marxist methods by the Soviet leadership for the settlement of existing disagreements, as a result of the consecutive pressure both in the economic and the political and military fields, the relations between our country and the Soviet Union have been greatly aggravated. This process has started since the second half of last year, that is after the Bucharest meeting. Since then, Khrushchev, instead of agreeing to settle patiently the ideological and political disagreements existing between our party and the Soviet leadership, made them public and extended them to the state relations also. Thus in the economic field, all the credits the Soviet Union had accorded to our country for the third five-year plan, 238, were suspended, and this was done with a view of sabotaging the economic plan of our country, without any reason, and one-sidedly were withdrawn from Albania all the Soviet specialists whom our economy badly needed and we had officially asked to stay, under the pretext of starting from this year with the repayment of the old credits, although according to the existing documents, this would begin after 1970, the Soviet side has almost entirely suspended the trade relations on a clearing basis. Scholarships were cut to all the Albanian civilian and military students studying in the Soviet Union, etc., etc. The economic pressures have been accompanied with pressure and restrictive measures in the military field, too. On the other hand, it is well known by all that the press of the People's Republic of Albania is continuously writing on the life and the successes of the Soviet Union in the communist building, supports the various moves and proposals the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government concerning various international questions, whereas the Soviet press, to the contrary, since almost 1.5 years has established a strict silence blockade against Albania. while it does not let escape the least chance to write even concerning a single positive word which some British lord has occasionally said, the Soviet press does no write a single line about Albania, let alone the Party of Labour of Albania, as if it did not exist at all on the earth, either the People's Republic of Albania or the Albanian people, who are building up socialism and struggling for peace in the wolf's mouth, surrounded on all sides by the imperialists and their tools. The ice of silence was broken only at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union by N. Khrushchev, but it was broken only to slander and vomit gall against the Party of Labour of Albania and the People's Republic of Albania. In these anti-Marxist and hostile actions towards the Albanian people, N. Khrushchev has been followed also by some leaders of the socialist countries of Europe. They are all together doing their utmost to isolate Albania economically, politically, and militarily, by creating around her a sanitary cordon. And Khrushchev forgets that in the century of the triumph of Leninism there can be no cordon to isolate a people and a party which are 239. Firmly fighting for the triumph of socialism and of communism, there can be no cordon, regardless of how organized and strong it may be, to resist to the Marxist-Leninist truth. Any cordon will be smashed and its organizers will shamefully fail. The first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union did not confine himself to this. Seeing that all his pressure, blockades and blackmail did not bring the result he desired, could not kneel down our party and people, from the rostrum of the 22nd Congress he made an open call for the overthrowing by means of a counter-revolutionary coup the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania, for the liquidation of the party, something which he reserves himself to do even when it is the question of the governments of the capitalist countries, because he considers it an interference in the internal affairs. He said, to put an end to the personality cult means for Shihua, Hoxha, and others to give up in essence the commanding posts in the party and the state. But they do not want to do this. However, we are convinced that the time will come when the Albanian communists, when the Albanian people, will have their say, and then the Albanian leaders will have to give account for the damage they have caused to their country, to their people, to the cause of building of socialism in Albania. The Albanian people and the Albanian communists gave the reply to N. Khrushchev by means of hundreds and thousands of telegrams and letters, a part of which has been published by our press. Our party and people have heard continuously for 17 years in succession calls for the overthrow of our people's power, for the liquidation of our party and its leadership. They have heard and are hearing them every year from the USA State Department, from the US, British and other imperialists, from Franco's nationalist Spain radio, from Tito's traitorous revisionist gang, from the Greek monarcho-fascists, etc. These have even hatched up plots to achieve their aims. We have heard now such calls also from Nikita Khrushchev, who in fact is joining them in the hostile activity against the Albanian people and its Party of Labour. On what have the imperialists and their tools relied in their activity against the people's power and the 240 party in our country? Their army has been the scum of our society, the degenerate and anti-party elements, people sold to the foreign imperialist intelligence services, whom our people recalls only with a feeling of deep hate, contempt, and scorn. This will be also the army of Nikita Khrushchev. And it cannot be otherwise. The whole our people, old and young, all the honest and patriotic people of our homeland, party and non-party people, have rallied today more than ever around our glorious party and its correct Marxist-Leninist line, which expresses the vital interests of our people and meets the common interests of our great cause, socialism and communism. In the face of the iron unity of our party and people, in the face of this invincible force, will shamefully fail all the hostile actions and the brutal interferences of Nikita Khrushchev, as have failed earlier and will always fail the entire hostile activity and all the plots of the imperialists, the Yugoslav revisionists, the Greek monarcho-fascists and other enemies of the Albanian people, its Party of Labour and the People's Republic of Albania. At the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, N. Khrushchev accused our party and its leadership of anti-Sovietism, considering any remark and criticism towards his anti-Marxist viewpoints and actions, made in party meetings and according to Leninist rules, an attack against the Soviet Union and the Soviet peoples. This is a monstrous slander and distortion. Our party and people for 20 years in succession have been educated in the spirit of unbounded love and firm loyalty towards the glorious Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. They have demonstrated this love and loyalty by deeds in their common struggle against fascism, in their joint efforts to build up the socialist and communist society for peace and the freedom of peoples. They have shown it by their unswerving and principled struggle against our common enemies, the imperialists and the modern revisionists, especially after the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and after the counter-revolution in Hungary, when the enemies of socialism launched wild attacks and slanders against the Soviet order and Soviet soldiers were attacked on the back. The entire 20-year-old heroic struggle and untiring activity of our party and people for the continuous tempering and strengthening of the sacred Albanian. 241. Soviet friendship cannot be liquidated so easily by means of some unfounded accusations and base slanders. The Albanian-Soviet friendship has deep roots, it will live in centuries, contrary to the desires and attempts of our criticizers. Who does indeed defend the Soviet Union and its prestige? Nikita Khrushchev, who with his unprincipled attacks and slanders against J.V. Stalin has discredited the glorious Soviet Union, presenting it like a country where the fiercest terror has reigned, the same as in the Hitlerite Germany, or the Party of Labor of Albania that has defended and is defending the Soviet Union from the fierce attacks of the imperialist and revisionist propaganda, which Nikita Khrushchev has provided with weapons. Who does defend the Soviet Union and its prestige? Nikita Khrushchev, who with his anti-Marxist actions, attacks, pressure, and blockades against the People's Republic of Albania is providing with weapons the imperialists to stain before the world public opinion the Soviet Union and its Communist Party, or the Party of Labor of Albania, which has shown and is showing that his anti-Marxist actions have nothing in common with the principles and the internationalist traditions of the glorious Soviet Union and its great party of Lenin, that they are an unfortunate and temporary sickness in their sound body. Our party heard with patience what was said at the 22nd Congress in its address. We, too, are saying our own viewpoint concerning these questions. The Party of Labor of Albania, with calm and pure conscience, appeals to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, appeals to the new Central Committee elected by the 22nd Congress to judge with Leninist equity, with objectivity and calmness, not one-sidedly, on the situation created in the relations between our two parties and our two countries. Our party has always been ready, for the sake of the unity of the communist movement and the socialist camp, of the interests of our countries, to settle the existing disagreements. But it has always been and is of the opinion that these questions should be solved correctly and only in a Marxist-Leninist way, in the conditions of equality and not of pressure and dictate. We hope for and are confident in the sense of justice of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Our party and people, regardless of the attacks, slanders and the 242 hostile actions directed against them, will guard untouched in their hearts the pure feelings of friendship with the fraternal peoples of the Soviet Union. Our party has taught us to love the Soviet Union, the homeland of the great Lenin and Stalin, both in good and bad times. For us the glorious Soviet Union and the Soviet people, the great party of Bolsheviks, have been, are and remain the most beloved friends of our hearts, our liberators from the fascist yoke, our loyal and resolute allies in the struggle for the upbuilding of socialism in our country. With the Soviet Union, with the Soviet people, with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union we have been and will be linked forever. Our party and people have and are following with a special sympathy the glorious successes and efforts achieved by the Soviet peoples, under the leadership of their glorious Communist Party, in all the fields of communist construction and consider them also as victories of the Albanian people in the joint struggle for the triumph of the great cause of socialism and communism. We are deeply convinced that the objectives and the tasks set by the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union will be achieved as always successfully, for the good of the peoples of the Soviet Union, of the entire socialist camp, to the benefit of the sacred cause of socialism and communism, of peace and the freedom of the people of the whole world. Our party and people, as always, will struggle for the cause of socialism and communism united in the socialist camp, alongside the fraternal peoples of the Soviet Union, alongside the fraternal Chinese people, alongside all the peoples of the countries of the socialist camp. Comrades, the entire 20-year-old life and activity of our party, as well as the facts of the present-day reality, show clearly that our party has always had a correct general line, that in connection with the present-day important questions preoccupying the international communist movement too, particularly in connection with the question of the Albanian-Soviet relations, it stands on correct Marxist-Leninist and internationalist positions. Deeply convinced that they stand for the truth, our people. 243. And party, united like a single body, with a calm and pure conscience and a firm determination, will in the future too, follow unswervingly their correct path. And in this path they will win. A guarantee for this is our heroic and indomitable people, our glorious party, the party of the popular revolution, the party which during these 20 years won over fascism and brought freedom to our people and homeland, which triumphed over the backwardness, over hunger and ignorance, and has embarked our country on the road to socialism, to progress and culture, the party which, as a loyal offspring of our heroic people, has frustrated any provocation and plot which was aimed at bringing back the enslavement and poverty to our homes. A guarantee for our future victories will be our support and friendship with the Soviet peoples, with the Chinese people, with all the friendly peoples of the socialist camp and others, with which our party, as a party loyal to the principles of the proletarian internationalism, has linked with an everlasting and invincible friendship our small but heroic people. We are experiencing some temporary difficulties due to the fact that we have to face not only the attacks and the intrigues of our sworn enemies, the US and other imperialists, their allies and lackeys, the Yugoslav revisionists, but because we have to repulse also the new slanders and attacks which are being made against us. But the difficulties have never scared and bent either our party, or our people. By closing our ranks around the party, by strengthening the vigilance, by multiplying our efforts to successfully realize, better than ever, the tasks for the fulfillment of the state plan in all the fields, we shall succeed. We are convinced that in this struggle and in these efforts we shall have the support of all our friends, of all the peoples of the socialist countries, including first and foremost the Soviet people, of all the communists of the world, including first and foremost the Soviet communists, who sooner or later will see that the blow directed against our party and people is unjust, is dangerous for all the communists of the world. With this confidence we are celebrating the great holiday of the 44th anniversary of the October Socialist Revolution and the great holiday of the 20th anniversary of the founding of our 244 glorious party. With this confidence, with the revolutionary banner of the victorious Leninism, with the unfurled banner of our heroic party, we, the Albanian communists, together with our entire patriotic and fighting people, shall march forward with sure steps towards new victories, for the glory of Marxism-Leninism, for the glory of communism, for the glory of our socialist homeland. Long live the 44th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. Long live the 20th anniversary of the Party of Labour of Albania. Glory to the victorious Marxism-Leninism, the banner of the victories of our party and people. Long live our heroic and indomitable people. Glory to the Party of Labour of Albania. 245. Against Khrushchevite revisionism. The revolutionary communists expect China to come out openly against Khrushchevite revisionism April 3, 1962. The revolutionary communists in all the communist and workers' parties of the world expect the Communist Party of China to take an open and direct stand condemning Khrushchevite revisionism, which is spreading and causing damage and which has encountered only one open opponent, the Party of Labour of Albania. They are all in solidarity with and support the correct line of our party, admire the courage, but quite correctly expect the Communist Party of China to come out openly. The tactic of the ideological struggle which China is following against the Khrushchevites does not encourage the revolutionary elements, while it gives the waverers the pretext to say, see, China is not moving openly for the sake of unity, we should not move either, for otherwise we would split, and that is not good. And this at a time when the revisionists, on their part, are acting openly and covertly, attacking, slandering, etc. This is an important problem, but up now, the Chinese have not had any contact at all with us to discuss these things. Were our enemies to know that between us there is no consultation at all about the fight against the modern revisionists, they would be astonished. They would never believe it. But that is how things stand. 246. On the way to degenerating into social democrats and to fusing with social democracy. April 7, 1964. Every day that passes by brings new facts to light testifying that the modern revisionists, and Khrushchev's group and their followers, have completely deviated and have turned into enemies of Marxism-Leninism and of proletarian internationalism, of socialism and of the revolutionary and liberation movement of the working class and the peoples under bondage, enemies of the unity of the socialist camp and the international communist movement. They have joined in a holy alliance with the American imperialists and the reactionaries of different countries, with all the anti-communist forces against peoples and socialism. They have turned the blade of all their daggers against Marxism-Leninism, against all fraternal parties and revolutionary communists loyal to it, against the anti-imperialist, liberation and revolutionary movement of the peoples. All their utterances about loyalty to Marxism-Leninism, to the cause of socialism, to the revolution and proletarian internationalism are sheer bluff and demagoguery from head to foot. In order to carry through their anti-Marxist, anti-socialist, and counter-revolutionary line, they stand in need of allies. And where could they find better allies than among the revisionist elements in the various parties and among the Titoid clique in Yugoslavia? Therefore, Khrushchev and his group succeeded, through putschs and plots, deceiving some and compromising others, under the guise of fighting the cult of the individual in bringing to power and placing at the head of certain communist and workers' parties revisionist elements of their choice while, on the other hand, they rehabilitated Tito's renegade clique and joined up with them completely. Thus, the United Revisionist Front came into being. This was the first step. In addition to this, the modern revisionists have never given up efforts to find other allies too. And who could these be? It is very natural for them to turn to, and they could not help turn to, their brothers, fellow traitors, the right-wing social democrat leaders. For revisionism and social democracy of today. 247. Are two manifestations of the same ideology, bourgeois ideology. Social democracy is the manifestation of bourgeois ideology in the workers' movement, while revisionism is the manifestation of bourgeois ideology in the communist movement. This is the common ideological basis that draws the revisionists closer to and united with the social democrats and creates the premises for their complete fusion not only ideologically and politically but also organizationally. Therefore it is altogether natural and logical that the attempts of the revisionists to cause the degeneration of the communist parties they direct, into social democratic parties, that their tendency to fuse in with the social democracy, is being made so very clear nowadays. The trend to get closer and to join with social democrats, the whole treacherous line of action of the modern revisionists, have their beginnings at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This trend was re-emphasized at the 21st and 22nd Congresses and was sanctioned in the new program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Speaking of this line of approach to an union with social democracy at the 22nd Congress, Khrushchev said, "This is not a tactical temporary slogan but the general line of the communist movement dictated by the basic interests of the working class." Khrushchev has also said, "If we are to speak of the role and position of the non-communist parties, we should stress, above all, that in the present situation, in order to achieve the socialist transformation of society, collaboration of the Communist Party with the other parties is not only possible but indispensable." Khrushchev's reply to the editor of the Australian newspaper Herald, John Waters, published in Pravda June 25, 1958. The line of approach to an union with Social Democrats began to be put into effect immediately after the 20th Congress. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union addressed letters to the Social Democratic parties of Western Europe calling for unity. Beginning with 1956, the Soviet Union was visited by a number of Social Democratic leaders and by whole delegations of Social Democratic parties who came into contact and carried on talks with Khrushchev's group. 248. The campaign for unity with Social Democrats has become more intensive, especially in recent times. A proof of this lies in the last year's visits to Moscow of such leaders of social democracy as P.H. Spock, Secretary-General of the Belgian Socialist Party, Harold Wilson, the present chairman of the English Labour Party, and Guy Mollet, Secretary-General of the French Socialist Party, who conducted talks with Khrushchev and other Soviet leaders. In connection with these talks, in an interview with foreign journalists in Moscow, Guy Mollet said that he had discussed with Khrushchev a number of questions comprising all theoretical and doctrinarian problems of a general nature and which characterize the relations between Social Democratic and Communist parties. While in an interview granted to the newspaper UNITA, February 22, 1964, Guy Mollet stated that the talks which the delegation of SFIO conducted with the leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and in particular with Nikita Khrushchev, gave us sure satisfaction in many points. The leaders of communist and workers' parties in certain other countries are also following the line of fusing with present-day social democracy under the dictates of the conductor's baton. This is evident in many of their acts, in various articles and statements, in the columns of the Khrushchevian Review Problems of Peace and Socialism, in the document of the Central Committee of the Italian Communist Party for the National Conference of Organization appearing in the newspaper UNITA DT 9-1-164, in the draft resolution for the 17th Congress of the French Communist Party which will be held in May this year, and so on. In all these attempts, documents, and materials of the modern revisionists, regardless of the phrases they use to camouflage their designs, the prevailing idea is unity and fusion with the Social Democrats on whatever basis and at all costs, renouncing everything that might prejudice this union, be it in the field of ideology or in that of organization. The attempts of the modern revisionists to get close to and join up with the Social Democrats are a logical consequence of their betrayal of Marxism-Leninism, are a component part of their grand strategic plan of world integration clearly formulated by 249. Tito in his well-known interview granted to Drew Pearson on August 7, 1962. To realize this objective, the revisionists make extensive use of demagogical slogans. They try to justify their approach to an union with the imperialists and reactionaries, their approach to an union with Tito's clique in the name of socialism, with the Roman Pontiff in the name of humanity, with the Social Democrats, in the name of unity of the working class, in the name of peaceful coexistence and of saving the world from a nuclear war of extermination. Modern revisionists proceed along the treacherous tracks of social democracy. The modern revisionists try to justify the approach to an union with the Social Democrats under the pretext that positive trends are allegedly being observed, especially in recent times, among the ranks of social democracy, that they have allegedly expressed themselves in favor of peace, peaceful coexistence, disarmament, that they have positively modified their attitude toward the USSR, that they have expressed themselves in favor of some kind of approach to the communists, that they have expressed some sort of willingness to meet the demands of the working class, to preserve and strengthen democratic institutions. They have stated that they are in favor of socialist transformation of society and so forth. Thus, in order to justify their line of approach to the right-wing leaders of social democracy, the revisionists try to create the illusion that it is not the revisionist train which is speeding its way to the Social Democratic station, but the Social Democratic station is coming up to meet the revisionist train. This is no new tactic for revisionists. Khrushchev's traitorous group and those who follow them have used exactly this maneuver to justify their approach to an complete union with the Titoid clique, pretending that the Yugoslav leaders have allegedly corrected many of their errors and have adopted the line of Marxism-Leninism. In the same way, in order to justify their treacherous line of reconciliation with and approach to the imperialists, to the American imperialists in particular, they have spread and continue to spread illusions pretending that the leaders of imperialism have now become wise, realistic, peace. 250. Loving, reasonable, and what not. But facts go to prove that the present Social Democrat leaders have changed as little in their nature and in their attitude as the Titoid clique and the imperialists. If we may speak of any kind of change of views and stands of the Social Democratic leaders, the only obvious change of theirs is their ever-growing inclination to the right. What does present-day social democracy represent? Present-day social democracy is a direct follower of the traitorous Second International. It has inherited all the ideological luggage, organization, and tactics of the parties of the Second International. The Social Democrats began their betrayal by getting away from the basic teachings of Marxism-Leninism, which they proclaim as outdated and inexpedient, by renouncing the class struggle and replacing it with the theory of harmony and reconciliation of classes, by negating the revolution and replacing it with reforms within the capitalist order, by giving up the revolutionary way and replacing it with peaceful, democratic, and parliamentary method, by denying the indispensability of breaking up the old bourgeois state machinery and accepting the capitalist state as a means to cross over to socialism, by withholding their assent to the dictatorship of the proletariat and replacing it with pure and general democracy, by departing from proletarian internationalism and going so far the other way as to plunge into positions of the national chauvinists, to open union with the imperialist bourgeoisie. Unmasking the betrayal of the old Social Democrats, Lenin wrote as far back as in his book What is to be Done. Social democracy should be changed from a party of social revolution to a democratic party of social reforms. Bernstein has bolstered up this political demand with a whole battery of new arguments and considerations harmoniously connected with one another. He denies the possibility of endorsing socialism scientifically and of proving, from the point of view of the materialist conception of history, that it is indispensable and inevitable. He denies the fact that poverty and proletarianization are on the increase and that capitalist contradictions are getting worse. He proclaims the very notion of the final goal as 251. Groundless and unconditionally rejects the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He denies the divergences of principle existing between liberalism and socialism and the theory of class struggle which, he pretends, cannot be carried out in a wholly democratic society governed by the will of the majority. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works in 2-volume Albanian edition, Volume 1, page 110. By embarking on this road, social democracy turned itself into a loyal supporter of the capitalist order of things, into a servant of the bourgeoisie, into a most important ideological and political abettor of the bourgeois policy in the workers' movement. It has aided the bourgeoisie to oppress and exploit the workers of their country and the peoples of other countries, to suppress their revolutionary and liberation movement. It has been verified by practice, Lenin says, that the militant group in the ranks of the workers' movement who adhere to opportunist trends, are better defenders of the bourgeoisie than the bourgeoisie themselves. If workers were not under the guidance of such people, the bourgeoisie would not be able to stand their ground. Works, Volume 31, page 259, Albanian edition. But social democracy today has gone a step further in its betrayal when compared with the time of the Second International. At present it is characterized by a growing tendency towards the right. Beginning from 1955, the social democratic parties in Western Europe, like the English Labour Party, the social democratic parties in France, Austria, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Western Germany, and in the Scandinavian countries, have changed their programs or have been engaged in elaborating new programmatic procedures. What characterizes these programs and new programmatic procedures? They are characterized by the eclectic blending of the old opportunist theories with the modern bourgeois theories, by their permanent renunciation of the principles and ideals of socialism, by their open support for the capitalist order of exploitation, and by their frenzied opposition to communism. If the former reformists avowed, even in words alone, that the establishment of socialism was their ultimate goal, present-day 252. Social Democrats have openly rejected this end. They preach that they are in favor of the so-called democratic socialism, which has nothing in common with true scientific socialism. It is its negation, its replacement with certain bourgeois liberal reforms which do not tamper in any way with the basis of capitalist society. What kind of socialism is that when most of the social democratic programs have discarded an elementary demand of socialism to abolish private property of the means of production? Following the well-known statements of the Socialist International Aims and Tasks of Democratic Socialism, 1951, the new programs direct the working class not against capitalism as such but against unsupervised capitalism. Nationalization of a part of the enterprises by the bourgeois state, the establishment of state monopolist capitalism in the economic life of the country, the adoption of certain bourgeois democratic reforms, all of these figure in the new programs and statements of the Social Democrats as facts that go to prove that the basis of socialism has allegedly been laid in certain capitalist countries. At the same time, they deny the socialist character of transformations in the socialist countries. They repeat in this manner, openly or in a roundabout way, the bourgeois theories in vogue on people's capitalism, capitalism under control, organized, democratic and so on. The bourgeois reactionary press has more than once hailed this departure of socialism and in defense of capitalism. In a leading article under the title Burial of Marxism, the Washington Post and Times-Herald newspaper wrote, 84 years after its establishment at the historic Congress at Gotha, the German Social Democratic Party in its Congress at Bad Godesberg, renounced Marxist ideology and, in fact, ceased being socialist in the true sense of that word. It reconciled itself to the principle of free individual initiative, wherever that is possible in economic life. The new programs of the social democratic parties have cancelled out all mention of contradictions, antagonism, and class struggle, have leveled down all boundaries between the oppressed and oppressors, between the exploited and exploiters. In place of the class struggle, they preach the sense of responsibility of man in general. Thus the program of the German Social Democratic 253 Party has it: freedom and democracy in industrial society are possible of attainment only if as many individuals as possible raise their social conscience and express themselves as willing to share responsibility. The Social Democrats uphold the solidarity and harmony of all people, the attaining of their above classes objective democratic socialism. Since democratic socialism does not encroach upon the basis of the capitalist order in any way, but it is a kind of reformed capitalism, it naturally follows that there is no need whatsoever for a socialist revolution. Democratic socialism, according to them, will come about through spontaneous economic evolution, through limitation of the prerogatives and power of the monopolist unions and through the aid of the capitalist state itself. Nevertheless, in order to attain this ideal, it is necessary that the Social Democrats come into power, and the only way to achieve this is through electoral campaigns to obtain the majority of votes in the bourgeois parliament. Speaking highly of the declaration of the Socialist International on the aims and tasks of democratic socialism, one of its leaders, Brundtle, has said that this declaration puts an end to the discussions on the dictatorship of the proletariat, does away with the revolutionary class war method to achieve socialism, and rejects adherence to any socialist theory. The Social Democrats have severed all connections with Marxism-Leninism, with the theory of scientific socialism and with the materialistic conception of things. The program of the Austrian Socialist Party has it: socialism is an international movement which does not at all demand an obligatory similarity of views. Regardless of where the socialists draw their points of view, from a Marxist or any other social analysis, from religious or humanitarian principles, they all aim at a common goal. Speaking at the Congress of the German Social Democratic Party at Gottsburg, its former chairman, E. Ohlenhauer, said the demand to make K. Marx's and F. Engels' political program the substance of the Social Democratic program for 1959 is more anti-Marxist than can be imagined, and he added, "We cannot be understood if we speak in terms of the past, we cannot solve the problems of today with our old conceptions." 254. Present-day social democracy has not only slipped into positions of philosophic idealism and upholds idealism, but tries to find support in, and even fuse entirely with its extremist form religion. Thus, for instance, the programs of German, Austrian, Swiss, and other social democratic parties maintain that democratic socialism has its roots in Christian ethics and doctrine, that socialism and religion, far from eliminating, are completely at one with each other. Speaking at the Congress of the Austrian Socialist Party in 1958, the author of the new program, B. Koski, said, "We would like to draw up a program, which would be fully endorsed by Marxists and non-Marxists alike, by atheists and socialist believers in religion alike." A similar attempt to reconcile Christianity with socialism, religious idealist conception with socialist materialist conception, is made also in an interview given to the correspondent of the Italian newspaper Unita by Guy Mollet, and which was published in this paper on February 22 of this year. Such, in general, are the ideological views of the present Social Democrats. What should be stressed in this connection is that their programs, as a rule, are more leftist than their acts. If the right socialists still try, in words, to pose as socialists in order to deceive the workers, in deeds they have long become staunch defenders of the capitalist order. Both when they are in opposition as well as when they are at the head of bourgeois governments, or take part in them, the heads of social democracy serve to preserve and strengthen the bourgeois order through all their views and acts. All the socialist demagoguery of the Social Democrats has been shown up by experience. Socialists have more than once been in power, at the head of bourgeois governments both in England, France, and elsewhere. They are at the head of or take part to this day in the governments of capitalist countries. And what have they done for the workers, for socialism? They have done nothing but follow Leon Blum's instructions, that being in power the socialists should be faithful directors of capitalist society. Let us dwell even briefly on the activity of the French Socialist Party and its leader Guy Mollet, who has more than once taken part in and even headed the French government, and whom the revisionists consider a left-wing element and conduct hearty. 255. Talks with. When at the head of the government, the French socialists set the dogs loose on workers on strike, incited the outbreak of the dirty war in Indochina, undertook police repressions against the people of other colonies, carried on the fighting against the Algerian people with more ferocity, approved the North Atlantic Pact and the rearming of Western Germany. Guy Mollet's government signed the agreements for the European Common Market and Euratom. It was one of the organizers of the military aggression on Egypt. Guy Mollet's betrayal paved the way for personal rule in France, and so on and so forth. Speaking of Guy Mollet's activity, even the Labourite Weekly Tribune wrote at the beginning of 1957 that Mollet is a disgrace to France as well as to socialism. These are the true features of social democracy today. Many representatives of the bourgeoisie have not been wrong in stressing the great role of the social democratic parties in suppressing the revolutionary movement of workers and in defending the capitalist order. They have not been wrong in singing their praises. Thus, for instance, T. Janila, director of a capitalist bank in Finland, has said, "In the struggle to win over industrial workers spiritually, only the Social Democrats can serve as a powerful force against the communists. If the Social Democrats lose this battle, it may very well be the end of democracy in Finland. This is why, being a bourgeois member of the Conservative Party, I feel obliged to state that we need a united, militant, Social Democratic Party which firmly upholds Northern democracy." The English bourgeois newspaper Financial Times wrote in the same vein on June 28, 1963. "The industrialists are scared less by the Labourites, and some of them cherish the opinion that a Labour government would open up better perspectives for development than the Tories. It is precisely because the Social Democrats are agents of the bourgeoisie in the workers' movement that the Marxist-Leninists have always had it clear that without a determined struggle to unmask and smash the Social Democrats ideologically and politically, the working class cannot wage its struggle and carry it on to victory. Bourgeois parties of workers as a political phenomenon, v.i. Lenin has written, have already been. 256. set up in all advanced capitalist countries. Without a resolute, relentless war on all fronts against these parties or, what amounts to the same thing, against groups, trends, and so on, it is futile to speak of the struggle against imperialism, or of Marxism, or of the workers' socialist movement, v.I. Lenin, against revisionists, Albanian edition, page 368. J.V. Stalin too, as a revolutionary and consistent Marxist, has stressed, present-day social democratism is the ideological support of capitalism. Lenin was 1,000 times right when he said that the present social democratic politicians are true agents of the bourgeoisie in the workers' movement, lackeys of the capitalist class from the workers' ranks, and that in the civil war of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie they will undoubtedly take sides with the Versailles against the communards. No end can be put to capitalism without putting an end to social democracy in the workers' movement. Therefore, the epoch of the death of capitalism is at the same time the epoch of the death of social democracy in the workers' movement. J.V. Stalin, Works, Albanian edition, Volume 10, p. 242. The 1960 Moscow Declaration too, stressing the fact that the right-wing leaders of social democracy have aligned themselves openly with the imperialists, uphold the capitalist system, split the workers' movement, and that they are enemies of communism, called upon the communists to continue to expose them. But the modern revisionists, with N. Khrushchev's group in the lead, as renegades and foes to Marxism, act entirely at variance with the teachings of Lenin and Stalin, with the instructions of the Moscow Declaration. They pursue the line of joining in and fusing with the right-wing leaders of social democracy. And this is not accidental. Social democrats of today and modern revisionists have common things together, they proceed in the same direction and towards a common counter-revolutionary objective. Modern revisionists have slipped into the positions of social democracy just as the old opportunists and reformists betrayed Marxism-Leninism, the cause of the working class, of the 257 revolution and of socialism. So do the modern revisionists betray these ideals and are pursuing the same road as their forerunners, who are at the same time their spiritual inspirers. Those who have changed are not the social democrats but the modern revisionists, who have fallen into the treacherous positions of social democracy. Rejecting Marxism-Leninism, the social democrats claim that problems of today cannot be solved by old concepts. Following in their wake, the revisionists too, speculate with the newer conditions and phenomena, and, under the guise of fighting dogmatism and upholding the creative development of Marxism, claim that many things today should be looked at with a critical eye, that what was right 30 years ago cannot be such any longer, that atomic weapons and the danger of a nuclear war makes it indispensable to revise our views and stand on many questions of strategy and tactics, that he who abides by the basic theses of Marx and Lenin in the 60s of the 20th century is a dogmatist who takes no account of the great changes that have come about in the world, and he who consults the classic works of Marxist-Leninists in order to analyze and explain the present historical process, is afflicted with the mania of quotations and so forth. Hence, Marxism-Leninism is outdated for revisionists too, it no longer suits the newer conditions, it should be enriched with new ideas and new conclusions. Just like all the old opportunists and reformists, the revisionists too are stripping Marxism of its critical and revolutionary spirit and are attempting to turn it from a weapon in the hands of the working class into a weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie to be used against the working class. Not the class struggle but the solidarity and harmony of all men who possess the sense of responsibility towards society. This is the motive power of present-day society, the Social Democrats maintain. The revisionists too have erased the class struggle from their books, and in fact have replaced it with the idea of class reconciliation in the name of preserving peace in the world. They have renounced this struggle in the name of saving the world from the danger of nuclear war, and instead of the class struggle they preach peaceful coexistence as the only 258 method to solve all the vital problems that stand before human society. Peace at all costs, peace with all and above all, Christian love for everybody, abstract humanism above classes, these are the ideas that the modern revisionists preach far and wide. In the name of this ideal, the revisionists make common cause with the enemies of the class, with the imperialists and reactionaries of various countries and their agents and lackeys, the right-wing leaders, social democratic leaders, and the Titoid clique, while, on the other hand, they fight furiously against all those who loyally uphold the interests of the working class and their Marxist-Leninist ideology, the communists' parties and all the revolutionary communists. The Social Democrats have long given up the revolution and preach that socialism will come about through reforms within the framework of the bourgeois order of things, of democracy and bourgeois legality. Following in their tracks, the revisionists too have abandoned the revolutionary way, saying that the way to socialism is the way to an ever broader democracy, the way of observing and carrying out bourgeois constitutions, the way of reforming structures. Just like the Social Democrats, the revisionists too identify the struggle for democracy with that for socialism, confine the struggle for socialism to that for democracy. Dragging Kautsky's and Bernstein's theories from their burial place, they express themselves in and only in favor of the peaceful and parliamentary way, which they hold up as a world strategic principle, and they have concentrated all the efforts on the struggle for votes in order to win the majority of seats in bourgeois parliaments. The Social Democrats consider the capitalist state as a state above classes, as an interpreter and champion of the interests of society as a whole. They are opposed to breaking up the old bourgeois state machine, they are opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat, which, according to them, is the negation of democracy, is a totalitarian rule, and so on and so forth. And the revisionists spread the illusions that the capitalist state may change its class nature, that it may become a state that will express not only the interests of the bourgeoisie but also those of the proletariat and of the laboring masses. They say that Lenin's thesis 259 on the indispensability of breaking up the bourgeois state apparatus must be modified, that the dictatorship of the proletariat is an outdated idea, or, at most, suitable only for backward countries, that it may take not only various forms but also quite a different content. Both the Social Democrats as well as the revisionists slander against the dictatorship of the proletariat and describe the entire period of its rule as a period of mass terror and arbitrariness, as a period of brutal violation of laws, of socialist democracy, and so on and forth. In their practical political activity too, the modern revisionists are proceeding in the footsteps of the traitorous leaders of social democracy. As a matter of fact, they have joined with the enemies of socialism and of the peoples, with the imperialists and particularly with the American imperialists, and with the reactionaries of various countries. For the sake of getting closer to imperialism, for the sake of achieving Soviet-American collaboration, which is N. Khrushchev's and his group's highest aspiration and ideal, the revisionists do not hesitate even to betray the true friends and allies of the Soviet people, the vital interests of the socialist countries, the working class, the peoples and nations oppressed and exploited by the imperialists. A proof of this lies in such activities of the revisionists headed by Khrushchev's group as their adventuresome and capitulating attitude in the Caribbean crisis, in their pressure exerted on socialist Cuba to capitulate to the American imperialists, sacrificing its dignity and its sovereignty, in their union with the Indian reactionaries against the People's Republic of China, with the Titoid clique and with Venizelos against the People's Republic of Albania, in the infamous Moscow Treaty for a partial ban on nuclear tests, which is high treason to the interests of the Soviet Union, to the other socialist countries and to peace in favor of the American imperialists, as well as in a number of other facts. Anti-communism permeates all the ideology and practical activity of the modern social democrats. They slander the socialist countries and communist parties, they split the workers' movement, counter scientific socialism with democratic socialism, which is no other than reformed capitalism, try their utmost to preserve the capitalist order where it prevails and 260. Establish it where it has been overthrown. The modern revisionists are also carrying on anti-socialist and anti-communist activities on a wide scale. And Khrushchev's group and their followers have split the socialist camp and the international communist movement and are speeding ahead towards degenerating the socialist countries into docile bourgeois republics and the communist and workers' parties from parties of social revolution into parties of social reforms. And Khrushchev and his group deny the proletarian class nature of the socialist state and the Communist Party. They are liquidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and the Communist Party in the Soviet Union under the pretext of turning them into the state and party of the entire people. The revisionists are organizing and reorganizing with a view to changing the forms of management of socialist economy after the pattern of Titoid Yugoslavia, violating the Marxist principles of managing socialist economy. They belittle the experience of many years of socialist construction in the Soviet Union and in other socialist countries, and call on all to learn from the experience of capitalist countries, going as far as to stretch their hands to the imperialists for aid, credits and capital investments to build socialism and communism, as Khrushchev himself did of late. Under the guise of fighting the cult of the individual and its consequences, they have done away with the sound Marxist-Leninist cadres and have rehabilitated the traitors and enemies of socialism, living or dead. They have flung open the door of the socialist countries to the unhindered penetration of bourgeois ideology, of all kinds of alien anti-socialist trends and manifestations in art, letters, and in all the life of country, in the name of freedom of conscience and of an abstract humanity above classes. This liberal and humanist socialism of the modern revisionists is getting closer and closer to the so-called democratic socialism which the leaders of the modern social democracy preach. Thus, all the given facts show clearly that the modern revisionists are proceeding along the treacherous tracks of the social democrats. This is very clear to the socialist leaders who have openly expressed their approval, their joys and hopes regarding the traitorous course followed by Khrushchev's group and their followers. Here are some of their statements. 261. In a speech to the General Assembly of the United Nations at its last session Ph. Spock said, N. Khrushchev is trying to test peaceful coexistence and the West should not make it difficult for him to make this experiment. It would be a terrible and inexcusable mistake to discourage him. At this moment the future line of demarcation will not be any longer between communists and non-communists, between colonized and colonizers, between ideologies and races. We are witnesses of the struggle between those who wait the opportune time and inhuman doctrinarians on one hand and those who have had confidence in progress and have never ceased to hope, on the other. Let us not let this great occasion slip from our hands. In his interview on February 24, 1964, the chairman of the English Labour Party, H. Wilson, pointed out that he was the first of the Western politicians who visited Russia after the death of Stalin and, on his return from there, reported to W. Churchill, Prime Minister at that time, that a great change was taking place in Soviet politics and that this is of major importance as regards relations between East and West. He is fully justified to be proud of his far-sighted anticipations which today have become realities. Before going to Moscow with the socialist delegation to talk with Khrushchev, Gerard Jacques, director of the newspaper of the French Socialist Party, stated, "We have long given up engaging in polemics with the Soviet Union and admit that this country is in the full phase of evolution. The problems raised are those of democracy and the democratic guarantees of the single party, of the role of the Socialist Party in socialist society, of the nature of the socialist regime and its structure. The attitude maintained by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in the divergences between Moscow and Peking throws ample light on the attitude of this party towards dogmatism and political sectarianism." After his return to Paris from colloquies with Khrushchev, the Secretary-General of the French Socialist Party, Guy Mollet, stated that he became convinced that a positive evolution is taking place in the Soviet Union, which, according to his words, were summed up in these matters: admittance of many ways to build socialism, and of the proletarian. 262. Dictatorship, internal evolution and so on. Whereas an interview granted the newspaper UNITA, February 22, 1964, Guy Mollet declared, "I am convinced that the communist world has embarked on the road to transformation. These statements of the leaders of social democracy are at one with the statements made by the leaders of imperialism and their spokesmen, who also express their support for N. Khrushchev's revisionist line and consider him the best friend of the West in Moscow. They say that the Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev acts like an American politician and affirm that the officials in the State Department in the USA are of the opinion that the United States should facilitate N. Khrushchev's task to a certain extent, and so on and so forth. Towards a complete fusion of the modern revisionists with the Social Democrats, the falling of the modern revisionists into the ideological position of the Social Democrats in major issues constitutes the basis of the complete amalgamation of revisionists with the Social Democrats. By pursuing this course and recommending it to communist and workers' parties of different countries, the modern revisionists with N. Khrushchev's group in the lead, aim at causing the degeneration of the communist parties into reformist parties of the social democratic type, at impregnating the working class with bourgeois ideology and reformist illusions, at weakening the revolutionary fighting spirit of the working class movement, and alienating it from the only correct road against the capitalist order of oppression and exploitation. The revisionists, of course, do not, as a rule, proclaim their hostile intentions openly. They accompany every step they take to the detriment of the cause of the revolution and of communism, with demagogical slogans and clothe it with all kinds of justifications. Their anti-Marxist action of fusing with social democracy too, they try to justify with the pretext that the social democratic parties too are allegedly workers' parties and that the unity of the working class is essential in the struggle against capitalism. Let us dwell in brief on this matter. Workers' parties or bourgeois parties of the working. 263. Class. Are the social democratic parties really and truly workers' parties? To judge whether a party is a party of the working class or not, it does not suffice to look at the name it attaches to itself. Hitler's party too, called itself Nationalist Socialist. The only correct criterion is whether or not it defends and upholds the interests of the working class, whether or not it fights for its cause. And in order to elucidate this matter, one should see to whose advantage are the ideology, policy, and all practical activities of this or that party. Don't push faith in phrases, Lenin teaches us, but rather see to whose benefits they are. Works, Volume 19, p. 33, Russian edition. And if we look at this matter from this prism, from the prism of class, which is the only correct, Marxist-Leninist criterion, then it becomes clear to every true communist that the social democratic parties are not workers' parties, but they are, as Lenin has dubbed them, bourgeois parties of the working class. We showed above through numerous facts, that in both ideological views, political views, and all-around activities, modern social democracy is nothing other than, as Lenin says, a political detachment of the bourgeoisie, a promoter of its influence, a true agency of the bourgeoisie in the workers' movement. From the point of view of its social makeup, too, the social democratic parties have undergone and are undergoing visible changes. The number of workers in their ranks are becoming less and less, and the number of elements of the petty bourgeoisie and of the workers' bureaucrats are increasing. The modern reformists have themselves launched the slogan, the deproletarization of the social democratic parties. And this has been expressed in the new programs of many social democratic parties. Thus, for instance, the program of the Swiss Social Democratic Party has it, at the beginning socialism was the concern of the working class which used to be exploited by capitalism alone. Now socialism is the concern of all mankind. It pertains to every man with a sense of responsibility for the welfare of society. This is for the groundwork, for the masses of the social democratic parties, whereas as far as the leading cadres are 264 concerned, the higher up you climb in the hierarchy of the social democratic parties, the fewer workers you find in them. As a matter of fact, many social democratic leaders have long become real capitalists. Many of them take part in the administrative councils of the biggest banks and own packages of solid shares, drawing millions upon millions of dividends each year. Thus, for instance, according to returns of the recent years, 410 principal functionaries of the German Social Democratic Party occupied 929 high-paid posts in the major banks and corporations of Western Germany. 62 Social Democrat personalities were directors of the firms Mansmann, Klenner, Krupp, Flick, and others. The same situation prevails in other social democratic parties of the West like France, England, Belgium, the Scandinavian countries and so on. This is the kind of workers' class the social democratic parties represent. The modern revisionists, who are themselves nothing but traitors to the working class, have every reason to stick the label of Workers' Party not only on themselves, but only on the Social Democrats, but also on any English bourgeois conservative party if such a thing is dictated by their anti-Marxist and anti-revolutionary plan of action. It is therefore obvious enough that the argument of the modern revisionists pretending that the social democratic parties are parties of the working class, is altogether a false one. Hence, their slogan on the need for unity of the working class is demagogical, a pretext to justify their union with the bourgeois parties of the working class. The workers' movement in almost all the advanced capitalist countries has been split. Who is to blame for this split? Who hinders the achievement of unity and action in the workers' movement? The 1960 Moscow Declaration points out that the originators and promoters of the split on a national and international scale are the ruling classes, the right-wing leaders of social democracy and the reactionary leaders of the trade unions. Under these circumstances, in order to realize unity of action in the workers' movement, the revolutionary Marxist-Leninists are guided by the following considerations. 265. 1. That unity of action may be attained only in battle with splitters, therefore they wage a relentless and persistent war of principle against the splitters, the treacherous leaders of social democracy. 2. That all efforts should be concentrated to achieve unity of action at the base with the working masses of the socialist parties, that the watchword of the Marxist-Leninists for unity of action could and should be, reliance on the masses, alliance with the leftists, uncompromising combat against the treacherous right-wing leaders who cause the split in order to expose and isolate them. 3. That by soliciting unity of action with socialists, the communist parties should consider this not as collaboration between two political parties of the working class but as collaboration between a proletarian and non-proletarian party in order to achieve some specific objectives. In connection with this, it is essential to always keep in mind and strictly observe Lenin's teachings, who has more than once stressed with force that it is essential that, when concluding an alliance or agreement with other movements for this or that question or objective, the revolutionary party of the working class will maintain its political independence at every moment and in every situation, so that it may not lose sight at any moment of the basic interests of the working class in its fight to achieve its final objective, the triumph of socialism and communism. Every departure from Marxist-Leninist positions brings about as a consequence the alienation of the working class from its revolutionary line of action and its fall into the mire of opportunism. Such is the attitude of the Marxist-Leninists towards unity of the workers' movement. But what stand do the modern revisionists maintain in connection with this? They have not only given up fighting the splitters of the workers' movement, the right-wing leaders of social democracy, but, what's more, they are advocates of unity at all costs and under the conditions with these traitorous splitters. 266. The revisionists even rise against all those who fight against the right-wing leaders of social democracy and who expose their betrayal, considering this fight as sectarian, dogmatic, as insolent and dangerous attack and so on. But everybody knows that social democratic leaders like Spock, Guy Mollet, and others, with whom N. Khrushchev and his followers conduct hearty talks and try to achieve unity at all costs, are servitors and agents of the bourgeoisie, who have even been and continue to be at the head of bourgeois governments in many capitalist countries. Therefore, unity with these traitors is by no means a unity of the workers' movement, but an attempt at unity between the working class and the bourgeoisie, for the subjection of the working class to the bourgeoisie, unity and collaboration with the reactionary bourgeois governments pretending to be socialist. Formerly, when they had not yet revealed so openly their treacherous features, the modern revisionists used to claim they are opposed to the right-wing leaders of social democracy, that no unity was possible with them and so on, and they had even said a word or two against them. And Khrushchev, for one, said at the 21st Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that the cause of unity of the working class is hindered by imperialist reactionaries and their lackeys in the workers' movement, such as the anti-communist leaders of social democracy Guy Mollet and Spock. We know these leaders of anti-communism by name, and we do not rely on them when we speak of unity of action of the working class. Whereas now it is the same Khrushchev who conducts hearty colloquies with and solicits the collaboration of such anti-communist leaders as Guy Mollet, Spock, H. Wilson and their ilk to achieve unity of the working class. One of two things must have happened: either Guy Mollet, Spock, and co. have ceased to be anti-communists, or and Khrushchev himself has ceased to be a communist and makes common cause with the leaders of anti-communism, servitors of the imperialist reactionaries. So far there is no sign to prove the first, while there are plenty of facts to prove the second. Regardless of the demagogic slogans they make use of in order to waylay the masses, the modern revisionists are not only 267 in favor of unity at all costs with the Social Democrats, including their traitorous leaders, but have gone even further, expressing themselves willing to collaborate with them on any basis. Thus, in an article appearing in the Communist Review of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union No. 3, 1960, we read: "Unity of action with the reformists, even with the sworn ones on this or that issue, is always possible, provided they really try to achieve any reform, be it ever so small, for the benefit of the working class, of the workers." Whereas the leaders of the French Communist Party, on the basis of a resolution of the plenum of the Central Committee during September 27 and 28, 1961 regarding collaboration with the Socialist and other parties, have stated, "We on our part, are ready to collaborate on any basis." See the Communist Review No. 3, 1962, p. 95. Thus, speculating on the slogan unity, the revisionists sacrifice the principles, level off the distinction between communists and social democrats, trample upon and sacrifice the basic interests of the working class. This is sham unity, unity in favor of the bourgeoisie and their agents in the workers' movement, which aims at submitting the workers' movement wholly to the bourgeois and reformist influence, at liquidating the revolutionary spirit and the revolutionary party of the working class. This is high treason to the cause of the working class and of socialism. All of these things give rise to an important conclusion: full unity on sound basis of the workers' movement can and will be achieved through bitter combat not only with the right-wing leaders of social democracy but also with the modern revisionists, against the workers' movement to the poisonous and counter-revolutionary influence of social democracy and of its treacherous right-wing leaders. Liquidation of the communist parties. The goal of the modern revisionists. Facts go to prove that the hue and cry of the modern revisionists are raising about unity of the workers' movement, is nothing but a bluff, a demagogical maneuver to cover their tracks. Whereas their true objective is to cause the degeneration of the communist parties into parties of the social democratic type, and 268. To join with the Social Democrats under any condition and on any basis, and then to liquidate the communist parties, to amalgamate them with the Social Democratic parties. The Social Democratic leaders, who cannot plead ignorance of these attempts and intentions of the revisionists, have defined their stand and their tactics towards them in compliance with this. The Social Democratic leaders pursue the same twofold tactics towards the revisionists as the American imperialists and the Titoid clique do. On the one hand, they sing praises to them for their revisionist line of action, back them up and encourage them as allies in their betrayal, incite them against Marxism-Leninism and against all those that stand loyal to it. To meet the revisionists halfway and to throw dust in the eyes of the masses, certain social democratic leaders have, especially of late, started to speak in terms similar to those of the revisionists and to make statements in favor of peace, peaceful coexistence, and disarmament. They have somewhat changed their attitude towards the Soviet Union and towards the communists in their countries, and so on. This has, of course, nothing to do with any real, positive, basic change of the Social Democrats, but a mere change of attitude towards the revisionists for the above reasons. It is exactly this kind of change that the revisionists try, in a demagogical way, to hold out as an inclination to the left of the Social Democrats, in order to justify their transition to the right, to justify their own line of approach and collaboration with them. On the other hand, the Social Democratic leaders maintain a superior and haughty attitude towards the servile requests and appeals of the revisionists for approach and collaboration, and demand more and more concessions. And what do the Social Democrats demand? In the ideological field, they demand that the revisionists give up for good the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism, the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the role of leadership of the Communist Party, proletarian internationalism, and so on, not only in essence but also formally. In the field of politics, they demand further democratic 269 guarantees, toleration of many parties, consequently of bourgeois parties as well, and the distribution of power among them in socialist states, a change in the electoral system to allow lists of candidates including anti-socialist elements in them, etc. They demand, in other words, the liberalization of the socialist regime and its transformation into an ordinary bourgeois democracy. In the economic field, they demand abolition of the cooperative system in the countryside, of the old forms of organization and management of economy, in order to proceed towards alignment and wide and all-round collaboration of the socialist countries with the capitalist countries, and so on. In the field of international relations, they demand further and bigger concessions towards the imperialists in the name of preserving peace, renunciation of support for the revolutionary and national liberation movements, and even the sacrifice of the German Democratic Republic as a condition of establishing peace in Europe. Such are the demands put forward, for instance, by Spock, Guy Mollet and other social democratic leaders. These demands are as similar as 2 drops of water to those made to the revisionists by the imperialists, particularly the American imperialists through Eisenhower, Dulles, Kennedy, Johnson, and others. The Social Democratic leaders are convinced that the revisionists will continue to make further concessions, for this is an inevitable consequence of the traitorous line which the revisionists pursue. And facts go to prove more clearly as days go by that they are not mistaken in their calculations. In fact, having embarked on the road of degenerating the communist parties into social democratic parties headed by them, the revisionists are now attempting to make the next move to complete fusion with the social democratic parties. At the top of these efforts stands the revisionist Troika and Khrushchev's group, Tito's clique, and the revisionist leadership of the Italian Communist Party with P. Togliatti in the lead. A living example of how to proceed along this treacherous road is that of the leaders of the Italian Communist Party. P. Togliatti and 270 other revisionist leaders have imposed on the Italian Communist Party a line which is opportunist and reformist from top to bottom, a line that flagrantly deviates from the teachings and basic principles of Marxism-Leninism, a line which has replaced the class struggle, the revolution, and the dictatorship of the proletariat with the so-called Italian road to socialism through structural reforms within the framework of bourgeois democracy, of the bourgeois state above classes, of the bourgeois constitution. And this is not all. Proceeding along their anti-Marxist road, P. Togliatti and other revisionist leaders of the Italian Communist Party have long been trumpeting abroad the indispensability of changing the character, functions, and organizational structure of their party, allegedly to fit the major political exigencies lying before it and the transformations that have taken or are taking place in the economy, social and political structure of the country with the problems of the struggle for socialism in the advanced capitalist countries and so forth and so on. Just in what direction these changes will be made and what their objective is made clear by the document of the Central Committee of the Italian Communist Party for the National Conference on Organization published in the newspaper Unità dated January 9, 1964. In this document we read, "The essential exigency is to look for and adopt a system of new contacts and connections among all forces which accept a socialist policy and future in perspective so that the separation existing among the various organizations of the working class may be organically overcome and the basis for a single party may be laid." It is even said that in light of the struggle against monopolist development of the country in order to direct the latter towards socialist development, we should look into the problem of the relation and dialogue with the political, democratic Catholic movement, which is the other major force, whose support is essential in building a new society in Italy. These theses of the leadership of the Italian Communist Party are the continuation and further concretization of the opportunist views expressed long ago by P. Togliatti. At the meeting of the Central Committee of the Italian Communist Party on June 24, 1956, Togliatti said, "We can detect, as a matter of fact, 271. A drift towards socialism, a more or less clear trend towards economic reforms and transformations of the socialist type even in countries where the communist parties, far from taking part in the government, are not even a major force at times. This situation exists today and assumes special significance in those regions of the world which have been emancipated from colonialism only recently. But also in very advanced capitalist countries it may happen that the working class, in its majority, may vote for a non-communist party, and it cannot be excluded that in such countries even non-communist parties based on the working class, may express the urge coming from the working class for a drift towards socialism. Even where communist parties exist and are strong, there may exist side by side with them other parties which may have their basis in the working class and a socialist program. The tendency to bring about radical economic changes in a direction which, in general, is that of socialism, many after all come also from organizations and movements which do not call themselves socialist. What is new in the latest document of the Central Committee of the Italian Communist Party for the Conference on the Organization of the Party, lies in the fact that attempts are being made to pass from pseudo-theoretical considerations to practical steps to set up the so-called single organization of the working class, in other words the liquidation of the Communist Party as a revolutionary and independent vanguard of the working class. We have already had the occasion to point out that these views of the leaders of the Italian Communist Party are not at all original, but entirely the same as those of the Titoid renegades sanctioned in the program of the Yugoslav Communist League and already condemned unanimously by the international communist movement as profoundly anti-Marxist. It is in this revisionist program that we read, the view that communist parties own a monopoly in every line of development towards socialism, and that socialism is expressed by them, is theoretically incorrect and practically very harmful. We read there further. The Yugoslav Communist League considers it dogmatic to claim the absolute monopoly of the Communist Party over the political. 272. Power as a universal and perpetual principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of socialist construction. The unity of views of the Italian Communist Party leaders with those of the Titoid clique extends not only to this, but to their entire line of action. This revisionist unity was clearly expressed in the joint Tito-Togliatti communiqué signed in Belgrade on January 21 of this year, as well as in a leading article by Togliatti on his return from a visit to Yugoslavia. During this encounter in Yugoslavia, Togliatti and Tito did not keep it a secret that they talked about coordinating their joint activity in spreading the triumph of the new positive course in the communist movement, especially in Europe, and in overcoming the obstacles in the way of the unity of the workers and communist movement on the basis of this course. These talks pointed out again the special role which the leaders of the Italian Communist Party have assigned to themselves in the communist and workers' movement in Western Europe. Let us recall the theory of polycentralization, implying, of course, that one of the principal and most attractive centers of direction would certainly be the Italian Communist Party with Togliatti at the head. To achieve their end, the triumph of the new course, the degeneration of the communist parties, the revisionists with N. Khrushchev at the head, need, first and foremost, to break, subdue and set moving towards degeneration not only the Italian Communist Party, which Togliatti himself is zealously trying to do, but also the French Communist Party, as two major parties in Western Europe. It is precisely for this reason that the Trojan Troika N. Khrushchev's group, Tito's clique, and the revisionist leaders of the Italian Communist Party are exerting strong and all-round pressure on the French Communist Party by the right-wing socialist leaders under Guy Mollet as well as by the various revisionist elements in the ranks of the French Communist Party itself like Raymond Guyot and others. The French Communist Party is a party with revolutionary traditions. It has formerly made valuable contribution to the struggle against various anti-Marxist trends ranging from the right-wing socialists like Leon Blum and Guy Mollet to Tito's 273 clique of renegades. Now this criticism seems to have been suppressed either as a result of obedience to the conductor's baton or by the pressure on the part of revisionist elements who are bent on leading the French Communist Party towards the inglorious road of submission to anti-Marxist degeneration, to the line against which it fought. Let us take, for instance, the latest document of the leadership of the French Communist Party, the draft resolution for the 17th Congress of the party, which will be held in May this year. It is said therein that for the sake of unity and collaboration with the Socialist Party, the French Communist Party has done much and is willing to do more, to smooth the obstacles in the way of this collaboration, that it has given up the idea of a single party as an essential condition for transition to socialism. This idea, upheld by Stalin, constituted an abusive generalization of the specific circumstances under which the October Revolution came about. Later experience has proven that common objectives of the parties representing the working class of the cities and of the countryside, lead to an ever deeper unity for transition to socialism, for building socialist society. Here we come across a new major concession of principle which the French Communist Party is making to the Social Democrats. Through this very serious step the French revisionists are jeopardizing the very existence of the Communist Party, they are proceeding towards its liquidation, towards its complete fusion with Guy Mollet's Socialist Party. This is another clear proof of whither the modern revisionists are leading the communist parties. No wonder the big bourgeois newspaper Le Monde greets the statement with these words: "The Communist Party firmly rejects the idea of the single party." No matter how hard they may try to justify the step, how hard they may try to slander against Stalin, the revisionists of the French Communist Party will not succeed in covering up their betrayal, the plot they are hatching up to cause the degeneration of the French Communist Party into a social democratic one. J.V. Stalin, like all consistent Marxist-Leninists, has never denied the possibility of collaboration with other parties in taking over the reins of state and building socialism. He has never 274 universalized the special historical circumstances which determined the existence of a single party in the Soviet Union. It is an indisputable fact that it was precisely in Stalin's time that the communist parties in various countries of Europe and Asia collaborated for the first time with other parties, both during the revolution in order to ascend to power, as well as after the assumption of power, during the construction of socialism. But it is clear in the documents both of the leadership of the Italian Communist Party and of the French Communist Party, the question is not whether the Communist Party may or may not collaborate with other parties during the socialist revolution and during the construction of socialism. The question here is that for the sake of this collaboration these documents erase all distinction between the communist parties and other parties, they deny in fact the necessity of the leading role of the Communist Party armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism. J.V. Stalin however upheld just this idea, the idea of the leading role of the Communist Party, an idea which is not Stalin's alone, but a basic teaching of Marx, Engels, and Lenin emanating from the historic mission of the working class and from its Marxist-Leninist ideology which is the sole ideology of scientific socialism. This is clearly emphasized also in the 1957 Moscow Declaration in which we read, "The leadership of the masses by the working class, whose nucleus is the Marxist-Leninist Party, during the accomplishment of the revolution in this or other form, during the establishment of the dictatorship in this or other form is the general law of transition from capitalism to socialism." Time was when the leaders of the French Communist Party bitterly criticized the leaders of the Italian Communist Party because the latter placed the Communist Party on the same level with the other so-called workers' parties, advanced the necessity of the existence of many parties under socialism and denied the indispensability of the leading role of the Marxist-Leninist Party. Debating on these views of P. Togliatti and Co., the organ of the Central Committee of the French Communist Party, Cahiers de Communisme published in its January 1957 issue an article by the present member of the Political Bureau of the French Communist Party, Argorad, under the title, in collection with 275. The Italian Road to Socialism pointed out the denial of the radical distinction between the Communist Party and other so-called workers' parties permeated with the ideology of other classes, which, therefore, cannot fully represent true present and future interests of the working class, means, in fact, to place the Communist Party on a level with non-proletarian parties, to deny that there is only one scientific socialism which clearly determines the historic role of the working class, the tactics and the strategy, which enables it to carry out its mission, and to admit the possibility of a reformist way to socialism placed on a level with the revolutionary way. Cahiers de Communisme at the time likewise stressed that this means to slip into positions of Kardelj and other Yugoslav leaders, who have proclaimed the Scandinavian social democratic way as one of the possible forms towards socialism, thus erasing the radical distinction between scientific socialist ideology and social democratic ideology, which preaches reconciliation, class collaboration, and peaceful integration, in other words, denunciation of socialist aims. To deny the thesis on the role of leadership of the Communist Party as an essential condition of the transition to socialism, to place the Communist Party apart from other workers, socialist parties, as the modern revisionists do, means to sever all connections with true scientific socialism and true socialist ideology. It means to renounce the principles and program of the Communist Party and to join and fuse with the social democratic parties on the basis of their anti-Marxist program. And that's exactly what the revisionists are doing. There was a time when the French Communist Party did not agree with the treacherous, thoroughly revisionist line of the Italian Communist Party leaders with P. Togliatti in the lead. Are there today any divergences between the French Communist Party and the revisionist leaders of the Italian Communist Party? If there are, then why do they keep silent about it? Why did the French Communist Party find it so easy to attack the Communist Party of China and the Party of Labour of Albania and keep silent towards the Italian revisionists? If there are none, then why doesn't it say openly that it is d'accord with them and that it had been mistaken before? Or is it because the conductor's baton beats that tune? 276. To keep silent, to shut your eyes to the treacherous line and behavior of the revisionists, such an attitude is not only anti-Marxist but also dangerous. It causes serious damage not only to the Italian Communist Party, which must be helped to see where Togliatti's revisionism is leading it to, but also to the French Communist Party itself, to the entire communist movement. The revolutionary Marxist-Leninists are seriously alarmed at the catastrophe threatening the communist and workers' parties. They cannot nor should not keep their silence when a group of traitors try to lead the communist parties like the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Italian Communist Party, the French Communist Party and others into the abyss, but they should raise their voice to help the genuine communists, members of these parties, to see the danger clearly, to understand where their present revisionist leadership is leading them to, before it is too late. There was a time when the communist parties of France and Italy were set up at the congresses of Tours and Leghorn, as revolutionary proletarian parties of the new types, detaching themselves from the socialist parties of that time which had betrayed the interests of the working class and of socialism, and severing all connections with the opportunists and reformists of the 2ND International, adopting the Marxist-Leninist conditions and program of the Communist International. Now we are witnessing a reverse process. The line of demarcation set at the Tours and Leghorn congresses is being wiped out. The attempts of the modern revisionists to join up and fuse with those they had detached themselves from the treacherous social democratic leaders by making to them repeated concessions, by renouncing the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism, are becoming more and more evident. That is why the revolutionary communists of Italy and of France, as well as those of other countries, who are being threatened by the danger of revisionism, should rise up against these renegades. This is the only correct course to pursue. The attacks which the revisionist troika under Khrushchev's leadership are launching against the communist and workers' parties are very much like the treacherous acts of the Social Democrats of the Second International. That's why the Marxists should draw lessons from history, should pursue the revolutionary ways of former days in defense of the Marxist-Leninist Party, in 277. Defense of the Revolution. On the eve of the 17th Congress of the French Communist Party finds itself on the horns of a dilemma: will it continue to give blind obedience to the conductor's baton and allow the revisionist group in the leadership to plunge it definitely on the way of betrayal, or will it break the conductor's baton, correct its mistake, and return to the heroic revolutionary road of Marxism-Leninism? Many leaders of the French Communist Party have hurled insolent words and made impudent charges against the Party of Labour of Albania and its leadership. This we will not forget. Eventually, if not today, tomorrow, everything will be settled in a Marxist way. We are certain that those who have acted in this manner will eventually blush with shame. We are not indebted to the French Communist Party. Its leaders are indebted to the Party of Labour of Albania. Nevertheless, we sincerely call on the French Communist Party to turn to the way of revolution, before it is too late, for the good of the French people, of the French proletariat and of the international proletariat. There is its place. Those who correct their mistakes command the respect of others and enjoy the support of the communists and of all the progressive people of the world, while the traitors are loathed by everybody. They are looked down upon and mercilessly fought by all, as in the case of Khrushchev's group, Tito, Togliatti, and their loyal companions, against all the modern revisionists. A stop should be put to the treacherous acts of the revisionists. The communist parties should be protected. Through their political course and through all their practical activity, the modern revisionists, with traitor Khrushchev in the lead, have created a grave situation in many communist parties and in the international communist and workers' movement. They have wrecked the internal unity of certain parties in particular and of the movement in general, and are proceeding post-haste towards social democratic degeneration of the communist parties, are trying to lead the whole world communist movement onto an opportunist and traitorous path. This reminds one of that period when, as a result of the deviation of their leaders, the parties of the Second International strayed away from the 278 revolutionary path, renounced Marxism, plunged definitely into the mire of opportunism and reformism, degenerated into bourgeois parties of the working class. The betrayal of the parties of the Second International, which was expressed clearly especially during the First World War, when they crossed over openly to the social chauvinistic camp, met and it could help meet with the firm resistance of the revolutionary communists with Lenin at the head. The latter, though in the minority, expressing the true fundamental interests of the working class, of the laboring masses, waged a bitter struggle of principle for years on end to unmask the traitorous leaders of the Second International, to expose the opportunism and reformism of the parties of this international, in defense of proletarian internationalism and Marxism, for the purpose of setting up new revolutionary parties of the working class. It is impossible, v.i. Lenin wrote at that time, to carry out the tasks of socialism at present. It is impossible to achieve true internationalist unity of workers, without a through break with opportunism, without explaining to the masses the inevitability of its failure. Speaking of this struggle of Lenin, J.V. Stalin has written, every Bolshevik, if he or she is a real Bolshevik, knows Lenin pursued the line of separation, of breaking with the opportunists in the Social Democratic Party of Russia, as well as in the Second International, especially in the German Social Democracy, long before the war, approximately beginning with 1903 and 1904, when the Bolshevik group was formed in Russia and when leftist elements appeared for the first time in German social democracy. Stalin, Works, Albanian edition, Volume 13, p. 83. The firm struggle of principle by Lenin and other revolutionary communists to smash the opportunists and traitors of the Second International ideologically and politically, led to further major victories of Marxism-Leninism and of the world revolutionary movement. It was crowned with the triumph of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia, with the setting up of new revolutionary parties of the new type, and with the failure of the Second International and its replacement by the Third Communist. 279. International. Today too the betrayal of the modern revisionists, who have departed for good from Marxism-Leninism, from the principles of the Revolutionary Proletarian Party and from the vital interests of the revolutionary proletariat and of the broad masses of workers, has met, and could not help meet with the firm resistance and struggle of principle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and of revolutionary communists. This is a battle of major historical significance, a battle which concerns the future of the world revolutionary and liberation movement, a battle in defense of Marxism-Leninism, against revisionism, in defense of proletarian internationalism against nationalism and chauvinism, in defense of the socialist order against liberal bourgeois degeneracy, in defense of the revolutionary communist parties against social democratic degeneration, in defense of the Marxist-Leninist unity of the communist parties, of the international communist movement and of the socialist camp, against revisionist splitters. Just as the classic writers of Marxism-Leninism and the experience of the communist movement teaches us, the only right way to respond to the challenge of the revisionists is to muster all the efforts of the Marxist-Leninists for a determined uncompromising struggle against the revisionist renegades. The blows and pressures of the revisionists, foreign and internal, cannot be warded off by pursuing a vacillating centrist line, nor by preoccupying ourselves with maintaining a false and formal unity alone. The party cannot be rescued by sobs and sighs, nor should it be sacrificed for the sake of saving the prestige of anyone, at a time when this prestige is being unscrupulously utilized to bury the great cause of the working class and of socialism. And Khrushchev's group has led the leaders of many communist parties into a blind alley. He has urged them to ignore the revolutionary past of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and of their own parties. Through false slanders against Stalin, he has put the old revolutionary leaders who have a brilliant past to their credit, in an embarrassing position. Many of them fell a victim to Khrushchev's line of peace and coexistence, which has now been clearly proved to be an anti-Leninist line, a line of 280. Getting closer to and collaborating with the enemies of peace and socialism, the imperialists. The tragic thing about some of them is that although they have got wise to a number of things, although they see that the line of Khrushchev's group is a revisionist line fraught with errors, nevertheless they do not find enough Marxist courage to tell themselves, halt. They do not conduct themselves towards this matter as it befits them, as revolutionary Marxist-Leninists. They try to save the party in the revisionist line which is mortal to it. They try feebly to justify this road, of which they nurture doubts and are not in complete agreement, sometimes even talking in narrow circles about differences they have with Khrushchev. But that's all they do, they go no further, they do not take heart and bring these matters up for discussion in their parties in a Marxist-Leninist way. They agree to taking up and discussing materials sent to them by Khrushchev, but they are afraid to discuss in their party documents and written materials of other parties. A big struggle takes place in their innermost conscience. Khrushchev's group too, are at work. They have won over many adherents in the leadership of many other parties, who exert pressure, blackmail and other maneuvers to subject their parties to the conductor's baton. Following in Khrushchev's tracks, many Communist Party leaders have entered into a blind ally with their political stand. It is of course right to ward off the danger that comes to world peace from Western German militarism and from the imperialist Bonn Paris axis, but it is altogether incorrect and anti-Marxist to give up the struggle against imperialism, which is the main force of war and aggression, the bastion of world reaction, the greatest international gendarme and exploiter, the greatest enemy of the peoples of the world, as the 1960 Moscow Declaration has called it, under this pretext. It is correct and Marxist to fight against personal power and its consequences, but it is altogether anti-Marxist to follow blindly Khrushchev's pro-American policy and not to take advantage of the split that is becoming ever deeper in the imperialist camp. We know why this attitude is maintained. Of course, the bandmaster has struck that tune. But eventually, if this conductory flirts with personal power for the adventuresome, anti-Marxist intentions, what will happen? Or is the bandmaster training other musicians to open the 281 way to new adventures? The revisionist camp is in a critical situation. Its ship has split, water is gushing in and it is foundering. Khrushchev's group are trying their best to avert the catastrophe. To sidetrack further exposure, they are raising a hue and cry about stopping polemics which they themselves started and why they formerly considered fully justifiable, necessary and Leninist. But under present conditions, to stop polemics would mean to every true Marxist and revolutionary to join with the traitors, to create facilities for them to distort and destroy Marxism-Leninism. In his attempt to mislead people, and Khrushchev swears by unity. But the true revolutionaries and consistent communists will not be deceived by adventurers, demagogues, and splitters. Revolutionary communists observe with fidelity great Lenin's teachings, which say, unity is a great issue and a major slogan. But the cause of the workers demands unity of Marxists, not unity of Marxists with opponents and those who distort Marxism. Lenin, Works, Volume 20, p. 211, Russian edition. Now it has become clear that N. Khrushchev and his group represent just these opponents and distorters of Marxism in the present communist movement. N. Khrushchev, on his part, continues title work splitting by diverse forms, through regional meetings, bipartite powwows, dictating new instructions and tasks with a view to compromising and leading over parties and their leaders further ahead towards revisionism and betrayal. It is high time for everyone to stop and think, not to obey the conductor's baton, to offer resistance to the traitors in order to defend Marxism-Leninism, the socialist camp and the Soviet Union, in order to defend the great revolutionary cause of the working class. It behooves all communists to muster all efforts and fight the imperialists headed by the American imperialists. And the struggle against modern revisionism is a constituent part of the struggle against imperialism, for it is the offspring and ally of imperialism, the manifestation in theory and practice of bourgeois ideology, imperialism's Trojan horse in the socialist camp and the international communist movement. Great Lenin's words sound more contemporary than ever today when he said that without waging a firm and consistent struggle against 282 opportunism and revisionism, no successful struggle can be waged against imperialism. Without exposing and smashing revisionism, no revolution can be effected, no socialism and no communism can be upheld and successfully built. We are fully confident that, just as in the past, the present fight against modern revisionists, headed by N. Khrushchev's group, will be crowned with the further success of Marxism-Leninism, of socialism, and of the international revolutionary movement. The revisionists will not succeed in the turning historical revolutionary process backwards. We are witnesses to the fact that the revisionists are being more and more exposed and discredited in their own countries as well as in the international communist movement. They are meeting with defeat after defeat, while the ranks of the parties loyal to Marxism-Leninism and those of the revolutionary communists are increasing and becoming stronger, their fight against the modern revisionists more and more intensive. The complete defeat of revisionism and the triumph of Marxism-Leninism are inevitable. 283. Should serve to temper people with class consciousness for the construction of socialism. Closing speech at 15th plenum of the CC of the PLA 1 October 26, 1965. Dear comrades, I was in two minds whether or not to speak at this meeting, and the cause of this hesitation was that the report of the Political Bureau delivered by Comrade Ramaz Alia, as well as the very good and mobilizing contributions of the comrades, have analyzed the major problems with which we are concerned today, have examined in an all-sided way and subjected them to a profound Marxist-Leninist analysis. Hence, in view of what has already been said, what I am going to say will not be of any special importance. However, allow me to re-emphasize some of the ideal that were expressed either in the report or in the discussion. In one of his writings Marx says, "We are not going to come out before the world as doctrinaires with a new ready-made creed, here is the truth, fall on your knees before it. We are developing new principles for the world, which we draw from its existing principles. We do not say to the world, stop the struggle, all struggle is in vain, we provide it with the true slogan of the struggle. We are simply showing the world the real reasons it is fighting for, whereas consciousness is something that the world has to gain, regardless of whether or not it wants this." These words of Marx should inspire us also in the development of literature, the arts, and culture in general. It is not consciousness that determines being, but it is being that determines consciousness. Looking at the question from this Marxist-Leninist angle, we can understand the magnitude, variety, as well as the difficulties of the leading role of the party in the tempering of consciousness as a direct derivative of the struggle and the efforts of our people. From this stems the great role which literature and the arts should play in the inculcation and development of this consciousness, closely linked with the period we are going through, with the efforts, the struggles for the construction of socialism, with the struggle on a world scale against imperialism, the bourgeois ideology and its variant, modern revisionism, etc. The consciousness of man and that of society is not something petrified, unchanging, formed and developed once and for all. It undergoes positive and negative changes, it alters in accord with the material economic forces, with the class struggle, the revolutionary situations, the relations between the antagonistic and non-antagonistic classes, with the ideas which inspire the class struggle, the revolution, and so on. We say class consciousness, proletarian consciousness, bourgeois consciousness, capitalist consciousness, we say, he has a clear conscience or a troubled and heavy conscience, and so on. This means that in life and struggle people do not display a standard consciousness. Consciousness reflects different world outlooks, which derive from the developing economic situation. But there is more to it than this, although, as Engels says, this is the main thing, the decisive thing that opens the way. It is also dependent on other social factors and on the superstructure of every economic system, because, on the basis of dialectical and historical materialism, the prevailing ideas in one or another country, in one or another historical epoch, are those of the ruling class. Both the feudal class and the bourgeoisie have each tried to proclaim the universality of their ideas, to create, to mold the consciousness of their class, in order to prop up and perpetuate their state power. However, at the same time, their economic system, their reactionary ideology, their class consciousness also created their gravedigger the proletariat, with its proletarian ideology, with its proletarian consciousness, with its social economic system socialism, with its science of the vanguard, of revolutions, the class struggle, and with its own ideological and political superstructure. Socialism has transcended the borders of one single state. 285. The imperialist bourgeois system is heading for its demise. Marxism-Leninism is enlightening, inspiring, and leading mankind to revolution, to socialism and communism. By going through struggles and revolutions. Today our Albania has become a socialist state, where the working class is in power, where our Marxist-Leninist party is successfully and unfalteringly guiding the future of the people towards socialism and communism. In such conditions the tasks of the party, and those of literature and the arts in particular, in tempering the people with working class consciousness, with the morality of the working class, in order to go ahead successfully with the construction of socialism, are glorious, but by no means simple. If we do not examine the developments taking place in our country from the unerring angle of Marxism-Leninism, as the party teaches us, if in our analysis and interpretation of these processes we are not guided by the compass of Marxism-Leninism which the party has put in our hands, not only will we make mistakes in our judgment of things, but the changes and progress will be made more slowly and with greater difficulty. Albania embarked in the road of the construction of socialism after a long process, after many efforts, revolutions, struggles with the external and internal enemies, a process which has its roots deep in the ancient history of the people, economic processes, economic struggles, processes, political struggles, processes of ideas struggles, literary processes, literary political struggles, etc. All these processes tempered the Albanian people, armed them to resist the enemies, to fight them, to fight the feudals, the bourgeoisie, reaction, fascism, and finally, to take state power into their own hands. The thinking of our people advanced, their patriotic, political, and moral consciousness was awoken and underwent positive tempering. Herein lies the key to the victories of the party, herein lies its mastery, in that it knew how to reckon with these things in their revolutionary dynamism and development. But it would be a mistake to think that after every process, 286, and every victory, the past and especially the old wood outlook, which is expressed in customs and prejudices, are wiped out at once, completely, and without any danger of their returning. It would be naive to think that the old retrogressive world outlook and prejudices in the consciousness of men, in the mode of working and thinking, in the way of life, would be wiped out automatically, parallel with the economic and political transformations which make the greatest and most rapid strides forward. Nevertheless, it must be understood correctly that the new revolutionary men have not fallen from the heavens, but have been prepared in the new economic and political conditions. Hence the material basis for such a transformation exists, and the ideology of the party that inspires them also exists. We must push this basis forward, and from it we must fight the shortcomings, mistakes, the remnants and impediments from the not too distant past, which show up in one way or another in the people's consciousness and their daily struggle. Thus, under the leadership of the party, the energies of the entire people should be mobilized for this struggle, for the new life, for a better, more bountiful and more beautiful life and future. I want to turn to the concrete reality and to emphasize with what a sacred duty and a heavy burden of responsibility our party and people have charged you writers, poets, artists, composers, painters, sculptors, etc. Like everyone else, you, too, must carry out these tasks conscientiously, with your struggle and toil. Your valuable and delicate work must be inspired by the Marxist-Leninist ideology, because only in this way and by basing yourselves on the people, on their struggle and efforts, will your militant and revolutionary spirit display itself and burst out in your creative works and activity, and thus you will become educators of the masses who accomplish great works. The work is extending, the level of the masses is rising, their demands are increasing in quantity, quality, and range, therefore the party and you, all of us, are faced with heavy collective and individual tasks, and we must make great efforts to fulfill them. 287. If we advance with the people, live and struggle together with them, if we know how to make good and proper use of the numerous material and moral means that the party and the people's state power have put at our disposal, the literature and the arts in our country will continue to advance with great and unprecedented vigor. Among the people we should find our inspiration, the notes of the song, the rhythm of the dance, the purity of the language, the tempo of work, the inspiration to creative work, the example of heroism and sacrifice, the lofty virtues of the people's modesty, of the people's justice, and so on and so forth. The basis of creative activity in the arts and literature, as in everything else, should be the people. Whether to build a colossal hydropower station on a big river to provide the people with light and to make the river irrigate the fields and create prosperity for the people, or to allow it to flow how and where it will, to create ponds and marshes, or to flood the wheat fields, depends on us, on people. Of course, the party has followed the former road and has done great things. But it is known that the building of our hydropower stations, and the draining and irrigation of our land, at one time either marshy or parched, are by no means mere fantasy, nor have they been created by our people merely with dreams and imagination. These people, once ignorant and today learned, have tramped all over the country, have worked and lived in water and mud, with mosquitoes eating them. Others have laid down their lives while working to build the dams, just as in our beautiful legends about the building of bridges and castles. Hence, when the party advises our people, and particularly the writers and artists, that they must equip themselves with broad culture, must learn Marxism-Leninism, must go to the people and work in their midst, become inspired and create there, this is a decisive issue. The work should be conceived in close connection with the aim and the reality. And this reality is at the base, not within the four walls of your study, nor is it the brainchild of some mountaintop god. The head adapts, harmonizes and beautifies it from every aspect. There are some who think, and think mistakenly, that by 288. Making a flying visit to the base, by sitting in a cafe, cigarette in hand, in order to see the various types whom they want to put in their work passing in the street, or who think that by walking through some factory or plant, they have gathered the necessary material and go home, where they start to write superficially, and sometimes entirely back to front, about those things and people that they photographed in passing. Thus the world of such a person is restricted by the narrow petty bourgeois concept of the role of the writer, and he thinks that his head is capable of doing great things. But can it be said that the engineers of the hydropower stations or those who drain the marshes do not work with their heads, and that the writers alone have this privilege? No. But the engineer, quite correctly, works with the people, studies the environment, the nature, draws plans, checks them again with the people, with the best experience of others, encounters difficulties, struggles with them till he overcomes them. But should not our writer and artist work in this way, too? Then why do we have to point this out to him so many times? Fortunately, we do not have to point this out to all, but there are some to whom it is necessary to mention it, because such individuals not only lack any correct concept of work among the people and with the people, but are the only ones and the very first to make claims for themselves. Many people have an inclination to be a writer or poet, but not all of them can become writers and poets. To be a writer or a poet does not mean just to have an inclination, to link phrases imaginatively or to create rhyming or non-rhyming verses. It is not sufficient just to have gone through a special school, where you have learned the art and technique of this skill. No. I think that this is not enough. You cannot become a real writer simply because you have talent, if you do not develop this talent. This means, by learning, if you do not work on it, test it, and hammer it into shape on the great anvil of the people, and if you do not study a great deal, and first of all, the social and economic sciences. Only in this way will the writers provide the working class and the peasantry with worthwhile works. 289. I said that the writers and artists should study science, but they may ask, where will we find these scientific works to study? In our country not everything is prepared and ready to hand. Many things are prepared, well or with mistakes, others have to be studied and written, have to be studied even while preparing your novel. There are many facts and documents in existence, not only of our national liberation war and the construction of socialism but also of pre-liberation times. However, these have to be searched out, studied and exploited by all, and not by the method of fantasy, but scientifically. You must not say lightly, I have experienced these things, so I know them and do not need to refer to the documents, or my grandmother told me these things as we sat around the fireplace and I can write about the life of our people in the past from my own imagination. Such a work cannot be considered serious. A serious work is one which deals competently, in a scientific way, with all aspects of the particular problem, which carries the problems through to the end, which analyzes the process correctly and in a realistic manner, makes it completely understandable, and brings out properly, along with their good and negative aspects, the circumstances that brought this process about, the role of the main operative forces and actors of this process. Then the work becomes vivid, educational, arouses enthusiasm and opens perspectives. The heroes also come out as living people and fight, not with the moon, but with reality, with the difficulties of life. The range of themes is extremely wide, extremely inspiring to those who want and know how to write and create. The themes are just as numerous, with as great a variety as our life, as the struggle and efforts of our party and people. I do not want to repeat anything of what was said in the report delivered by Comrade Ramez in regard to the range of themes and our objective of tempering the new man of the new socialist Albania, of inspiring him with the heroism of the national liberation war, with the heroism and the sacrifices of the people and the party, with the ideas of the partisans, with their aspirations and dreams, in order to inspire and educate him with the rich, exalting, living reality of the construction of socialism in our country, this period which is one of the most brilliant in the 290 history of our people. Beautiful works have been written about these periods, and an endless series of hundreds of others will be written, which will perpetuate the majestic work of the party and the people. The main stress should be put here. The men of the new Albania, who under the party's leadership, in the course of their work and struggle are performing miracles, should experience this reality intensively, should understand it properly, in order to go armed into the coming battles. Which will no doubt be difficult. And which will certainly be won by our people. These two periods are an inexhaustible source for our writers and artists, they are the great base of inspiration, and I shall say no more about this. However, I want to re-emphasize the importance which the past epochs of our people have for our literature and arts. I am thinking, especially, of the Romantic epoch of the Renaissance, without going back to ancient history. The history of our people is an indivisible whole. For purposes of study we may divide it into periods, epochs, on the basis of economic social development, on the basis of wars and revolutions with arms and pen, etc., but the history of our people is a single whole, and as such it should be made the subject of an all-sided scientific, literary, artistic study by all our people of all fields of creative historical and literary studies, and these should complement one another. The history of our people must be a subject for study not just by historians, but also by economists, lawyers, philosophers, sociologists, ethnographers, linguists, composers, writers, painters, sculptors, architects, critics in various fields, etc., etc. Without all-sided, detailed, careful work, unearthing every document, every legend, every custom, while studying and interpreting them correctly, in their dialectical materialist development, we are not going to have the literary works we need. These broad fields of the history of our people are not separated by walls, which require that the jurist, for example, should do his work first so that the writer can then take over and base himself on this. Let us take a concrete example. Suppose I am a writer and 291. Have in my head a theme about the pre-liberation period of Albania. There are two ways I can choose, either to indulge in fantasy, simply relying on what I have heard from my mother or grandmother about the sufferings, struggle, and efforts of our people, or to take these things into account while making concrete studies. Where should I carry out these studies? First, among the people are the greatest book, even greater than grandmothers, then in the archival documents of the regime of that time. Do they exist? Yes, they do, but they are covered in dust. These documents are the shame of the tyrannical regime of Zog, but there you find reflected the struggle, the grievances, the law court records of our people, you find reflected there the political, economic, and social situation, the oppressive measures, the usury, the plunder, the brutality of the regime, etc., etc. How can a writer fail to make use of them? How can he wait till the jurists carry out and complete their studies? The writer ought to knead the dough with his own hands, otherwise he has chosen the easiest, but least fruitful way. With this I want to bring to our writers' attention that there is a gap in our pre-liberation literature for the reasons we know. It falls to us to fill this gap, to cover it with realist works, which will bring out the continuity of the life, the struggle, the work, and thinking of the Albanian people even in those dark periods of their existence. If we fail to do this, we shall be making a mistake, and the coming generations, who have not lived in that period, will not know the past of our country and people properly, and will not treasure the efforts of our people and party to mount the difficult steps one by one, as they ought to. But there is an important question we should always bear in mind. That the emphasis laid in the values of the past of our people should not create even the slightest confusion in the minds of the people of our time of socialism. It is our duty to cleanse the treasures of our national culture of their bad aspects, and these treasures should serve the socialist order we are building. We should bring out very clearly those things which help and not those which hinder the development of our society today. The aim of the party is to create new values. Our revolution demands new heroes appropriate to the time, the efforts, and the aims of our 292 period. Not all the deeds and attitudes of the heroes of our people's past are in conformity with the requirements and ideals of the people of our epoch. There is also another reason. We carried out the revolution, now we are building socialism, but the past, in various forms, is a burden on our backs. In order to combat the negative consequences of the past, we have to explain to the younger generation the origin, the reasons that caused the development of these things. Our fathers and our generation have experienced those situations, but the others have not. However, in this direction the page is not entirely blank. Some valuable novels have been written about pre-liberation times. The novels of the epoch of socialism, too, can speak about the past. We must not neglect these periods and must enrich our literature and arts. Literature and the arts reflect the existing social relations. This is true of all periods, from Homer and the Greek society of that time to capitalism, from the Enlighteners to Gorky, Mayakovsky, and the Great October Revolution. Our new literature and arts, national in form and socialist in content, follow this course, too. Many beautiful, realist works have been produced by our people. When you read them, hear them, or see them, you are seeing and feeling the pulse of the life and struggle of our people. The talent of our writers and artists is developing successfully and advancing with their efforts to learn, to study, and to link themselves with the people. A great inspiration is urging onward a new generation of wonderful writers and artists, who are winning renown and becoming dear to the people. Our party, through its work and maternal care, must protect, educate and encourage these young people with all its means. We must encourage the new talents. To do otherwise would be a mistake, but without checking their impetus, we must educate the new talents in a correct way. We must teach them not to become conceited over a couple of poems they have written. Let me tell you something that happened. Some years ago, in the paper of a house of culture, I read some simple poems. 293. By a young girl, a teacher. I said to myself, her verses are not without an idea. I lost sight of her, but some months ago I received a letter from her, the tone of which seemed to me very brash and arrogant in regard of the publishing house and the people of education, who do not publish her works allegedly because of jealousy, and so on. Well, I thought, youth is youth, and we can forgive its impetuosity, and I advised the comrades to keep close to her, to make things clear to her and help her. Later I received another letter from her, full of anger and arrogance in regard to our publishing organs. In a word, she is just about demanding that they put up a statue to her. Such things are not good, but, after all, she is a young girl and we should be indulgent, but I want to tell of another instance, this time about an elderly man, who was in the war and has written some verses to the rifle. They are some 3 separate poems without any great value, but the publishing house has published them in a booklet of 8 or 10 pages. Somebody made a serious criticism of it. Apparently this friend considered his poetical rifle insulted by this criticism and wrote to the Central Committee that measures should be taken against the critic, who, he claims, made this criticism out of spite, because listen. When he was my student, I gave him a bad mark for his composition. From these and other examples of this kind it should be understood that to write for the people and publish for the people is one of the most serious and delicate things. Those who write should keep in mind Marx's idea when he said to Engels, "Nothing has been, or ever will be, published from my hand that is not perfect." But there has only been one Marx. However, we should feel that when we set about writing for the people we are doing a great service, but the people want us to be modest. We should also understand that the party and the state have set up the printing houses and the press, not to publish any rubbish somebody chooses to produce, even though he may be an old writer who has produced good stuff in the past, but has now run out of ideas and produces worthless things. Everything should be examined with a critical eye by the critics. The 294. Publishing houses and other enterprises, without bias, because, unfortunately, there are cases of bias. The party and the organs of state power should be vigilant. I am of the opinion that we should not wait for masterpieces to be turned out, and then print, by no means, because we would soon run out, but neither should the press be used by a few people, and fortunately there are not many of them, for their own financial profit, or to spread ideological confusion or valueless works. There are such petty bourgeois elements, who push themselves into the limelight, who with their ill-formed or petty bourgeois ideological and political baggage, distort the ideas of the proletariat. Engels severely criticized Karl Liebknecht for having allowed such people to penetrate into the party and its press. We should not think that we have escaped such unhealthy elements. These we must cure in a correct way and not by patting them on the back. Marx said. Of course, the writer must earn money to live and write, but in no instance should he live and write to earn money too. And we should not think that we have escaped these unhealthy elements, either. These, too, we must cure and teach how to go straight. The party's policy in the field of art and literature has been and is clear to everybody. It will always give powerful support to the good works, the correctly inspired works, those that educate, mobilize, and open perspectives. Mistakes are made and will be made, as happens with every work. They should be corrected, criticism should be constructive and not denigrating, and he who is criticized should respond, not with petty bourgeois pride, which keeps all its sins to itself, but with an open heart. With those who are confused in their works from the ideological, political, and artistic point of view, in content or in form, it is the duty of the party to correct them with patience. I agree with the criticisms, which were made in a correct spirit and with good aims, about 2 or 3 plays and some works of prose. 2 Ibid, 76. 295. Or poetry. I know that their authors have honestly admitted their mistakes and I am sure that they will not repeat them. I am convinced of this because they are sons of the party, in whom the party has confidence, because they are talented writers, determined to serve their people and the road of the construction of socialist society and socialist culture, and their mistakes can be considered momentary ones. The party will alter them, will extend its hand to them, as always. But when it happens that it pleases someone to produce mistaken things, in bad taste, which nobody needs, he has no reason to complain about the party, it will neither publish nor sell them. Let whoever so desires go on producing for his own bookshelf, and we shall not disturb him so long as he does not become socially dangerous. In regard to literature and the arts which are developing in our country, as in regard to the other issues, there are not 2 moralities, but only one, the proletarian morality of the working class. The ideas expressed in the works should conform to this morality. A work devoid of ideas and of this morality may occasionally appear to be of some limited interest from the viewpoint of its artistic skill, but from the social ideological viewpoint it cannot have any value. Therefore we should always bear in mind that the maintenance of a stand in literature and the arts is part of the political struggle waged by our Marxist-Leninist party, in complete unity of thought and action with its people. In the report and the discussion of it, there were many correct things said about folk music and folklore. I am not going to enlarge on these important problems and the principles guiding us in our work, but I shall underline some ideas. Folklore should not be identified narrowly with folk music. Folklore is not only folk music, music is only one of the expressions or manifestations of folklore. Folklore covers a very wide range, as wide as the life of the people. Folklore is the song, the lahuda, 3 the pipe, the drum, the folk songs of Liberia, Myzik, Devil, Dibra, Shkadra, etc. On the other hand, neither the popular satire, verse, or fables, nor the weddings, mournings, joys, or sorrows, nor the multicolored costumes with all their variations in cut and style, the popular handicraft with its national flavor, can be divorced from folklore, any more than the customs, the written and unwritten laws, etc., etc. can be divorced from it. In my opinion, if we fail to understand the problem in this way, if we destroy its basis, do what we may to preserve our folk music, we shall not achieve this. In order to preserve our folk music, the basis for it, or the main parts of this basis, must be preserved. The improvement of folk music should proceed parallel with the improvement of the basis for it. To put it more concretely, we know how all our great folklore has been developed and enriched. Whole books should begin to be written about it, for this is a priceless asset. We have set up a folklore institute and think that everything has been done. The institute is working, but rarely does anyone go there to make a thorough study of those valuable things it has collected, not to mention the music and art schools, whose programs, if I am not mistaken, deal very little with our folklore but almost entirely with classical and modern music. What occurs in the majority of cases? The banal verses of some poets, to whom an article of the Zeri Popolit gave a well-deserved thrashing, are preferred by our musicians, and around them they compose their music. If someone were to tell these musicians to have a look at the popular verses of Uncle Salim from Braidage, they might smile ironically and even deride him, saying, "He is not in his senses." But the people themselves have put the verses of the Uncle Salims to music and have been singing them for centuries, those verses which you boast about in principle, but which you scorn in reality. There is inconsistency here, you say one thing and do another. With this I do not mean that you should not write beautiful new verses and set them to music. Let us take the question of musical instruments. On the one hand there is talk about the beauty, the variety of folk music, on the other the houses of culture are filled with accordions, guitars, mandolins, whereas you will find few of the pipes, clarinets, tambourines, drums, lahudas, bagpipes etc. with which the people have sung and which are a great foundation for our folk. 297. Music in the houses of culture, and especially among the people. I am not in the least against new instruments and the best of the new music. On the contrary, but I am also for the old instruments, for producing and spreading them among the people, because through the centuries the people have sung with them about their joys and sorrows, the struggle they have waged, and they want to sing with them and will continue to do so. Such an incorrect action has brought its own consequences. The new instruments have spread the modern songs, to which I am not opposed, but willy-nilly, there is a danger that they will gradually take the place of the folk songs, and this would be a great mistake. They have led to the spreading of European dances, to which I am not opposed if they are kept in proportion, but we must not eliminate the folk dances, because this, too, would be a great mistake. We teach the people who graduate from the schools, whom we send to the houses and centers of culture, to organize modern choirs and a number of standard things, but they are not taught to inspire the workers to sing folk songs, either when they are alone, or when they are at work, to put their heads together and sing in pairs, as is the custom with our people. Indeed, they forget that the people love to sing, that they do sing, because their life, their traditions and customs demand it. The folk songs and dances go well and in unity with the jokes, the marvelous humor and the costumes. But, little by little, we are eliminating them, forgetting the jokes and popular humor, displaying these costumes in museums, and what is worse, we are doing this in an administrative way, through orders and campaigns. I am not referring to either the baggy Turkish trousers, which are not national and should be put away in museums or at the bottom of clothes chests, or the ugly woolen breeches worn by women in some districts. The party has been right to say that money should not be spent uselessly on folk costumes, that people should go to work in plain clothes. But what harm does it do us if a girl wishes to dress in a beautiful national costume when she marries, or a man from Dibra wants to wear a pair of the traditional trousers? This does no harm, on the contrary, it is all to the good, because it helps. 298. Preserve our traditions. We are not ashamed of our national costumes. On the contrary, we are proud of them, and they are beautiful. But he will spend a lot of money, they say. That is his business. Let him reckon up his own budget. After all, why should we interfere? The party's advice is that there should not be great useless expenditure on funerals, weddings, dowries and other such manifestations of life. This instruction is correct, but in many cases it is understood and applied wrongly. One may ask, what connection has this with folklore? It has a great deal to do with it, because our folklore and our customs have been developed and enriched during these important events in the life of men. There are also some bad customs that come under this heading, and the party has issued instructions that they must be eliminated, but not to prohibit the fine customs of the people. To advise someone not to involve himself in heavy expenditure when his son gets married is correct, but to instruct him how many people to invite, or advise him not to invite some friends and relatives to sing, dance and enjoy themselves is a mistake. To combat the idea of a dowry for a daughter, as it was understood and practiced in the past, is absolutely right, and this fight must be continued, but it is wrong to prohibit a parent from seeing to it that his daughter has some clothes, a bed, and some other things. But in this latter instance, when such a fuss is made about these things that every girl feels she has to bring her husband a dowry, or otherwise he will not marry her, as actually occurred in an ugly incident in Korka, this must be combated. But how can we fight these evils among the many fine customs of our people? With administrative measures? No. They must be fought through educative work, good examples, and well-considered actions towards various manifestations in life. These evils can be combated through our many-sided folklore itself. The people have a great deal of humor in their songs, they make many pointed and witty jokes which make you laugh, but educate you, too. The variety shows can do a great deal in this direction. The institutions and the works they perform must be of the people and for the people, express the struggle of the people for the construction of socialism, their finest and purest sentiments. 299. And aspirations, must follow the efforts of the people step by step, inspire them correctly, open up new perspectives and be in the vanguard. If our institutions are to achieve this, the authors and actors must live with the people and with the line of the party, must know and feel the problems of the people, their joys and sorrows, their victories and defeats. This reality can be neither written nor expressed on the stage on the basis of formal lessons alone. The school teaches actors, musicians, etc. a great deal, but life, with its toil and struggle, teaches them other, very valuable and inspiring things. The play, the author, the director give the actors their instructions, but neither the author nor the best director can teach them what the life of the people, their feelings and experience teach them. Life and the revolutionary struggle full of the vigor and enthusiasm of the people and the party are the most talented authors and directors there can be. However talented the artists and the writers may be, I would never use the bourgeois term stars. No, compared with the talent and the creative skill of our people they can never be stars. Therefore, if these stars lose contact with the earth, they lose all their brilliance. The repertoires of our opera and ballet theaters should be simple and understandable to the people. This does not mean that they should be banal and devoid of ideas. In a simple presentation the ideas are expressed more clearly and fluently, like the clear waters of a mountain stream. A complicated, intricate and exaggerated presentation, in most cases, hides unclear, equivocal ideas. The people need clear ideas, not obscure ones, therefore, the party will support the former and not the latter. In our musical and theatrical works the people should be presented in struggle and in work, just as they are, with their noble sentiments, their heroic character, their modesty, their fine qualities and their shortcomings, and these shortcomings should be pointed out because they must be corrected, but they should not be presented for purposes of denigration or disparagement or for 300. The sake of some evil decadent, revisionist theories, by means of which a few aesthetes do not fail to brag and beat the air in order to show how learned, profound and talented they are or in what an allegedly independent spirit they go about their creative work. To imagine, invent. To conjure up, even with the greatest skill, non-existent situations, unreal characters and types, out of a possibly fertile though unhealthy imagination inspired either by excessive reading of foreign dramatists, without any sort of critical attitude or Marxist-Leninist dialectical method, or by pseudo-progressive, or Freudian philosophical trends, are things which our people do not like, which the party will not permit and will combat as harmful to the people's culture. The wrong outlook of some authors that everything they write should be put on the stage without delay, should be rejected. The good ones will certainly be put on the stage, while the rotten ones will be thrown into the waste paper basket. Spiritual food is far more delicate than physical food, that is to say, good, fresh meat is eaten, stinking meat is thrown out. The theater, the ballet, the variety shows, the opera cannot be at the service of those who are sick in the head, but of those whose heads are in order and whose hearts beat in unison with the heart of the people. The overwhelming majority of the repertoires should comprise popular, revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist Albanian subjects. Foreign pieces should be somewhat less and be subjected to the most careful selection, not on account of xenophobia, because we know that xenophobia will undoubtedly lead to self-isolation and conceit. In no way should we cut ourselves off from the best of the world repertoire, but however good it may be, it cannot be understood except by a limited section of intellectuals of extensive culture. The masses do not understand it properly and do not enjoy it, or else we make them dream outside their objective reality, if during the performance, a critical dialectical attitude is not maintained and the stress is not put on its positive aspects. Some may say, but we must make our people acquainted. 301. With foreign reality and the finest foreign creative works, too. This is indispensable. I am in complete agreement and do not reject this idea. Therefore I say that our people should be given a taste of this healthy dish, but it should be only one among many healthy and delicious dishes from the Albanian cuisine. Some may say, but we have no repertoires. What reasoning? We must create them. At first, they will not be perfect, but that is something everyone has gone through. If we proceed from the idea of staging foreign ballets, because we have none of our own, and sometimes stage unsuitable ones, we have solved nothing but have created a grave situation. Such an idea is incorrect, is not realistic, because our composers have produced truly beautiful, praiseworthy national operas, our ballet masters have staged choreographic works with folk motifs over which one can enthuse, our soloists sing folk songs and songs of the war that fill one with joy and inspiration, and the authors of novels, plays or film scripts have produced works of great value to the people. Therefore, in order to create something good, which will serve the people and the party in this great battle for socialism, we must not choose the easiest way, but the most arduous, full of toil and struggle. I have said already that we may also stage foreign works, possibly our authors, too, will be inspired by foreign subjects, but only in the right way. Always, before commencing work on any undertaking, they must ask themselves the question, does this thing I am doing serve the great cause of the people? One's fantasy, imagination, ought to work, but not in order to create fantastic things. I will give two examples of a differentiated choice of compositions. Some weeks ago, my friend, the well-known composer Christo Kono, sent me his new composition Prometheus. He had told me about this opera in a talk I had with him on music and compositions. I wished Kono success in composing his opera, even though it was a subject that many well-known composers have tackled. But since he had started work on it, and since I, for my part, consider this theme positive, as I shall explain in a minute, I 302 made some suggestions to him. Kono's composition may be beautiful, and this is what we hope, and then we shall say that his efforts have not been wasted, because, as you know, Aeschylus made Prometheus, the hero of mythology, a symbol of the fighter for the happiness of mankind. Whoever has read Prometheus will remember the words of the hero to Hermes, the servant of the gods. Be sure, I would never want to exchange my miserable fate for your servitude, because I would rather be bound with chains to this rock than be the obedient lackey of Zeus. In a word, I hate all gods for. Marx said. Prometheus is the noblest saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar 5. However, I told Kono that in the history of our people there are many heroic subjects which ought to inspire him, therefore instead of going back to mythology, he should compose something beautiful and purely Albanian, beautiful and inspiring not only to our own people, but also to people outside the borders of Albania. He gave me his word and I believe that he will keep it. On the other hand, some days ago I read in the paper that our ballet ensemble, in preparing performances for the people, had not found any subject other than Strauss waltzes, arranged in a special composition, allegedly with a theme of proletarian morality, that has nothing to do with the crazy epic of these waltzes. What are the Strauss waltzes? An excitant, the expression of an epoch, a symptom of the transformation of the society existing at the end of the 19th century. This coincides with the decline of a regime of unrestrained luxury for the bourgeoisie, an epoch of pleasure-seeking, and which is always a disturbed epoch. The Blue Danube is not blue, but turbid if we analyze the social and political situation of the time when that waltz was composed. But the music is beautiful. This is an undeniable fact, and I am not against putting this and other waltzes on the radio, but for our producers, together with the ballet ensemble, to work for months on end to elaborate a performance with these waltzes, this is of no benefit politically in the education of the masses, hence is useless effort. Why do our people need this ballet? What inspiration does it bring them? None at all, I would say. On this occasion, we must face the question of how we should study and utilize the experience of the foreign world in the fields of literature and music, the fine arts, theater, and cinematography. Should we profit from world experience in these directions? It would not be Marxist if we were to say no, but it would also be anti-Marxist if we were to become slaves to it and gulp down everything the foreigners have produced, without a thorough critical analysis and a proper classification. Every work, of every genre and period, has its good aspects and also has its bad ones. We must choose what is good. Each of these good aspects has its own technique, ideas, art of expression, sound, etc. But should we take these and adopt them en bloc, with the passion and feelings that do not recognize reason, that do not recognize the epoch, the social situation, the ideas, tastes, and inclinations of people and their struggle and efforts? This, of course, would be a great and very dangerous absurdity. Every creative work, in whatever epoch, has been tendentiously inspired by the ideas of the time, by the social situation of that epoch. Many works have resisted the passage of time, have foreseen the future, prepared it, but they cannot be considered perfect in their entirety and models for every period, for every epoch. There are people who are passionately devoted to certain of their idols and who, with non-Marxist judgment, seek to introduce these idols everywhere, to adopt them for every period, to copy them in place and out of place, to dress them up in some garments of our time and pass them off as socialist works. Writers, poets, composers, etc. must read, study, and learn from the others. It has never been said that they should not be passionately fond of some of them, but what they learn and study. 304. From foreigners should always be taken with a critical spirit and with a definite aim, and what is taken should serve their own people, should serve the creators of literature and the arts so that they live with their own people, with their struggles, aims, aspirations and customs in order to create what is suitable and understandable to their people, appropriate to the time and the struggle they are waging. In this way, they will write really original works. Thus, study of the works of foreigners must serve the acquiring of knowledge of the life, struggle, and development of those peoples. This does not mean that the struggle, ideas and development of your own people are the same as theirs, in spite of the fact that there may be some similarities or connections with those of others. This lesson, this experience from the foreign works must serve you to open horizons in order to study the history of your own people better, but your people's history has its own peculiarities, your people's ideas have their particular development in the particular social situation of your people. This interests us, in the first place, and it has also interested that foreign writer of genius, Balzac, when he wrote his great work The Human Comedy. We should learn their art of writing, their style, their method of work, rhythms and meter, but we should learn them not to become slaves to them, because our people have their own style and rhythms. We are creating our socialist style, which is our basis, on which we shall work, build, and create our own originality, for only in such a way will our people understand us and will we inspire them. I think that we should not step beyond these correct, objective limits, because, notwithstanding the fact that you may be very knowledgeable and learned, wisdom and learning are worthless as long as you do not know how to channel them in the interests of the people, as long as the purpose of them is not to enrich the treasury of the people's marvelous creativeness. They will be only an ornament hanging from your personal neck, but an ornament of no value to the people. Some of my conclusions in this closing speech may seem 305. Rather blunt. This is not unintentional, first of all, because the conclusions in the report are complete and your contributions to the discussion supplemented them, and second, because I want to stress that in all our activity we must not forget the existing situation of the imperialist revisionist encirclement of our homeland, and that this encirclement is an iron one and not merely a figure of speech. The bourgeois and revisionist ideology is attacking us from all sides. Our enemies and the enemies of Marxism-Leninism would like us to occupy ourselves with weighing up details on a set of gold scales and entering into academic discussions while we let the wolf into the sheepfold. We must shut the door to the wolf and shoot it dead. Let them call us savage, because we play the pipe, and the beat of the drum and the clarinet ring out from our stage, or because we have given the place of honor to dances in our national costumes. For us, the only important thing is to defend the homeland, the people, Marxism-Leninism, and socialism. And these are defended when everything national in form and socialist in content is defended, when the line of the party is always borne in mind and properly applied. To you, the people of literature and the arts, worthy sons and daughters of our party and people, as in the time of the war, the Central Committee directs the call, always hold high the banner of the party, and always march into battle and to victories with the fire of the party and the people in your hearts. 306. Some preliminary ideas about the Chinese Proletarian Cultural Revolution speech to the 18th Plenum of the CC of the PLA 1 October 14, 1966. Comrades, I want to express some preliminary ideas about the proletarian cultural revolution which is going on in China during these months. I say preliminary ideas, because this revolution is a major and serious problem which requires further consideration on our part, more detailed analyses, based on more complete facts, possibly requires clarifications by the Chinese comrades, and all these things we should analyze carefully in the light of Marxism-Leninism. Many things are not clear to us, we can and do make suppositions, but they remain only suppositions which require verification from the facts, from life. However, although we do not have enough information, the Central Committee has to judge on those facts we have and form a more or less clear internal opinion. The possibility cannot be excluded that, for the reasons I mentioned above, we may not be very accurate in certain judgment or definitions. However, the first preliminary brief analysis, because this problem does not figure on the agenda of this meeting of the plenum of the Central Committee, and the criticisms we may make of the principles, by the urgent and imperative need for Marxist-Leninist unity between our two parties and the repercussions this revolution may have in the international communist movement. The proletarian cultural revolution, as the Chinese leaders have presented it and are carrying it out, present two aspects of a single problem, the national aspect and the international aspect. Our party, the other Marxist-Leninist parties and the entire world are interested in both the one and the other of these aspects, and in the problem as a whole. The proletarian cultural revolution is viewed, analyzed, interpreted, lauded, or criticized from many different positions. There is a great deal of speculation about it, but we may say that the interpretation of it is done mainly in three directions: interpretation from the positions of the capitalist bourgeoisie, interpretation from the bourgeois revisionist positions, and interpretation from the true constructive Marxist-Leninist positions. It would be a gross mistake on the part of the Chinese comrades if they were to confound these stands and lump them together, when the first two are diametrically opposed to the third. In this case they would be lacking in Marxist-Leninist objectivity. Therefore, comrades, you will understand how difficult, not to say impossible it is for us to make a correct, open, and comradely criticism of the Chinese comrades in these complicated circumstances I mentioned, or criticism of the things I shall go on to speak about, especially in regard to the unrestrained cult of Mao Zedong. But, as always, our party will defend the principles boldly, correctly, and fearlessly, and will find not only the courage but also the wisdom and cool-headedness, which have never been lacking and which it has gained in difficult struggle, to express its opinion to the Communist Party of China, to discuss patiently and in a comradely way with the Chinese comrades for the common benefit, for the benefit of Marxism-Leninism. We base the opinions we shall express here on the facts of which you are informed, from the relations between our party and the Communist Party of China for many years on end, the views of the Communist Party of China on the major international problems and the problems of international communism, to the exchange opinions through letters and delegations by the two sides, the exchange of experience through party and state channels, etc. You are also informed about the development of the Chinese proletarian cultural revolution from start to finish through our press and, in a more detailed way, through a voluminous material of the ATA which you receive every day. Therefore I am not going to run through the history of it, but shall merely briefly recall certain moments which I consider of special importance. 308. 1. At their Congress, 10 years ago, not only were the Chinese comrades unclear about the betrayal of Tito, but they made Stalin the culprit and exonerated Tito. We have facts about this stand, because this comprised the essence of their talks with us. Later, as you know, they corrected the stand, but continued to underrate the Titoite danger in face of the great Khrushchevite danger. 2. The Chinese comrades did not realize the danger of the Khrushchevites fully and properly. They did not openly acquiesce in the accusations and slanders of the Khrushchevites against Stalin, but they believed a great part of them and strengthened their own opinion about Stalin in the time of the Comintern and later, about Stalin's alleged mistakes in regard to China, mistakes which Zhou Enlai outlined to us especially to convince us when he came here the last time, although he could not convince us. Even assuming for a moment that we accepted the things Zhou told us about Stalin, in our opinion they do not constitute serious faults or mistakes of principle, but at most are tactical stands adopted in various political and military situations, which, without comparing documents, and especially when a long time has passed since these events and there are no documents available, at least to us, can very easily be interpreted one-sidedly. Later the Chinese comrades realized the dangerous nature of the Khrushchevites, but their tactics remained mild, especially at first. Indeed even at the 22nd Congress of the CPSU and following it, when we were openly attacked and the heat of the revisionist fire was directed at our party alone, the Communist Party of China tried to have the polemics stopped. Nevertheless, immediately after the fall of Khrushchev, the Chinese comrades wavered somewhat, had some erroneous illusions and took some incorrect actions. You know about the episode of Zhou Enlai with the Albanian ambassador too and the stand of our party. Another erroneous stand of the Chinese, which had consequences especially in certain parties, like those of Korea and Japan, was the proposal for the creation of the anti-imperialist front including the revisionists. We forcefully and resolutely rejected this proposal, and the Chinese comrades withdrew. Now the Koreans and the Japanese have raised the banner of this idea. You have had all this in the material you have read. 3. As you know, we have had a controversy over principles with the Chinese comrades, not mainly over the class struggle, but about the existence of the feudo-bourgeois class as a class, as an entity which fights us, even from positions of state power, at a time when state power in our countries is the dictatorship of the proletariat. We know what our thesis is and this we base on our struggle, on facts, and on Marxist-Leninist analysis. The Chinese comrades have claimed the contrary. As you know, we have told them that it may be so in their country, but not in ours, because the class struggle in our country has been waged and continued consistently from the time of the National Liberation War and since the war right to this day, and it will go on against the remnants of the feudo-bourgeois class, etc., etc. There is no bourgeoisie in power in our country. The Chinese comrades demanded that we adopt their view, which may have been formulated after an analysis of the situation in China. But it was in vain, because, confronted with our analysis, they were forced to lower their tone. Nevertheless, we suspect that they are not convinced and continue to think that the Albanians are wrong in their analysis. And see, they even made their final attempt to impose their conclusion on us in the joint statement when our delegation went to China. 3. But they failed again. 4. In our opinion, the analysis which the Chinese comrades made of the causes of the advent of revisionism to power in the Soviet Union, a problem of major importance for international communism, has not been completely objective. They lay the blame on Stalin alone. This is of particular importance, and, if we are not mistaken, is done with ulterior motives. Our party has another view. Our analysis of this important problem agrees in some aspects with that of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, but does not agree and is opposed to it in some other aspects. The mutual exchange of opinions, criticisms, and suggestions are natural, but they can be constructive only when carried out in the Marxist-Leninist way. I mention these problems not because they have become obstacles in our relations with the Chinese comrades, but to enable us, as far as possible, to see more clearly into the recent events which are occurring in China, because, in addition to the things I pointed out, there may also be other things which we do not know about. We have been informed about and have followed the recent developments in China only through the Chinese press and Xinhua. The Communist Party of China and its Central Committee have not given our party and its Central Committee any special comradely information. We think that as a party so closely linked with ours, it ought to have kept us better informed in an internationalist way, especially during these recent months. You are acquainted with the exposé Zhou Enlai gave us. He told us nothing more than what the Chinese press had said up till then, but as to what has been done since then and what will be done later, we know nothing apart from what has been said in the press. Hence, comrades, you will understand how prudent we must be in drawing well-grounded and complete conclusions, because many facts about what is going on inside their party are 3. In May 1966. 311. Unknown to us. To some extent we know the external appearance of events, their outward development, as well as the orientation of the development of events, but we know nothing about their causes, their fundamental reasons. We may guess, make suppositions, build up hypotheses, but the great seriousness of the problem and the seriousness of our party do not allow us to be imprudent and hasty. If we are not mistaken, in the chronology of events, matters began with an article by Lin Biao about the army, which, we may say, did not imply anything special apart from the strengthening of the army and its popularization, which is natural in these international situations. It was continued with the criticism of some novels and articles and rose to crescendo in the universities of Beijing, in the rectorates and among the professors. The attack was shifted to the Beijing Party Committee, without even now mentioning the name of Peng Zhen, shifted onto some members of the bureau, such as Lu Dingyi, to Lin Biao's deputy in the army, and thus, in turn, to the creation of the Red Guard and its activities. Meanwhile, Lin Biao's second article, which fanned up the cult of Mao and again recommended the reading of his works, came out. This article, you might say, was the call to action, etc., etc. Certain things draw our attention. It came out in the Chinese press, that the Beijing Party Committee, of course, including Peng Zhen, but without mentioning his name, Zhou Enlai mentioned it to us, Lu Xingyi, Luo Ruqing and others were revisionists, anti-party, agents of the bourgeoisie, etc., they supported the bourgeois elements in the university, among the writers, etc., and the newspapers published criticisms of many other literary works. Hence, according to them, this hostile activity is based in the field of culture and the school. But the three persons named and others were members of the political bureau of the Central Committee. Was it in this sector alone that they had betrayed? We cannot offer any opinion about this, because the Chinese are not saying one word. When was this big plot, as they called it, discovered? According to them, the entire work, the whole line, all the collective and individual actions of the leadership have been analyzed, as it is usually done in normal 312 and especially abnormal times. We can say nothing about this, because this is an internal problem of theirs. We do not know, but can only say, how is it possible that this hostile work, which in fact was manifested openly, was not discovered earlier? The fact is that it is now 10 years since the last Congress of the CPC was held, and the new 5-year plan is going by without being examined in the Congress. This is abnormal, not in order, a violation of the Constitution, and, as far as we can judge from outside, there has been no objective reason to prevent the holding of the Congress. This is not simply an organizational question, but first of all an issue of principle. The supreme leadership of the party does not take decisions, and nobody renders account to it, that is, it is disregarded. Why? It is impossible for us to know this, but we can say that it is a grave violation which may have very dangerous consequences. So much for the Congress, but what about the plenum of the Central Committee? 4 years without meeting. How is it possible? Facts are facts. The principal forums of the party have been disregarded. How have the problems been judged, in unity or not? In a distorted or correct way? We can say nothing about this because we do not know, but one thing we can say, that all this is irregular, unlawful, impermissible, condemnable, and with grave and dangerous consequences for the party and the country. Such a practice cannot be found in any Marxist-Leninist party. What has impelled the Chinese comrades to violate the most elementary and most vital rules of the party? We can imagine a lot of things. On the basis of the experience and the norms of our party, we would severely condemn these actions as hostile, would nip them in the bud, and would never allow them to become established, because the example of the leadership with its good and bad aspects, is reflected right down to the base. One can imagine how all that Chinese party with its huge numbers, divided into committees and territories and with many complicated problems, has been led. Let us take certain questions. The 11th plenum of the 313 Central Committee of the CPC was held after a lapse of 4 years. Apart from the communiqué on the struggle against imperialism and Soviet revisionism and certain things I shall mention below, we know nothing about what was done, what was discussed, and what was decided there. But was the line of the party analyzed? Were the good things and the mistakes pointed out? Were those who had made mistakes faced with their responsibility, individually and collectively? What measures were taken to put things in order, etc., etc.? These are their internal matters, and they are saying nothing. There is no announcement, either, about when their next Congress is to be held. That means carrying on without a Congress, and this implies that matters are still not in order internally, have not been smoothed out and cleared up. Perhaps we are mistaken, but there may also be factions within the leadership. If this is so, then the differences must still be profound, and, in the opinion and practice of our party, it is difficult to eliminate them with those methods and forms used up till now by the Chinese comrades who continue to keep the factionalist elements, recognized enemies of the party, not only in the ranks of the party, but also in the Central Committee, and even in the Political Bureau. What emerged officially from the meeting of the Central Committee? You know that, in particular, the 16-point declaration on the proletarian cultural revolution emerged, that Lin Biao emerged second in line after Mao, and a new ranking of the main Chinese leadership was published, in which new comrades come to the fore and Liu Shaokai, Chu De, and others go down to the 8th and 9th place and below. From this we gather that there were discussions at the meeting and measures were taken, but we know nothing concretely. One thing that we do know is that the Red Guards had been created and had gone into action before the plenum was held, that is, the Cultural Revolution had been launched, and together with it the cult of Mao was raised to the skies in a sickening and artificial manner, as you know. Everything was identified with Mao. The party, the Central Committee were hardly mentioned, and it emerges clearly that the party exists and fights thanks to Mao. That the people live, fight and breathe only thanks to Mao and to Mao's ideas alone. and the worst of it is that Mao himself is doing nothing to restrain this cult about him. Can it be that they have reached the conclusion that their party has decayed from within and only the authority of Mao can save the situation? Of course, Mao's authority is of importance, but any action on the part of the Chinese comrades should be carried out in the correct Marxist-Leninist way. Naturally, this thing worries us greatly, and there is reason for us to worry about it, because it concerns the fate of international communism, the fate of the People's Republic of China, of socialism, and the Marxist-Leninist relations between our two parties and two countries. The Chinese comrades are giving unprecedented importance to this revolution, but along with its immense importance, as yet are not seeing the clear orientations for this revolution. In the 16 points, if we read them carefully, we shall find some laconic orientations and some general allusions on political and organizational problems of the party, which must have been discussed at the plenum and are given to the masses to bear in mind. On the basis of the classification of the communists or the committees made in these 16 points, Lin Biao speaks before the Red Guard saying that there is a bunch of capitalists in the leadership, etc., etc. In regard to the question of how this proletarian cultural revolution should develop, what paths it should follow, what its aims and objectives are, this is not very clear to us, at least, because to sum it up as the destruction of the four old things and the replacement of them with the four new things can be neither a complete nor a clear explanation, but even if you concentrate on these four old things you may come to the conclusion that the Chinese comrades are not thinking quite correctly about the Cultural Revolution and the development of socialist culture. You have the impression that everything old in Chinese and world culture should be rejected without discrimination, and a new culture, the culture they call proletarian, should be created. Hence, the Cartesian theory of wiping off the past in order to build the new culture, and this will be achieved only through the ideas of Mao, by reading his works and 315 quotations which have now replaced everything in China. Let me read you a quotation from Lenin, and I recommend you to restudy his book on culture and art published in Albanian 10 years ago. One should continually delve into the works of Lenin and Stalin, and study how they dealt with this or that problem. Here is what Lenin says about socialist culture. We shall be unable to solve this problem unless we clearly realize that only a precise knowledge and transformation of the culture created by the entire development of mankind will enable us to create a proletarian culture. The latter is not clutched out of thin air. It is not an invention of those who call themselves experts in proletarian culture. That is all nonsense. Proletarian culture must be the logical development of the store of knowledge mankind has accumulated under the yoke of capitalist, landowner, and bureaucratic society. All these roads have been leading and will continue to lead up to proletarian culture, in the same way as political economy, as reshaped by Marx, has shown us what human society must arrive at, shown us the passage to the class struggle, to the beginning of the proletarian revolution. When we so often hear representatives of the youth as well as certain advocates of a new system of education, attacking the old schools, claiming that they used the system of cramming, we say to them that we must take what was good in the old schools. We must not borrow the system of encumbering young people's minds with an immense amount of knowledge, 9/10 of which was useless and 1/10 distorted. This, however, does not mean that we can restrict ourselves to communist conclusions and learn only communist slogans. You will not create communism that way. You can become a communist only when you enrich your mind with the knowledge of all the treasures of mankind. We have no need of cramming, but we do need to develop and perfect the mind of every student with the knowledge of fundamental facts. Communism will become an empty word, a mere signboard, and a communist a mere boaster, if all the knowledge he has acquired is not digested in his mind. You should not merely assimilate this knowledge, but assimilate it critically, so as not to cram your mind with useless lumber, but 316. Enrich it with all those facts that are indispensable to the well-educated man of today. If a communist took it into his head to boast about his communism because of the cut and dry conclusions he had acquired, without putting in a great deal of serious and hard work and without understanding facts he should examine critically, he would be a deplorable communist indeed. Such superficiality would be decidedly fatal. If I know that I know little, I shall strive to learn more, but if a man says that he is a communist and that he need not know anything thoroughly, he will never become anything like a communist. 5. In the same work Lenin says also, Marxism has won its historic significance as the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat, because, far from rejecting the most valuable achievements of the bourgeois epoch, it has, on the contrary, assimilated and refashioned everything of value in more than 2,000 years of the development of human thought and culture. Only further work on this basis and in this direction, inspired by the practical experience of the proletarian dictatorship as the final stage in the struggle against every form of exploitation, can be considered the development of a genuine proletarian culture. 6. This is clear, while the Chinese course, as it is publicized, is not very clear, at least it is not clear to us. What does this cultural revolution, as it is being carried out in China, consist of? The Red Guards are changing the names of the streets and restaurants, because they had a reactionary content, writing dazabayas and criticizing anyone just as they please, ransacking houses and putting the dunce cap on kulaks and reactionaries and parading them through the streets and squares. It is said they are wrecking the graves of foreign imperialists and, what is more dangerous, they are attacking party committees, burning libraries and paintings, destroying old monuments, etc. It is difficult for us to call this revolution, as the Red Guards are carrying it out, a proletarian cultural revolution. The signs could be removed by the municipal organs, the enemies could and should be captured by the organs of the dictatorship on the basis of the law, and if the enemies have wormed their way into the party committees, let them be purged through party channels. Or in the final analysis, arm the working class and attack the committees, but not with children. 7. Why are such actions taken in this sensational way and with more of a political than a cultural character? And to all these people who have been set in motion to carry out this work, the schools have been shut and they will not attend school or acquire culture for a year. A little red book with Mao's quotations has been put in their hands, a red band tied around their arms, and they have been given permission to shout. Who are the pioneers of the proletarian cultural revolution? The students and school pupils, and the Chinese communique say that they are backed up by the workers, soldiers, and peasants. It seems to us that this may be so, but it is not a correct, principled course. It is dangerous, it is not serious. The socialist or proletarian cultural revolution, as the Chinese want to call it, could not be carried out in a genuine Marxist-Leninist way with these principles and these forms. The socialist cultural revolution is a very serious, very complicated problem, and the Chinese comrades know, or say they do, that it must be guided with the greatest care by the party, which must be vigilant at every moment to check up on the line, to verify its implementation, to correct the mistakes, to guard against the leftist and rightist deviations which are so prone to occur in such a broad and delicate sector. One has the impression that having discovered a grave hostile current in literature, and why did they not see this and take measures earlier, having discovered that cottars in the leadership of the party and state are on the capitalist road, and why did they not see this and take measures earlier, having woken up from their heavy slumber to realize that capitalists and kulaks have grown fat and strong to the extent that it seems they are still in power, why was this allowed? The Chinese comrades may thus have arrived at the conclusion that all these evils will be solved by the proletarian cultural revolution. The Red Guards 7 reference is to the Red Guards who were school pupils. 318. Comprised of the youth, and the build-up of the cult of Mao to a fantastic level. This is a matter which is not very clear to us. In appearance it is based on the correct slogan of the line of the masses, but a line of the masses which goes beyond the norms and principles, which disregards the party and its justice and is based on the cult of the individual, on the exaltation of non-proletarian youth who improperly exploit all the successes achieved by the party and the people in all fields. Such a course may lead to anarchy, may weaken the confidence of the masses in the line of the party. We think that this cultural revolution may be a rectification of the entire line of the party, but a rectification undertaken outside the Leninist norms of the party and the laws of the dictatorship of the proletariat, through the cult of Mao and hurling into action that stratum of the people which is the most easily carried away, the noisiest, the most delicate and most mobile as a stratum, lacking maturity and experience of the difficulties of life. This may have grave consequences, either immediately or later, if the Chinese comrades do not correct these mistakes that can be seen. The experience of the Soviet Union after the death of Stalin taught us many things. As you will understand, many matters which I mentioned above and of which I tried to make an evaluation, which may be mistaken since we do not have the facts, are internal matters of China, of the Communist Party of China, and we do not have the right to interfere or to express our opinion, if it is not sought. However, it is impermissible for us not to have an internal opinion of our own for general orientation, even a provisional one, with some points unclear and possibly some incorrect conclusions. It is likewise impermissible for us to be lacking in prudence and caution on a question of such major importance to the cause of Marxism-Leninism. Our great aim and concern is and must be to avoid falling into errors ourselves, to try to see more clearly into this question, and when we have the opportunity, to exchange opinions with the 319 Chinese comrades in a comradely way to the great general interest. However, everything that occurs in China is not just an internal affair of China and the Communist Party of China. While being their affair, at the same time it has an international and internationalist character, because China is a big country, of great weight in the international communist movement. 8. The Chinese leaders and the Chinese propaganda say that the Cultural Revolution has shaken the entire world. This is a fact. On October 1, Zhou Enlai said more or less, the world has been split into two over the question of the Cultural Revolution, into enemies who fight us and friends who are with us and defend us. It is precisely this international and internationalist aspect of the Chinese proletarian Cultural Revolution that I want to touch on now, after touching on the national aspect. Today, the Chinese comrades and the Chinese propaganda pose the problem in this way: the present epoch is the epoch of the ideas of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist of our time. Mao Zedong is the heir to all the classics of Marxism-Leninism, Marxist-Leninist science, and the world science. He is the son, etc., etc. Hence, Mao Zedong's ideas should lead the entire world, and, in regard to the proletarian Cultural Revolution, it is being developed and led by Mao Zedong personally. This is something unprecedented in the history of the world. The posing of this great problem by the Chinese comrades in this way is not correct, not Marxist, and far from unduly modest. But what is even more grave and dangerous is the fact that those same forms and methods they use within their own country, they want to use abroad too, that is, they want others to accept and apply this incorrect and erroneous posing of the problem in such dogmatic forms, without discussion, because otherwise, for the Chinese comrades, you go over to the other side of the barricade, to the enemies. Now some orientations for us. 1. I want to stress certain things which the party must keep well in mind, and which every communist should work out in his own head and not wait for directives from above about every stand. The stands of the party, the communists, and the cadres must be guided by the directives of the Congress, the Central Committee, the Political Bureau, and the government. These things are clearly expressed in documents and our daily press, therefore they should be assimilated and we should be guided by them. 2. The line of our party on the struggle against imperialism and modern revisionism is correct, therefore we must proceed resolutely on this course, because it is decisive. 3. For our part, the economic and friendly relations with China will be maintained and developed only on the correct Marxist-Leninist road. 4. The cult of Mao or anybody else must be combated and we should proceed in everything just as we have done, on the Marxist-Leninist course. Not the slightest concession or opportunism in this. With the correct stance of our party, the Chinese comrades ought to be clear on this question. Even if they are not clear or take it badly, we cannot do otherwise, because this is an issue of principle. We respect Mao in the Marxist-Leninist way and within the Marxist-Leninist norms. In regard to Mao, we shall use only the official descriptions of our party. 5. As you have noticed, our press does not speak about the Chinese Cultural Revolution in the same terms and ways as Chinese propaganda does, and we have avoided doing so in a comradely way and without aggravating things, for the reasons I have mentioned above. Probably, in fact undoubtedly, this has not pleased the Chinese comrades, but we cannot act otherwise until everything becomes clear to us and we consider it correct. 6. Our propaganda against China, its successes in all fields. 321. Including culture and the works of Mao, etc., should be carried out within correct norms, as hitherto, and any undue demand on the part of the Chinese comrades should be tactfully avoided. Concessions and sectarianism should be avoided, because neither the one nor the other serves our great cause, which it is our duty to strengthen on the correct Marxist-Leninist road for the benefit of communism. I think that in defending our line on many questions in the report we shall deliver at the Congress, we also indirectly define some of these stands towards the views of the Chinese comrades who, so to say, ought to take them as our objections, especially to the cult and to the Cultural Revolution, as we understand them. A delegation of the Communist Party of China will come to our Congress, and we have hopes that we shall try to clear up these matters as comrades should. That was all I had to say. The Central Committee must advise us whether we view the problems correctly. I think all these matters should be kept within the Central Committee, because they are very delicate. The entire plenum of the Central Committee expressed agreement with the matters presented by Comrade Enver Hoxha. 322. For the continuous improvement of the composition of the party and its growth, for the protection of the purity of its ranks, 5th Party Congress of the PLA, November 1, 1966. The composition and extension of the party, the growth of its ranks and the stealing of its members must be one of the most serious issues for all party organizations. It always has to be shown quite clearly that the party work in general, and especially the admission to the party and the problem of its growth, is a thing of great responsibility, about which many factors have to be kept in mind: political, ideological, organizational, economic ones, as well as factors concerning one's awareness, etc. In such delicate issues a cut and dried, formal performance of instructions or existing rules is as harmful as the negation of all rules and instructions, like in anarchist or spontaneous tendencies. We must not become slaves of predetermined structures, but on the other hand we are unable to do without correct, revolutionary structures, renewed and animated through struggle and experience. The admission to the party follows the terms of the party statute and the rules issued by the Central Committee according to specific instructions. It happens that people join the ranks of the party who do not yet hold all necessary characteristics to be a communist, or who are not worthy of that name. Often such qualities like character, morals, and the personal behavior of the candidate, his readiness to make sacrifices and his political maturity, his ideological level and revolutionary spirit, as well as his connections with the masses, etc., which should be the main requirements, are not considered at all. The basic organizations leave the judgment and the serious rating to those who issue the recommendation. Finally, the same carelessness dominates during the probation time of the candidate. In fact, this is very often a probation time in name only. 323. The candidate is not bound up in any specific systematic revolutionary activity, and therefore he sees himself as a member of the party from the day on which he has been accepted as a candidate. Only the color of the envelope of his membership register makes him any different from a party member. It has to be said that such a normal procedure is revolutionary neither in form nor in content. The party needs new blood, but pure blood. The party has to be strong, especially regarding quality, therefore we should not seek quantity. The candidate is expected to give top priority to his work, keep discipline, show bravery and readiness to make sacrifices, as well as determination to defend the party line, to be closely connected with the workers and peasants and humane towards his colleagues, that he is severe against himself and his flaws and mistakes and fights them. The Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania is of the opinion that the candidature should last 2 to 3 years, depending on the candidate's character of work and his qualities. To put up higher requirements for the admittance to the party should in no way be understood as closing the doors of the party. The party will close the doors to class enemies and to those unworthy of joining, but its doors are open to all sons and daughters of our heroic people, to all those who want to dedicate their lives to the great cause of the revolution and of Marxism-Leninism. Applause. The party organizations and committees not only have to pay attention to the task of upholding the purity of the Party of Labour of Albania and to its qualitative consolidation in connection with new admittances, but also with regard to the further steeling and educating of those communists who are already fighting in the ranks of the party. The members of our party have to be true to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, to the party and the people. This means that they always have to be revolutionary and upright fighters for the defense of the purity of Marxism-Leninism, determined till 324. Their deaths to serve the party and the people at every moment and in every situation, ready to commit every sacrifice which might be asked from them in the name of the interests of the revolution and of socialism. Communists have to show an iron and a conscious discipline as well as a strong will to enforce the party line, the laws, and the preservation of the morality and customs of our people. But this does not mean that they have to apply the received instructions in a mechanical way. A communist has to approach his work in a creative way. He has to delve into the concrete ideological and political core of the concrete party resolutions, respectively state laws, and has to organize his activities, depending on the circumstances under which he works, in such a way that those resolutions are enforced and applied successfully. The members of our Marxist-Leninist party have to be aware that the party affiliation will not and cannot earn even the smallest personal privilege. The party affiliation, Rajavan, only brings big, difficult, and responsible tasks with it. Who holds a different opinion, who seeks to ensure privileges for himself, his family or somebody else by the medium of the membership register, no matter if those privileges are of material or moral nature, does not deserve the great honor to be a member of the party for even a single moment. A communist has to be connected closely to the masses, to listen considerately and respectfully to their voice, to live and work with the masses, to feel their pulse and know their sorrows, to head and lead the masses. He has to be an unforgiving enemy of a cocky nature, arrogance, addiction to domination of others, favoritism and nepotism, of any kind of underestimation and scorn for the masses and their work. He has to fight bravely against everybody who reveals such tendencies to damage the interests of the workers, the party, and our socialist state. A good and consistent member of our party is one who always keeps the class struggle in mind and enforces it without hesitation, outside of the party as well as within its ranks, by firmly relying both on the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism. 325. And the party line. He has, after a correct dialectical analysis, to be able to differ between good and bad, the dangerous and the less dangerous. He has to understand how to use the most appropriate methods of convincing and persuading others, and lastly of using force. A good and revolutionary member of our party is one who wins the trust and love of the people by his actions and behavior, who teaches and saves those who are erring and strikes with the utmost hatred against those who are incorrigible and socially dangerous, against the enemies of the people and the party. Every communist has to acquire a truly revolutionary vigilance to ensure the party line and the purity of its ideals. A member of the party has to be characterized by the highest sense of justice, by the purity of his conscience and actions. He has to be strong in his principles, and he never must hide his flaws and mistakes but criticize them himself without waiting for others to expose them. Only in this way is he able to effectively criticize the mistakes of his comrades, exercise vigilance, and improve others through his purity and his just struggle. A revolutionary communist has to fight with the utmost conscientiousness in the place where the party puts him and where it needs him, always putting public interest above all. He must never give in to an unsound situation which was caused by the incorrect conclusions and enactments of any party or state authority, just as he must not give in to the mistakes or despotic acts of any functionary. Those characteristics, which are embodied in the majority of our party members, have to become a second nature to all Albanian communists. Without this, the revolutionary spirit of our party cannot be protected, and one cannot speak of revolutionizing life in our country. Therefore the whole attention of the party committees and the basic organizations has to be aimed at the constant stealing of the communists. The party organizations have to be very persistent, especially in this regard. Consistent revolutionaries have to be educated in the party organization's Rajavan ranks and have to act as determined communists, so that they fully earn the honor to be members of 326. The Party of Labour of Albania. The right way for stealing the party members is their most active participation in the construction, their insistent and constant work on their political and ideological education. The consistent revolutionaries will stand out and grow in their daily work and struggle, in the revolutionary enthusiasm of the masses, in the effort put into the enforcement and the defense of the party line, while on the other hand the half-hearted will drift to the surface, those who look for a quiet place to live in the dream world of the past, those who gloat over the past and therefore demand privileges, and in the end those will drop out who entered the party without justification or by mistake. The party has to give everyone what they deserve. The first have to be supported, encouraged, educated by the party so that they will advance. The party has to stand by the second in a helpful way and open their eyes, so that they will see in what a bad situation they are. It has to clarify that their situation is not compatible with the responsibilities and the role of a revolutionary. It has to take care that they leave the swamp as soon as possible, rise with regard to the general revolutionary enthusiasm and side themselves with the first ranks of the most outstanding fighters. The third have to be thrown out of the party, they are unworthy to be part of its ranks. In the struggle to improve their quality, the party organizations have to pay special attention to those party members with long-lasting fighting experience. This is a great treasure of the party which must not be wasted but guarded jealously. The party has to work with those people, too, has to educate them so that they will forever stay consistent revolutionaries until they die. Even in the last days of their lives they are supposed to struggle bravely for the cause of the party with their remaining energy, even though some will be amongst them who will grow old physically. This is a natural law. But for us communists it is also a law, and it will stay a law that we will mentally remain revolutionaries until the very end, until our deaths, and also fight as such. Long-lasting applause, ovations, the party must not evince its care for those comrades by 327. Pampering them, but by protecting and mobilizing them to constant revolutionary action. The party has to truly honor and love those comrades for their actions, but it must in no way allow that those who have such a brilliant past in the party become parasites, self-important and arrogant people who demand unlawful privileges for themselves and their families. This is a dangerous thing because it creates a privileged class with petty bourgeois remnants within the party which are alien to the proletariat and its ideology. 328. The fist of the Marxist-Leninist communists must also smash left adventurism, the offspring of modern revisionism. From a conversation with two leaders of the Communist Party of Ecuador, October 21, 1968. We are very glad to meet you comrades from Ecuador. Of course, we would like to have more frequent and longer talks with you, because the struggle of the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, of Ecuador, as well as the Marxist-Leninist parties of Latin America, has great importance for the revolution. We consider your struggle as a great assistance to the world revolution and to our party, which always feels the need to learn and profit from the experience of fraternal parties. Marxism-Leninism, our universal doctrine, applied in the conditions of every country, is enriched with the new experience of all revolutionary parties. The experience of each Marxist-Leninist party gained in the course of its work and struggle against the common enemies, imperialism and revisionism, helps the other parties at the same time. Without this experience we would be limping along. You comrades, with your revolutionary activity and struggle on the continent of Latin America, with a large population and with wonderful ardent people, are in permanent insurrection, in revolution, in the full meaning of the term. At the head of the people of this continent today there are fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties. Their realistic Marxist-Leninist understanding of the situation of your continent fills the true Marxist-Leninist parties of Europe, Asia, and Africa with boundless enthusiasm and inspiration, and helps all of us to carry the revolutionary actions of every country through the end on a national, continental or international scale against our common enemies, the imperialists, with the US imperialists at the head, the modern revisionists, with the Soviet revisionists at the head, and reactionaries of every hue. The Party of Labour of Albania, the Albanian communists feel very greatly the need for contacts in order to exchange experience with all the fraternal parties, because close quote. 329. Operation strengthens us reciprocally. Although we are very far apart geographically, in our minds and our hearts we are very close to each other, and the distance factor does not constitute an insurmountable difficulty today. As you may have seen for yourselves during our visits, many changes have been made in our country since the triumph of the revolution. This is due to the correct Marxist-Leninist line of the party and the revolutionary spirit of our people. In order to form a more precise idea of Albania's state in the past, as the Marxist-Leninists you are, you must compare it with one of the most poverty-stricken, most backward and oppressed regions of present-day Ecuador. Just like your country today, before liberation Albania suffered greatly under savage feudal oppression. We had no schools. The people were in want of food, clothing, and every vital necessity. Most of the plains you have seen were swamps and marshes before liberation. Malaria, tuberculosis, and many other diseases took a heavy toll of the population, especially of children. But as a result of the People's Revolution which our party led, transformations have been carried out on such a vast scale and so rapidly that without boasting we can describe them as colossal by our Albanian standards. However, as Marxists, taking a realistic view of the situation, we are fully aware that, along with the very great successes that have been achieved, we also have weaknesses and a great deal more remains to be done in the future. In the first place, to raise the level of the working masses still higher, especially their political and ideological level, as well as their economic level, we must work hard to make our country even stronger militarily, to raise the educational and cultural level of our people still higher, and all this only on the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist road. Our party is working in these directions. We can say that now we have created a sounder, more powerful base, but the main thing is that everything we have done, everything we have created, we have achieved in unrelenting struggle against the difficulties of growth, encircled by rapid enemies. In such conditions the independence, freedom, and sovereignty of our homeland and socialism were in danger at every moment. We 330 have created these things through struggle to defend and strengthen the Marxist-Leninist unity of the party and the people, which is a special target for enemy attacks. We have worked ceaselessly to temper this unity. Our strength lies in the ever greater steeling of the party-people unity. This is of vital importance, because the dangers of intervention by means of armed force and every other possible means against our country have been and remain great and unrelenting, both from the imperialists and from the Titoid renegades and the Soviet revisionist militarists who, as the occupation of Czechoslovakia showed, excuse any action of theirs with the interest they allegedly have in the consolidation of fraternal states. In the present revolutionary situations, the Marxist-Leninist parties throughout the world must fight continuously to strengthen their ranks and their Marxist-Leninist unity, to link themselves closely with the masses of people and with one another, because the communist and workers' movement throughout the world is one of the fundamental factors frustrating the plans concocted against the people by both the Soviet revisionists and the US imperialists, who from day to day are strengthening their fascist dictatorships in order to dominate the world. These Marxist-Leninist parties must increase their vigilance, too. At all times, but especially in the situations we are living through, our country consistently has enhanced and will enhance its unity and vigilance. To this end, as always, we have taken ideological, political, economic, and military measures. All our people are armed in the full meaning of the word. Every Albanian city dweller or villager has his weapon at home. Our army itself, The army of a soldier people, is ready at any moment to strike at any enemy or coalition of enemies. The youth, too, have risen to their feet. Combat readiness does not in any way interfere with our work of socialist construction. On the contrary, it has given a greater boost to the development of the economy and culture in our country. At these moments the Soviet and Yugoslav revisionists, the Greek and Italian fascists know full well that if they dare embark on any adventure against Albania, they will never 331 succeed, but will be dealt mortal blows instead. This we have made clear to everybody at all times. Thus, in general, the situation in our country is sound, secure and with brilliant prospects. However, we must not rest on our laurels on this account, but must work more and more every day. It is clear to all that a militarist fascist dictatorship exists in the Soviet Union today. But, as is known, where there is oppression there is also movement, therefore, both in the Soviet Union and in the satellite countries, there is revolutionary movement that is steadily mounting. Great pressure is being exerted on the Soviet Union today by imperialism, too. On the one hand, imperialism aims to defeat it as a rival imperialist power, and on the other hand to prevent the emergence of revolutionary movements at all costs, or to put them down immediately if they do emerge, not only in the Soviet Union but also in its satellite countries. For its part, the Soviet Union is trying to attain two objectives: first, to crush any revolutionary movement which might arise, and second, unable as it is to defeat the United States as a rival imperialist power, it is striving to retain its positions and to ensure that together with US imperialism each of them will rule in the areas which fall within its sphere of influence. We are very glad to learn that the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, of Ecuador is making progress. The comrades whom you have met immediately informed me about the talks you held and the experience you exchanged. We hold special meetings to keep the political bureau of the CC continually informed about the very useful and fruitful exchanges between our party and other fraternal parties. We are very happy that your party is ceaselessly tempering itself and advancing on the Marxist-Leninist road. Likewise, we are in complete agreement with the views of your party and are convinced that the road you are following is the right one. There is no doubt that you know better than anybody else the problems that concern you and the most correct way to solve them, always basing yourselves on our ideology, Marxism-Leninism. Only your party is in a position to work out your tactics. 332. Properly, based, of course, on the Marxist-Leninist strategy, because, as the heart of the proletariat and people of Ecuador, it knows better than anyone else the situation in the country and the legitimate aspirations of your people. For this reason, as long as your party has a correct strategy based on Marxist-Leninist theory and the real practice of the country, the tactics it works out will be correct and revolutionary, too. During our national liberation war we, too, employed varied tactics, just as you are doing. Our parties should try to learn and profit from one another. But every party must bear in mind that some things from the experience of other parties are suitable only in the conditions of their respective countries, and many of them may not be suitable in the conditions of other countries. They must elaborate and adopt the experience of other parties when they find they need it and it suits their concrete conditions, otherwise they fall into stereotypism. As for our experience, we cannot tell you whether or not many of our tactics are appropriate for you. It is up to you to study it and choose what you want from it, but we think that you should bear in mind that Marxism-Leninism, the general laws of the proletarian revolution provide the compass which prevents us from erring on this question. Only these laws guard a genuine Marxist-Leninist party against mistakes. We are clear about these laws and try to acquaint ourselves with them more and more each day, and that is why we have never slid into revisionism, or into Trotskyism, left adventurism, or other anti-Marxist trends. With these theories, with the dangers and damage they cause, you are better acquainted than we. For instance, Che Guevara was killed. Such a thing is liable to happen, because a revolutionary may get killed. Che Guevara, however, was a victim of his own non-Marxist-Leninist views. Who was Che Guevara? When we speak of Che Guevara, we also mean somebody else who poses as a Marxist, in comparison to whom, in our opinion, Che Guevara was a man of fewer words. He was a rebel, a revolutionary, but not a Marxist-Leninist as they try to present him. I may be mistaken, you Latin Americans are better acquainted with Che Guevara, but I 333 think that he was a leftist fighter. His is a bourgeois and petty bourgeois leftism, combined with some ideas that were progressive, but also anarchist which, in the final analysis, lead to adventurism. The views of Che Guevara and anyone else who poses as a Marxist and claims paternity of these ideas have never been or had anything to do with Marxism-Leninism. Che Guevara also had some exclerecies in his adoption of certain Marxist-Leninist principles, but they still did not become a full philosophical world outlook which could impel him to genuinely revolutionary actions. We cannot say that Che Guevara and his comrades were cowards. No, by no means. On the contrary, they were brave people. There are also bourgeois who are brave men. But the only truly great heroes and really brave proletarian revolutionaries are those who proceed from the Marxist-Leninist philosophical principles and put all their physical and mental energies at the service of the world proletariat for the liberation of the peoples from the yoke of the imperialists, feudal lords and others. We have defended the Cuban Revolution because it was against U.S. imperialism. As Marxist-Leninists, let us study it a bit and the ideas which guided it in this struggle. The Cuban Revolution did not begin on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and was not carried out on the basis of the laws of the proletarian revolution of a Marxist-Leninist party. After the liberation of the country, Castro did not set out on the Marxist-Leninist course, either, but on the contrary, continued on the course of his liberal ideas. It is a fact, which nobody can deny, that the participants in this revolution took up arms and went to the mountains, but it is an undeniable fact also that they did not fight as Marxist-Leninists. They were liberation fighters against the Batista clique and triumphed over it precisely because that clique was a weak link of capitalism. Batista was an obedient flunky of imperialism, who rode roughshod over the Cuban people. The Cuban people, however, fought and triumphed over this clique and over American imperialism at the same time. In our opinion, the theory that the revolution is carried out 334 by a few heroes constitutes a danger to Marxism-Leninism, especially in the Latin American countries. Your South American continent has great revolutionary traditions, but, as we said above, it also has some other traditions which may seem revolutionary but which, in fact, are not genuinely on the road of the revolution. Any putsch carried out there is called a revolution. But a putsch can never be a revolution, because one overthrown clique is replaced by another. In a word, things remain as they were. In addition to all the nuclei of anti-Marxist trends which still exist in the ranks of the old parties that have placed themselves in the service of the counter-revolution, there is now another trend which we call left adventurism. This trend, and that other offspring of the bourgeoisie, modern revisionism, constitute great dangers to the people, including those of the Latin American countries. Carefully disguised, modern revisionism is a great deceiver of the peoples and revolutionaries. In different countries it puts on different disguises. In Latin America, Castroism, disguised as Marxism-Leninism, is leading people, even revolutionaries, into left adventurism. This trend appears to be in contradiction with modern revisionism. Those who are ideologically immature think thus, but it is not so. The Castroites are not opposed to the modern revisionists. On the contrary, they are in their service. The separate courses each of them follows lead them to the same point. The question whenever the Soviet revisionists fail to prevent the masses of the working class and the people from carrying out the revolution, this trend steps in and, by means of a putsch, destroys what the revisionists are unable to destroy by means of evolution. The Soviet revisionists and all the traitor cliques which led the revisionist parties preach evolution, coexistence, and all those other anti-Marxist theories we know. From the terms it employs, left adventurism seems more revolutionary, because it advocates armed struggle. But what does it mean by armed struggle? Clearly putschs. Marxism-Leninism teaches us that only by proceeding with prudent and sure steps, only by basing ourselves firmly on the principles of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine, only by making the masses conscious. 335. Can victory be ensured in the preparation and launching of the armed uprising, and only in this way will we never fall into adventurism. The authors of the theory that the starter motor sets the big motor in motion pose as if they are for the armed struggle, but in fact they are opposed to it and work to discredit it. The example and tragic end of Che Guevara, the following and prorogation of this theory also by other self-styled Marxists, who are opposed to the great struggles by the masses of people, are publicly known facts which refute their claims. We must guard against the people lest they betray us, lest they hand us over to the police. We must set up wild isolated detachments, so that the enemy does not get wind of them and does not retaliate with terror against the population. They publicize these and many other confusing theories, which you know only too well. What sort of Marxism-Leninism is this which advocates attacking the enemy, fighting it with these wild detachments, etc. without having a Marxist-Leninist party to lead the fight? There is nothing Marxist-Leninist about it. Such anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist theories can bring nothing but defeat for Marxism-Leninism and the revolution, as Che Guevara's undertaking in Bolivia did. This trend brings the theses of the armed uprising into disrepute. What great damage it causes the revolution. With the killing of Guevara, the masses of common people, contaminated by the influences of these anarchist views, will think, now there is no one else to lead us, to liberate us. Or perhaps a group of people with another Guevara will be set up again to take to the mountains to make the revolution, and the masses, who expect a great deal from these individuals and are burning to fight the bourgeoisie, may be deceived into following them. And what will happen? Something that is clear to us. Since these people are not the vanguard of the working class, since they are not guided by the enlightening principles of Marxism-Leninism, they will encounter misunderstanding among the broad masses and sooner or later they will fail, but at the same time the genuine struggle will be discredited, because the masses will regard armed struggle with distrust. We must prepare the masses politically and ideologically, and convince them through their own practical. 336. Experience. That is why we say that this inhibiting, reactionary theory about the revolution that is being spread in Latin America is the offspring of modern revisionism and must be unmasked by the Marxist-Leninists. Certain leaders of some Latin American state put in the odd word in a veiled opposition to the Soviet Union, but we cannot infer from this that they are really opposed to it. Those words are only pressure and blackmail for the purpose of gaining some advantage, on the one hand, of deceiving the naive, on the other. If the advocates of these theories were to stop serving the Soviets in their imperialist revisionist expansion, the latter would cut off all aid to them. We know the Soviets only too well. However, this will not occur, because they serve the Soviets admirably. This is why the Soviet revisionists continue to give them aid and keep them alive. It is the duty of all the Marxist-Leninists to expose this anti-Marxist trend, the advocates of which style themselves Marxist-Leninists and use Marxist terminology only as a disguise without which they would be lost. We must tear this disguise from them, and this can be done only through organized struggle on the Marxist-Leninist course, as you comrades from Ecuador and others are doing. We were very pleased over the way you have gone about strengthening the party and the correct views you hold on armed struggle. If we Marxists do not thoroughly understand that the party must be strong as steel and this can be brought about only on the Marxist-Leninist road, we can achieve no victory. Our people fought in the past, too, just like your people, but did not win. Very good and able individuals have emerged from the bosom of our people, persons with clear Illuminist views and great revolutionary determination, who fought with rifle and pen against the Turks, and later, against other invaders. But they shed their blood and toiled in vain. The bourgeoisie and the feudal lords exploited the victories of the people and these outstanding individuals to foster their own interests, while the people remained as oppressed as before. They came about because there was not even a progressive party, let alone a Marxist-Leninist party, to lead our people forward. Only after the founding of the Communist Party were the 337 Albanian people able to realize their age-old aspirations. It was only under its leadership that their sweat and blood were not shed in vain. Hence, it is the leadership by the Marxist-Leninist Party which ensures the victory of the people, and not the actions of a guerrilla center, as some people preach. We rejoice that you comrades of the Communist Party of Ecuador have purged your party of elements alien to a genuine Marxist-Leninist party. We are very pleased to see that you are clear about how the party should be strengthened and expanded, with what class elements its ranks should be filled, how it should be extended to the countryside, and in the first place, how it should implant itself more deeply in the ranks of the working class. People are not born communists, but they are born pure, and during their life and in the course of the daily struggle they learn, are educated, and become communists who will sacrifice even their lives for their ideals. It is very good that you have opened courses and schools for Marxist-Leninist education. This is what we did, too, during the National Liberation War. The learning and assimilation of Marxism-Leninism are essential for and the salvation of every communist and every Marxist-Leninist party. Even today, this is the course we follow. We have put lessons, work in production, and physical and military training for the defense of the homeland in the center of our activity for the education of the youth. We assure you, dear comrades, that our party, closely united with the people, has striven and will strive with might and main and with the greatest loyalty to defend the purity of Marxism-Leninism, and will work tirelessly to strengthen proletarian internationalism. The party will do everything to ensure that its efforts and the efforts of the people are understood and to create conditions, not only for the consolidation of our socialist homeland, but also for the strengthening of the bonds of friendship with all the fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties, so that our party, too, makes its modest contribution, devoting all its energies, to our common cause, the triumph of the proletarian revolution. We are very moved by the high appraisal you make of the 338 modest work of our party. As Marxism-Leninists, we understand very well everything you, dear comrades, said about our party and its experience. We thank you for all these things and tell you that they are a great encouragement to us, because we know they come from the clear and realistic judgment of Marxist-Leninist comrades. Of course, as Marxist-Leninists, we assure you that this does not make us conceited. On the contrary, it increases our sense of responsibility to make ourselves worthy of at least 1% of what you say. Therefore, we must fight even harder, must perform our duty even more honorably, to ensure that every action of ours not only does not harm the great cause of socialism in the world, the cause of world revolution, or even that of an individual Marxist-Leninist party or group, but, on the contrary, serves as an encouragement and example for everybody, so that Marxist-Leninist parties grow in number and strength, because, as a saying of the Albanian people goes, just one or two flowers do not mean summer. For the socialist revolution to triumph everywhere more flowers are and will be needed. This is how we understand our internationalist duty. For us, too, this meeting with you will remain unforgettable, because you told us about the situation in Latin America. We feel ourselves 100 times stronger when we see that yours is a true Marxist-Leninist party, with a clear line and perspective. There is no doubt that such a party will certainly triumph. You say that when our party was founded it had about 200 members. But this did not prevent us in the slightest from winning the masses, leading them, fighting and, together with them, defeating the internal and external enemies, triumphing and setting up the dictatorship of the proletariat. What great strength we gain to step up our struggle, when we see that your party in Ecuador is a party with a brilliant future, since it upholds the banner of Marxism-Leninism. You say you have made mistakes, that you have not seen some things as you ought to. What party has not made mistakes? Our party, too, had made mistakes in the course of its revolutionary activity, but not in its general line. The important thing is that we have corrected our mistakes immediately, as soon as we have detected them. 339. What you say about strengthening the work of the party with the organization of the youth and the women is extremely important to the revolution. I have noticed, and you have said this yourselves in your talks with our comrades, that you are very interested in the question of students. This is very good, but you must keep in mind that students are part of the youth, not the whole of it. Likewise, you attach importance to the problems of the countryside and problems of the working class. If you attach importance to the countryside and the working class, you cannot fail to be interested in the problems of youth and women in the countryside, as well. The question now is that you must concretize these issues better. We shall be very happy if our modest experience is of any help to you. I want to add this, too: our party was small, our working class at the time when the party was founded was exceptionally small. Nevertheless, thanks to the great work carried out by the party, the youth, in the first place, embraced its ideology, Marxism-Leninism. The party was quick to organize them, and they threw themselves into the war and played an extremely great role in it. They fought as they did, enlightened by the ideology of the working class. As for the women, right from the start the slogan of the party was that the armed struggle could not be waged and carried through to victory without them. The party stressed that, in the first place, the women themselves must understand that, while fighting for the liberation of the homeland, they would be fighting for the emancipation of women, too. At that time the party said, if the women do not understand the great idea of the party about their participation in the war, there will be no genuine liberation war. We attached major importance to this question, for without its solution the women would have become a hindrance to the war, because they had only to say to their husbands or sons, "Where are you going? Why are you leaving us? They will kill us, don't go to war, let us mind our own business, what good is the war to us?" etc., and things would have taken another direction. The party did its work so thoroughly that the women became ardent propagandists of the line of the party within their families. Take the rifle, they would urge their husbands and 340 sons, and throw yourselves into the fight for the liberation of the homeland. You understand, comrades, what courage this stand on the part of the woman gave the husband or son who seized the rifle and joined the partisans. Whenever we entered the homes of our people, in city or village, the women gave us every possible help. They linked themselves closely with our war, with the line of the party. Many of their husbands or sons were fighting in the mountains, and, when we went to their homes for shelter and food, they treated us as their sons, as their closest relatives. See the importance of women and their activity. It was in these conditions that the women's organization was set up in our country. Of course, the same process will develop in your country, too. In the beginning we came up against many difficulties, everything was not achieved at once, as you see it today. We know what difficulties there are in the capitalist countries, but they can all be overcome when the line is correct and the party determined. You, my dear comrades, have helped us greatly in another direction too, in further enhancing our confidence in the future victories of the common struggle. We assure you that we will honorably accomplish our tasks as soldiers of the revolution, as loyal soldiers of Marxism-Leninism. We would like you, dear comrades of Communist Party, ML, of Ecuador, to consider our party as yours in everything. We're ready to give you whatever assistance you consider useful, because as internationalists we are duty-bound to do so. If we do not do this, we cannot call ourselves internationalists, cannot be Marxists. We have spared and will spare nothing to give you every possible assistance, as our comrades and brothers, because your internationalist assistance to us is also great. You also help us with your experience, and if you notice that we may be going wrong in some direction, please criticize us, shake us up with your open criticism, and rest assured that we consider and treat your comrades' criticism as the most sacred thing. Our people say that he that criticizes loves you, he that does not love you pats you on the back so that you may continue on the wrong road. 341. Our Marxist-Leninist dialectics teaches us that not everything goes straight, that people's heads are not all cut into one pattern, that the energies of each individual are not equal, some go straight, others do not. In these conditions, the implementation of the norms of the party, Bolshevik criticism and self-criticism set people right, keeps the party pure and carries the revolution forward. These are the relations we want, this is the sincere proletarian love we want to have for one another, and the more we do for one another, for the revolution, the more modest we must be. Therefore, the modesty of communists must be exemplary, like that of proletarians, the efforts and thoughts of communists must be like those of proletarians, the feelings of their souls and hearts must be like those of proletarians. Only thus can our revolution march forward. We are sorry, dear comrades, that you will be leaving, but rest assured that our hearts are united with yours. We know that you are very busy. Even greater and more difficult tasks await you in the future, nevertheless, we would be very happy if you could come more frequently and stay longer in our country, regardless of the fact that this cannot be done in every instance according to our wishes. May your great wish be fulfilled, may the day come when we can visit you in your country. 342. Letter to the 9th Conference of the Chinese Communist Party, April 29, 1969. Dear comrades, allow me, on behalf of the Central Committee of the Albanian Party of Labour, of the Albanian Communists and the whole Albanian people, who followed with indescribable enthusiasm and great attention the proceedings of the 9th National Congress of the Fraternal Communist Party of China, to express to you the most cordial revolutionary congratulations on the full success of the 9th National Congress of your glorious party and on the historic decisions it adopted. The 9th Congress marks a brilliant page in the long history of the great Communist Party of China, which is full of heroic and legendary struggles. It affirmed the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist line of Chairman Mao and the decisive victory of the great proletarian cultural revolution. It firmly held and raised higher the red banner of revolution and socialism. It further strengthened and tempered the party, its unity of thought and action on the basis of the invincible thought of the great Marxist Zero-Leninist comrade Mao Zedong. The programmatic documents, Chairman Mao's speeches, the political report by Vice Chairman Lin Piao, and the new party constitution, which were unanimously approved at the Congress, have opened brilliant prospects for the Chinese Communist Party and the 700 million Chinese people to achieve greater new victories throughout the country, to carry the revolution through to the end, to advance at a faster speed in the building of socialism and communism in China. We are exceptionally glad that the historic 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China unanimously elected, in an ardent revolutionary atmosphere, the party leadership with Comrade Mao Zedong, the founder and great leader of the Communist Party of China, the outstanding Marxist-Leninist and the strategist of genius of revolution, as its leader, and with his close comrade in arms Comrade Lin Piao as its deputy leader. We 343 heartily greet the new Central Committee elected by the 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. This Central Committee is made up of revolutionaries tested in fierce class battles and in the flames of the great proletarian cultural revolution and boundlessly faithful to Chairman Mao Zedong and to his invincible thought. The Albanian communists and people, who are with the Chinese communist and people, and all other Marxist-Leninist and revolutionaries in the world, see in the decisions of the 9th National Congress of your glorious party the great guarantee that the Communist Party of China will always hold high the inflexible banner of Marxism-Leninism, of socialism and proletarian internationalism, will further consolidate and strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat and will make great people's China a still more powerful fortress and prop of the liberation struggle of the peoples and of the world revolution. The 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, a congress of proletarian victory over the traitorous, revisionist, and counter-revolutionary line of the renegades, traitor and scab Liu Shaoqi, marks a new stage not only in the carrying out of socialist revolution and socialist construction in China, but also in the fight for the triumph of Marxism-Leninism over revisionism, of socialism over capitalism and of revolution over counter-revolution in the world. This is why the hearts and minds of the Marxist-Leninists and revolutionaries of the whole world were directed in these days towards your great Congress. This is why their hearts are filled with joy at this great historic event. The solemn declaration of the Congress that the Communist Party of China, nurtured by the great leader Chairman Mao, always upholds proletarian internationalism and firmly supports the revolutionary struggles of the proletariat and the oppressed peoples and nations of the whole world, inspires all the communist and revolutionary peoples and gives them strength and courage to broaden and push forward incessantly their struggle against imperialism led by US, against modern revisionism led by Soviet revisionism, and against all the reactionaries, in order to create a new world without capitalism, without imperialism, without oppressors and exploiters. 344. The Ninth National Congress of the Communist Party of China dealt a fresh crushing blow to the Soviet Khrushchevite revisionists, to these renegades to the great Lenin-Stalin cause, who have transformed themselves into social imperialists and social fascists and who are in a close counter-revolutionary alliance with the US imperialists, the most ferocious enemies of the peoples. The imperialist revisionist aggressive plans against great socialist China and the freedom-loving peoples of the world will fail ignominiously, and the US imperialists and the Soviet revisionists will be completely and definitely smashed. There is no force on earth that can stop the victorious march of revolution. There is no force on earth that can save the imperialists and the revisionists from their thorough defeat. The revolutionary cause of the peoples will surely triumph. The Albanian communists and people who are bound by an unbreakable friendship with the Chinese communists and people, immeasurably rejoice at the great victory of the Ninth National Congress of the Communist Party of China, and they regard it as their own victory. Our hearts throb as one. We are inseparable brothers and comrades in arms. Our unity is steel-like. The Ninth National Congress of your heroic party will certainly strengthen still more the great friendship and solidarity between our two parties and countries. It will further enhance our two parties and countries. It will further enhance our common struggle for the triumph of the great cause of Marxism-Leninism and of the liberation of the peoples. The Albanian Party of Labour and the entire Albanian people wholeheartedly wish that the Communist Party of China and the great Chinese people, armed with all-conquering Mao Zedong thought and under the wise and far-sighted Marxist-Leninist leadership of Mao Zedong, will achieve new and ever greater successes and victories on the bright road of socialism established by the Ninth National Congress. Long live the great and glorious Communist Party of China! May Chairman Mao, great leader, great Marxist-Leninist, and the closest friend of the Albanian people, live as long as the mountains. 345. May the unbreakable friendship and militant unity between our two parties and peoples last forever and grow with each passing day. Enver Hoxha, First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Albanian Party of Labour, April 29, 1969, Tirana. 346. The demagogy of the Soviet revisionists cannot conceal their traitorous countenance. January 10, 1969. Demagogy has always been the favorite weapon of all traitors. That is very typical of the modern revisionists, especially of the Soviet revisionist leadership. This clique of renegades, while always advancing on the same road of treachery, has made use, according to circumstances, of various masks to conceal its real countenance. The alleged return to Stalin's correct policy, the basest hypocrisy and the most desperate maneuver of the Soviet revisionists' Khrushchevite revisionism in the Soviet Union has undergone several stages, in compliance with which its forms, methods and tactics of struggle and action to carry out in practice its anti-Marxist and traitorous course and to camouflage it, have also changed. The first stage was that of the building up, maintenance and establishment of the betrayal, accompanied with a great and scandalous noise and with a sham optimism to distract the minds of the people. It was characterized by the frantic campaign of attacks on Stalin, to discredit the ideas of Marxism-Leninism and the cause of the Bolshevik Party, under the fraudulent pretext of the fight against the personality cult and its consequences. But what was the line of the Bolshevik Party, the line of Stalin, against which the Khrushchevite revisionists hurled themselves so furiously? What were its consequences for the development of the Soviet Union and the international communist and revolutionary movement? In the ideological field, the line pursued by the Bolshevik Party led by Stalin was the line of the consistent defense and the creative development of Marxism-Leninism in a merciless fight against the enemies and distorters of Leninism in the Soviet Union and outside it against the Trotskyists, Bukharinists, Social Democrats, Titoites etc., the line of the fight against the pressure. 347. And influences of bourgeois ideology and culture, for the implanting and development of socialist ideology and culture, the line of high proletarian partisanship in all spheres of spiritual life, for the communist education of the working people. In the political social field, it was the line of the unceasing strengthening of the proletarian party and of its leading role in the whole national life, of the strengthening and consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the alliance of the working class and peasantry, of the friendship of the peoples of the Soviet Union, of the unity of the entire Soviet people around the party and the power of the Soviets, through a fierce class struggle against the overthrown exploiting classes and their remnants outside the party and inside its ranks, the line of constant strengthening of the country's defensive power in order to stand up to any possible imperialist aggression. In the economic field, it was the line of the building of socialism with one's own efforts and at fast rates, in conditions of complete capitalist encirclement, and in a life and death struggle against the tide of petty bourgeois spontaneity, the line of socialist industrialization and collectivization of agriculture, of the constant improvement of socialist relations of production, of the impetuous development of socialist production and of the uninterrupted growth of the well-being of the working people. In the field of international relations, it was the line of resolute opposition to imperialism, to its policy of war and aggression, as well as of the exploitation of contradictions in the imperialist camp for its weakening and the strengthening of the positions of socialism, the internationalist line of the powerful and unreserved support for the world revolutionary and liberation movement, the line of fraternal relations of mutual support and aid towards the socialist countries and the fraternal communist and workers' parties, the line of unceasing strengthening of the militant unity of the socialist camp and of the international communist movement on the basis of the principles of Marxism-Leninism and of proletarian internationalism, in the common struggle for the victory of the cause of socialism throughout the world. 348. As a result of the implementation of the correct revolutionary Marxist-Leninist line of the Bolshevik Party led by Stalin, the socialist transformations throughout the country were successfully carried out within a short period of time, the backwardness inherited from the Tsarist regime was liquidated, and the Soviet Union was transformed into a powerful socialist state with modern industry, with a large-scale collectivized agriculture, with the most advanced technology and science, with a tremendous economic and military potential. The great historic victory over fascism in the years of the Second World War was achieved, and the role and importance of the Soviet country in international life grew considerably. The consolidation and growth of the influence of the communist movement in the world, the creation and consolidation of the socialist camp after the Second World War, the general weakening of the positions of international imperialism and the great successes in the development of the world proletarian revolution are due, to a considerable extent, to the internationalist revolutionary line consistently implemented by J.V. Stalin. The Khrushchevite modern revisionists, who after having taken over the leadership of the party and the state, relied on the great results of the Stalin epoch and used them to spread and consolidate their revisionist and treacherous course, frontally attacked all the Marxist-Leninist principles which guided Stalin's policy and underlay the tremendous strength of the Soviet Union, which they usurped and appropriated. In the ideological field, the revisionists replaced the ideas and the consistent Marxist-Leninist line of Stalin on all fundamental questions with the ideas and the anti-Marxist line of modern revisionism. Opportunists and various Trotskyist, Bukharinist, and Zinovyevist enemies, nationalists, and others, in the Soviet Union were proclaimed as victims of Stalin and were placed on the pedestal of martyrs and heroes. The renegade Tito clique in Yugoslavia was rehabilitated and Titoism was proclaimed as a variant of creative Marxism-Leninism and of socialism. In various socialist countries, condemned traitors were rehabilitated and revisionist cliques attached to Khrushchev's chariot were brought to power. They launched the slogan of unity. 349. With the Social Democrats on a national and international scale in the joint struggle for socialism, and the way was paved for the complete ideological, political, and organizational rapprochement and merger of the communist parties with the social democratic parties. The principle of proletarian partisanship was discarded and, under the slogan of liberalization and freedom of creative thought, the revival of all sorts of decadent and anti-socialist trends in the fields of culture, literature, and arts was encouraged. In the political field, Khrushchev and his group besmirched and discarded the Marxist-Leninist theory and practice about the class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat, calling it a Stalinist distortion and proclaiming the whole historic period of Stalin's leadership a dark, anti-democratic period, a period of violations of socialist legality, of terror and murders, of prisons and concentration camps. The road was thus opened for the liquidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat and for its replacement with the bureaucratic and counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the new socialist aristocracy which was born and was developing, all this being covered with the deceptive slogans of democratization and of restoration of freedom and socialist justice allegedly lost and now regained. In the economic field, the Khrushchevites declared as erroneous and incorrect the Stalin line and methods of development and management of the socialist economy in all branches, especially in that of agriculture, rejected Stalin's directives on further improvement and development of socialist relations of production in the historic period of the transition from socialism to communism, and, under the pretext of overcoming the economic stagnation and difficulties allegedly created as a result of the Stalin dogmatic line, undertook a series of reforms which paved the way to the gradual degeneration of the socialist economic order and to the uncontrolled operation of the economic laws of capitalism. In the field of international relations, the Khrushchevite revisionists proclaimed as erroneous, rigid and dogmatic the Stalin foreign policy line, the line of the blow-for-blow fight against imperialism and of determined internationalist support for 350. The revolutionary and liberation struggle. They replaced it with the peaceful coexistence policy as the general line of the foreign policy of the Soviet state. They trumpeted peaceful coexistence in all directions as a great discovery, as an invaluable contribution to the creative development of Marxism-Leninism, and as the beginning of a new epoch in international relations. Everything the cause of revolution, of the liberation of the peoples, of the independence and sovereignty of the socialist countries, was subjected to the needs of peaceful coexistence and of peace at any price with imperialism, especially with U.S. imperialism. This was in fact the line of capitulation to imperialism, of renouncing the struggle against it, of rapprochement and collaboration with it. The anti-Stalin campaign served the Khrushchevite renegades to pass over to the second stage, to that of the efforts for the strengthening and stabilization of the betrayal in the economy, policy, and ideology, at home and in foreign relations. This is the stage of the codification of the viewpoints of Khrushchevite revisionism and of the large-scale implementation of its policy. And Khrushchev and his group completely liquidated the Marxist-Leninist proletarian party. They transformed it into a weapon of the revisionist counter-revolution. They replaced the Leninist norms of party building with revisionist norms and, finally, they proclaimed it a party of the whole people. They liquidated the dictatorship of the proletariat and it was proclaimed as a past stage, under the pretext of the transformation of the Soviet state into a state of the whole people, which is nothing else but a democratic mask hiding the counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the new bourgeois class represented by the revisionist renegades. The process of restoration of capitalism in the economy began on a large scale. The proclamation of profit as the fundamental criterion and incentive of economic development, the decentralization of some vital links of the management of the economy, the encouragement of tendencies towards private property, the transformation of socialist property into a means of exploitation of the working people and of ensuring large profits on the party of the leading section of the bureaucratic. 351. Bourgeoisie, the opening of the doors to the free penetration of foreign capital and, as a consequence of all this, the ever more powerful operation of the laws of capitalist economy, anarchy in production and competition between enterprises, the considerable revival of the black market, profiteering, abuses, graft, etc. Such are some of the fundamental features of the bourgeois degeneration of the Soviet economy. Alongside this, the anti-Marxist course of the Khrushchevite revisionists flung open wide the doors to the irresistible penetration of the decadent bourgeois ideology and culture, to the mortal degeneration of the people, and in the first place of the rising generation, to the spreading of the Western way of life. In the field of international relations, the stage was characterized by the complete establishment of the counter-revolutionary alliance of the Soviet leadership with U.S. imperialism for sharing the domination of the world, at the expense of the freedom and independence of the peoples, of the vital interests of the socialist countries, of the cause of revolution and socialism. The selling out of the interests of the liberation struggle of the Congolese people, the bargainings with U.S. and West German imperialism to the detriment of the national interests of the German Democratic Republic, the treachery towards the Cuban people in the days of the Caribbean crisis, the joint plots with the U.S. imperialists and the Indian reactionaries against the People's Republic of China, the signing of the ill-famed Soviet U.S. British Treaty on the partial prohibition of nuclear weapons tests, the sabotage of the revolutionary struggle of the Vietnamese people against the U.S. aggressors, and of the just struggle of the Arab people against the imperialist Israel aggression, etc. All these, and other acts, are links of the long chain of the counter-revolutionary alliance of the Soviet revisionist leadership with U.S. imperialism. In this period, when Khrushchevite revisionism was still on the rise and had somewhat strong positions, it did not hesitate in many cases to take off its mask, to openly express its viewpoints, trying to place them on a Marxist-Leninist theoretical foundation and to justify them with the new conditions. It was precisely in this period that the entire 352 revisionist chorus, under the absolute direction of the conductor's baton Khrushchevs, was loudly singing of peaceful coexistence, peaceful competition, the peaceful road, of the state and party of the whole people, of the world without weapons, without armies, and without wars, when they were openly saying that imperialism and its chiefs have become sensible and peace-loving, that the fate of the peoples will be decided by UN resolution, that the Soviet U.S. alliance was the greatest guarantee of world peace, etc., etc. All this counter-revolutionary line and the anti-Marxist-Leninist viewpoints of the Khrushchevite revisionists were consecrated in the decisions of the 22nd Congress of the CPSU, especially in the program of the CPSU adopted at this Congress, which, due to the dominating position of the Soviet leadership in the revisionist camp, became the main code of the trend of international modern revisionism. At this ill-famed Congress were repeated openly and publicly now the monstrous attacks and calumnies against Stalin. This showed, in the first place, that the feelings of sympathy towards Stalin had remained alive among the Soviet people, and this greatly worried the Khrushchevite leading clique. In the second place, that this clique was obstinately advancing on its anti-Marxist road, and in the third place, that it needed the bogey of Stalinism in order to defeat the ever more resolute resistance which was rising in the international communist movement against its treacherous line. But the logic of treachery is such that the more deeply they submerge in the bog, the more it suffocates them. Revisionism was born as a retrogressive trend to save capitalism from its general crisis. But in this role it, itself entered a deep and general crisis from which nothing can save it. The situation for the head of revisionism, for the Soviet ruling clique, has become especially grave. The struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces, and life itself, which is the best judge of every policy, rejected the line and theories of the Soviet revisionist leadership, exposed their anti-Marxist and counter-revolutionary essence. Difficult days 353 have come for the Khrushchevite revisionists. Khrushchevite revisionism has entered the third stage, which is the stage of its decline, of its deep and general crisis, the stage when treachery develops but yields bitter fruits and brings defeats to the revisionists. The efforts of the Khrushchevite revisionist leadership to impose its revisionist course and its chauvinist dictate on the whole international communist movement failed ignominiously. At a rapid rate the great and irresistible process of differentiation in the communist movement in various countries and on a world scale has developed. The principled and determined attitude of the Communist Party of China and of the Party of Labour of Albania in defense of the immortal principles of Marxism-Leninism, and their consistent fight against the treachery of Soviet revisionism played the main role in this important historic process. Within a few years tens of new Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations were created which raised high the banner of the struggle against modern revisionism and have taken in their hands the cause of revolution. This is a heavy and irreparable defeat with lethal consequence to the revisionist renegades in all countries. The ever deeper engagement of the Khrushchevite revisionists on the criminal road of capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union, of counter-revolutionary alliances with imperialism, of subversion and division of the world communist and revolutionary movement, their successive defeats in their domestic and foreign policies, accompanied with serious economic and political difficulties, all this has thrown the Soviet revisionist leadership into a deep, irreconcilable, and ever fiercer contradiction with the Soviet people and with the revolutionary peoples of the whole world. The contradictions of the Soviet revisionist leadership with the other revisionist groupings have greatly sharpened, and these in compliance with the special interests of their national bourgeoisie whose representatives they are demanding faster rates of degeneration of the socialist order into an order of bourgeois democracy and greater independence and freedom of action from Moscow. The dominating positions of the Khrushchevite clique of the Soviet Union in the revisionist camp 354 are weakening and being smashed with every passing day. The clearest testimony to this is the rebellion of the Czechoslovak and other revisionists against the dictate of the Soviet leadership and the repeated discrediting failures of the latter in its efforts to organize an international meeting of the revisionist communist and workers' parties. The positions of the revisionist cliques in power, especially the Soviet clique, have been shattered to their foundations. No longer are they in a position to conceal the deep splits and the struggle for power which is taking place ever more fiercely in their fold. The failure and inglorious overthrow of the inspirer and head of the Soviet modern revisionism, and Khrushchev, were the most obvious expression of the deep crisis and of revisionist instability. Khrushchev's successors were obliged to change tactics. They discarded into oblivion the noisy slogan and preachings of N. Khrushchev and decided to pass from words to deeds. If the merit of the working out of the general line of modern revisionism belongs to N. Khrushchev, to his successors, the Brezhnev-Kosygin clique, belongs the merit of the full implementation of this counter-revolutionary line. But the cautious tactics of the Brezhnev-Kosygin clique were incapable of lifting Khrushchevite revisionism from the swamps into which it has submerged. The iron laws of history irresistibly blaze their trail, deepening from day to day the crisis and difficulties of the revisionist renegades. In face of the irreparable defeats, both at home and abroad, in face of the resistance and revolutionary struggle being waged against them from outside and inside by the Soviet people and revolutionaries, by the Party of Labour of Albania, the Communist Party of China and the Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries throughout the world, the Khrushchevite revisionists are striving to save their domination by establishing a military fascist dictatorship. This they need to quell the revolt of the working masses, of the Soviet people, and every activity of the revolutionary Marxist-Leninists, to curb the discrediting actions of the impatient liberal revisionists at home, to hold under control the 355 revisionist cliques of the other countries, and to re-establish the Soviet dictate on their revisionist partners. This policy found its most flagrant expression in the aggression of the Soviet revisionists and their satellites against the Czechoslovak people. This aggression entirely tore off the mask of the Kremlin clique. The methods used, beginning with the pressures, blackmail, the Judas kisses in Cerna and Tisu and Bratislava, and ending with the surprise attack, in the darkness of the night, without any ground whatsoever, be it even as a matter of form, that could justify the brutal intervention with arms, gives this interference its true meaning: an imperialist, fascist aggression. The strengthening of the aggressive, imperialist, fascist tendencies of the domestic and foreign policies of the revisionist Soviet Union, which is an expression not of strength, but of the weakness of the Khrushchevite leadership, demands its ideological foundation. The ideological servants of revisionism are now meeting this need. For this purpose, there have been published of late in the Soviet press a series of so-called theoretical articles, full of pseudo-revolutionary demagogy, which are aimed at creating a smoke screen so that the people should not see what is in reality hidden behind it. It is a question of dressing the revisionist treachery with new cloaks at these very critical moments which the Khrushchevite leadership of the Soviet Union is living. Above all, they are striving to justify the complete passage of the Soviet revisionist clique to the fascist dictatorship and methods and to conceal it by the alleged return to Stalin and to his Marxist-Leninist line. To attack Stalin with the most rabid savagery for his correct, revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist policy in all the fields, as the Khrushchevite revisionist renegades did, and now, faced with their full defeat in all directions, to try to hide behind Stalin's name, claiming, at times directly and at times indirectly, that the Khrushchevite revisionists are allegedly returning to the correct Stalin policy, is out-and-out deception, the most shameless hypocrisy, the basest and most desperate demagogy on the part of the Soviet revisionists. 356. It is the duty of the Marxist-Leninists squarely to expose this deceptive attempt of the Soviet revisionists and to wrest this dangerous weapon from their hands. The establishment of the fascist military dictatorship under the disguise of safeguarding the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, one of the demagogical maneuvers of the Soviet revisionist clique to justify its transition to the fascist dictatorship, is the noise which it is making in these recent times allegedly in defense of the Marxist-Leninist teaching about the dictatorship of the proletariat, although, as is known, it is precisely the Soviet leading clique itself that has destroyed the dictatorship of the proletariat in the Soviet Union and has slung the dirtiest mud at it, presenting it as a savage, barbarous, inhuman dictatorship which has done nothing but commit crimes against the working class and the laboring people. They who come out today with the banner of the defense of the dictatorship of the proletariat are precisely those that have proclaimed it as liquidated in the Soviet Union under the pretext of the transformation of the Soviet state into a state of the entire people. The Soviet revisionists are now striving to create the illusion that the so-called state of the entire people is allegedly the direct continuation of the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This illusion can deceive only the naive, because there is nothing and there can be nothing in common between the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and the state of the entire people. The latter, in reality, is the complete negation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, its transformation into something entirely opposite, into a counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the new revisionist bourgeoisie. The continuation between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the state of the entire people, the scribblers of the Moscow Pravda write, is clearly seen in the preservation of the leading role of the working class. But how does the working class play this role when the socialist state and the Communist Party, as the revisionists claim, have lost their proletarian class? 357. Character and have become a state and party of the entire people? It is obvious that we are faced here with a very clumsy and banal deception. In reality, the working class in the Soviet Union has not been in power for a long time. It is now a class which is being oppressed and exploited, being corrupted and exposed to degeneration. It is transformed from a leading force into a mere productive force, from a political force into an economic appendage. In fact, it is the new bourgeois class that is ruling and leading now in the Soviet Union, the class that has established its savage dictatorship over the Soviet working class and the Soviet people. The Soviet Khrushchevite revisionists, who are today playing with slogans of the dictatorship of the proletariat, are precisely those that have defended and propagandized, with a great noise, the revisionist theses which advocate the superclass character of the present-day capitalist state, and its use as a means for transition to socialism, who deny the necessity of smashing the bourgeois state machine as an indispensable condition for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, who deny the leading role of the Communist Party in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat without which the latter cannot exist, etc. The falsity of the whole demagogical noise of the Soviet revisionists, allegedly in defense of the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, is quite obvious also in the fact that, as previously, indeed with a still greater intensity, they continue to attack the Party of Labour of Albania and the Communist Party of China for their firm loyalty towards the dictatorship of the proletariat. Just as at the time of the frantic campaign against Stalin and his work, they furiously attacked the dictatorship of the proletariat in China and Albania, calling it a bureaucratic military regime, strangler of freedom and socialist democracy, etc. They especially attacked the Marxist-Leninist thesis of our party's pensable till the victory of communism on a world scale, because during this period the class struggle continue at home and in the international arena. There continue the struggle between the two roads, socialist and capitalist, a thesis which has been fully confirmed by revolutionary practice. The most convincing proof of the 358th correctness of this thesis is the very fact of the revisionist counter-revolution and of restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union nearly 40 years after the triumph of the October Socialist Revolution. It most clearly follows from all this that in the activity of the Khrushchevites we are by no means faced with a denial of the previous revisionist theses and with a return to the Marxist-Leninist positions on the dictatorship of the proletariat, but with a deceptive attempt to mask with revolutionary slogans what is happening in reality in the Soviet Union, the full transition to the methods of fascist military dictatorship. The dressing up of fascism with socialist and revolutionary phraseology is by no means new. These tactics were used by Hitler in Germany and Mussolini in Italy, in their time. The coercive measures, the calls for the strengthening of the ideological struggle, of discipline, unity, etc., are measures serving the consolidation of the fascist dictatorship of the Khrushchevite revisionist clique. In reality, the coercive measures are actions of the fascist dictatorship for the suppression of all revolutionary activity of the Soviet people and of the genuine Bolsheviks. The intensification of the fight against all truly revolutionary thought. The discipline demanded by the Soviet leaders is the discipline of the Black Hundreds, to bridle away everyone who rises against the revisionist treachery. The unity about which the Khrushchevite revisionists speak, is a unity on revisionist foundations, around the revisionist party and for the counter-revolutionary purposes of the revisionists. The Soviet leadership is trying to create the impression that its measures are mainly directed against the liberal extremists who, of late, especially after the events in Czechoslovakia and Poland, have become still more active. Although the Soviet revisionist leaders and the extremist liberal elements are essentially advancing on the same anti-Marxist and treacherous road, the activity of these elements is undesirable for the revisionist leadership. It fears another counter-revolution within counter-revolution. It does not wish to suffer the fate of N. Khrushchev or of the Novotny clique. But what worries the Soviet leadership most is the fact that the frenzied and unwise activity of 359. These elements openly discloses the trickery of the revisionists, causes their demagogy to fall, openly reveals treachery, and this cannot help opening the eyes to the Soviet people. It cannot help intensifying their resistance and struggle to sweep away with the great broom of revolution both the liberal revisionists and the conservatives, both the ultras and the moderates. Therefore, it is precisely against this revolution that all the measures, and the fascist dictatorship of the Soviet revisionist leadership, are directed. But however hard it may try to strangle this revolution through repressive measures and deception, the revolution is irrevocable. The Soviet people will not tolerate the revisionists' treachery for long. In the end they will have the final say. Complete degeneration of the CPSU under the call for the defense of the party principles in order to realize their counter-revolutionary aims. All the class enemies have always directed their main attack against the Marxist-Leninist Revolutionary Party, which is the brain and heart of the working class. This is how the Khrushchevite modern revisionists, too, began their treachery. And now, it is precisely they who have transformed the great Bolshevik party of Lenin and Stalin into a revisionist, counter-revolutionary and anti-communist party, who have paved the way to the revisionist and bourgeois degeneration of many communist and workers' parties of other countries. Precisely they are today coming out allegedly in defense of the teachings of Marxism-Leninism about the party and are criticizing those that are violating these principles. Seeking justification for their fascist aggression in Czechoslovakia, they accuse the Czechoslovak revisionists in particular of having launched a frantic campaign against the healthy cadres of the party, who make up its fund of gold, of having risen against the leading role of the Communist Party, of having advocated the multiplicity of political parties, of having sought to make the party a cultural illuminist or idio-preaching organization, of having stood for the so-called equal partnership of all the social organizations within the Communist Party, of having attacked the Leninist norms of inter-party life, etc. 360. On the lips of the Soviet revisionist renegades such accusations resound as all-out hypocrisy, with an unprecedented cynicism, for it is precisely they themselves and their allies who, as before, are still advocating, defending, and committing these crimes in their own parties. The Party of Labour of Albania has long since, and more than once, pointed out the complete betrayal of the Soviet revisionist leaders of the teachings of Marxism-Leninism about the proletarian party. But in order to expose the deep-going demagogy of the revisionists that they are allegedly returning to the positions of the defense of these teachings, to the implementation of the Leninist norms of the party, it is necessary that we should once more dwell on some well-known facts. If the Dubček counter-revolutionaries attacked and purged the Soviet agency, the Novotny counter-revolutionaries, whom the Soviet leadership call the party's fund of gold, the Khrushchevite counter-revolutionary clique of the Soviet Union in its own country attacked and purged the real revolutionary cadres who were remaining true to the Marxist-Leninist line of the Bolshevik Party and to the ideals of socialism. Under the slogan of the fight against Stalin's personality cult, or under the pretext of rotation, the Khrushchevite revisionists rode roughshod over the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 70% of the members of the Central Committee elected at the 19th Congress of the CPSU in 1952 were no longer figuring on the list of the Central Committee members elected at the 22nd Congress in 1961. 60% of the CC members in 1956 were no longer figuring on the list of the CC members that were elected at the 23rd Congress in 1966. A still greater purge has been carried out in the lower party organs. For instance, during 1963 alone, more than 50% of the members of the party's central and regional committees in the republics of the Soviet Union were relieved of their functions, while in the city and district party committees 3/4 of their members were replaced with others. The purge of the revolutionary cadres has been carried out on a large scale also in the state organs, and especially in those of the army and state security. As to the question of the leading role of the Communist 361 Party, of the denial of which the Soviet leadership accuses the Czechoslovak revisionists, this role has long since been liquidated in the Soviet Union itself. Of what leading role of the working-class revolutionary party in the Soviet Union can we speak when the Khrushchevite revisionists have discarded the Marxist-Leninist line and the proletarian class character of the CPSU? They have forced upon it a treacherous revisionist line in the service of the new Soviet bourgeoisie and of world imperialism, headed by the United States, and have transformed it into a party of the entire people. The Party of the Entire People slogan is essentially a denial of the class character in general, because there are not and there can never be non-class and above-class parties. But denial of its proletarian class character is a label to conceal its transformation from a revolutionary proletarian Marxist-Leninist party into a counter-revolutionary bourgeois revisionist party. Of what norms can the Soviet revisionists speak when they have long since buried these norms in their own party, when they have transformed them from Marxist-Leninist norms into revisionist norms which serve their counter-revolutionary aims and line? The Soviet revisionists speak of democratic centralism, they speak of Bolshevik criticism and self-criticism, but in reality they are hypocritical. They speak of conscious party discipline, but in reality it is a fascist discipline. They speak of proletarian morality, but in reality it is a bourgeois morality. They speak of freedom of thought, but every free expression of revolutionary Marxist-Leninist thought leads one to jail, to committal, to mental hospital or concentration camp. Irrespective of the disguises, the present-day norms in the CPSU are anti-Leninist, bourgeois, reactionary, fascist norms. It was precisely the revisionist course of the 20th Congress of the CPSU that paved the way, not only for the degeneration of this party itself, but also for the degeneration of a number of other communist and workers' parties in socialist and capitalist countries. It was precisely this counter-revolutionary course that inspired and encouraged the spreading of all sorts of anti-Marxist viewpoints of the revisionists in various countries about the transition to socialism under the leadership of anti-proletarian parties, which indeed do not even call themselves socialist. About 362. Unity with the social democratic renegades through the complete organizational merger with them into a so-called United Working Class Party, about the liquidation of the communist parties and their merging into fronts led by the bourgeoisie, etc. As a result of this revisionist line, the communist parties in many capitalist countries in reality no longer exist as such, they have been transformed into a new variant of the old discredited social democracy, they have abandoned all revolutionary ideals and are collaborating with the bourgeoisie for the defense of the capitalist order. While in the former socialist countries they have been transformed from working class parties for the building of socialism into parties of the new bourgeoisie for the complete restoration of capitalism. Pluralism, the many-party system, against which the Soviet revisionists are making a noise today, exists not only in Czechoslovakia, but also in many other revisionist countries, and signs are appearing everywhere of the revival and political and organizational activation of other parties to obtain leading and ruling positions in the socialist state, which is ever more assuming the features of a bourgeois state. These viewpoints are being noisily defended and propagandized also by many other revisionists in capitalist countries, especially in Italy and France, who are bringing pressure to bear upon their colleagues in the former socialist countries to advance as quickly as possible on this road, to adapt socialist democracy as far as possible to bourgeois democracy. Why then does the Soviet leadership precisely now show itself so worried about the question of the leading role of the party and come out forcefully against pluralism? They do this not only to find additional justification for the legalization of their aggression in Czechoslovakia. There are other deep reasons. The Brezhnev-Kosygin clique is very much worried about the defense of its dominating position from the great dangers threatening it both inside and outside the party. There is not and there can be no unity in the Soviet revisionist party. Revisionism is certain division. In the Soviet Union as well as in any other revisionist country, there exists the factional struggle for power between the revisionist groups and trends, as is clearly confirmed by N. 363. Khrushchev's overthrow and the other changes in Soviet leadership. This disintegration process will irrevocably deepen. The course of capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union cannot but lead to the revival of the various bourgeois and nationalist groups. This prepares the objective conditions for the birth, sooner or later, also of the bourgeois many-party system. The Brezhnev-Kosygin revisionist clique, with a view to preserving its dominating position, is trying and will try with all its might without hesitating to use even means of violence, to curb this process. For this purpose, it is trying and it will try, to exploit the tradition of the existence of a single party and of the fight of the Bolsheviks against the factionists and deviators. The Soviet leading clique is opposed to the disintegration of the single party also because of the position of the Soviet Union as a great multinational state, for this would lead to an internal national division, consequently also to the undermining of the role of the revisionist Soviet Union on the international arena as a great imperialist power. But above all, the Khrushchevite revisionists are striving to exploit the Bolshevik single-party tradition, with which the Soviet communists and the Soviet people have been molded, to keep them attached to the CPSU in which there remains nothing communist. They are striving to exploit this tradition in order to prevent the organization of the Soviet revolutionaries and the creation of a new Marxist-Leninist party in the Soviet Union. Despite the fact that not all the communists and the working class in the Soviet Union see that the present-day Communist Party of the Soviet Union has nothing in common with the Bolshevik Party of Lenin-Stalin, Bolshevism is always alive in the Soviet Union and the Soviet Bolshevik revolutionaries will not be defeated in the face of the tragedy which the land of the Soviets is living, but they will restore the great traditions of October Revolution, of the heroic times of Lenin and Stalin. and the only road to this is the recreation of the Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist Revolutionary Party, that must take in its hands the banner of the struggle for the overthrow of the revisionist clique and the restoration of the dictatorship of the proletariat, to turn the Soviet Union back to the road of communism. 364. The revisionists against revisionism. Revisionism, as a bourgeois ideological, anti-Marxist, and counter-revolutionary trend, has been so badly discredited that even the chiefs of revisionism themselves, especially those of the Soviet Union, are using the term revisionist to criticize their most irresistible and liberal allies. Here and there they let out even the words that revisionism is today the main danger, and the fight against it the primary duty. They need this, both to justify their aggression in Czechoslovakia and for home consumption. The tactics of the Soviet revisionists are tactics of the thief who calls, "Catch the thief." They accuse others of all that they have done or are doing themselves. Modern revisionism was born about the time of the Second World War. Its first representatives were Browder in America and Tito in Europe. But due to the struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties, headed by the Bolshevik Party led by Stalin, neither Browderism nor Titoism could flourish very widely. They were isolated and fully exposed. Modern revisionism was transformed into a major international trend only after the 20th Congress of the CPSU and due to this ill-famed Congress. After this Congress, Khrushchevite revisionism was developed and raised to a whole system of political, ideological, and economic bourgeois viewpoints. But while they now take anti-revisionist poses, the Soviet revisionists persist in the entirely revisionist line of the 20th and 22nd Congresses. This shows that all their present-day fuss against revisionism is a great bluff. The Soviet leaders accuse the Czechoslovak revisionists of having discarded loyalty towards principles under the banner of the fight against dogmatism. They advocate the liquidation of the revolutionary convictions, of the foundations of socialist ideology, etc. But is it not the Soviet revisionists themselves who up to today have proclaimed that dogmatism, meaning Marxism-Leninism, was the main danger, and is it not they themselves who, under the banner of the fight against dogmatism, betrayed Marxism-Leninism, widely spread revisionism, and furiously attacked the Stalin revolutionary line, the Party of Labor of Albania, the Communist Party of China and the other Marxist-Leninist parties? Is it not the Soviet revisionist leaders who, while 365. They throw fireworks against revisionism, are furiously continuing the fight against the parties which really stand on Marxist-Leninist positions, especially against the Party of Labor of Albania and the Communist Party of China, which have waged and continue to wage a consistent, principled, and inflexible struggle against revisionism? This is another proof exposing the anti-revisionist demagoguery of the Soviet leadership. When the Czechoslovak revisionists, for the realization of their counter-revolutionary aims, made extensive use of the false slogans of freedom, democracy, liberalization, humanism, these slogans, according to the Soviet leadership, were a mask to cover counter-revolutionary activity, but when these slogans are used by that leadership itself, which is just as much counter-revolutionary as the Czechoslovak leadership, these slogans are allegedly revolutionary. Freedom and democracy on the lips of the revisionists, whether Khrushchevite, Titoid, Novotnist, or Dubčekist, mean freedom and democracy for the revisionists. For the traitors and counter-revolutionaries, liberalization means destruction and liquidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Humanism means replacement of the class struggle with Christian pacifism and love for all the class enemies. When the Czechoslovak revisionists speak of grave errors in the past, distortions of democracy and violations of legality and use them to blacken and undermine the gains of socialism, this, according to the Soviet leaders, is diabolic tactics of the enemies of socialism. But did the Khrushchevite clique not pursue precisely these diabolical tactics in the Soviet Union? The attacks and calumnies made by the Khrushchevites against the heroic past of the Soviet Union outdid even those of the most rabid imperialist enemies of the Soviet Union. Nobody has discredited the Soviet Union more than the Khrushchevite clique. The secret report of the 20th Congress is a document which is known to everybody, and Khrushchev's successors have never, in the slightest, put this document in doubt. Their maneuvers in publishing some writing or in producing some film showing the great historic role of J. Stalin during the Great Patriotic War, cannot conceal their out-and-out treachery towards the ideas and the activity of Stalin. They are only a testimony to 366. The fact that Stalin is always alive in the minds and the hearts of the Soviet men and women, and are aimed at throwing dust in the eyes, and at quelling the resistance of the Soviet people towards the Khrushchevite clique which has buried the glorious historic period of the Stalin leadership. Just as demagogical on the lips of the Soviet revisionist renegades, are their slogans about the necessity of intensifying the struggle against the bourgeois ideology and its efforts for the erosion of socialist ideology, against a multiplicity of socialist ideologies and of socialism as a social order. Today they accuse the Czechoslovak revisionists of having had opened the doors to the flood of Western ideology, of making efforts to liquidate the foundations of socialist ideology, of advocating a new model of socialism which is not based on Marxism-Leninism, etc. By rising against these sins of the Czechoslovak revisionists, the Soviet newspaper Pravda discovered America for the second time, as it were, pointing out that there is not and there can be no socialism without the leading role of the Communist Party, armed with the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, that there can be no other form of socialism since the birth and development of scientific socialism, no other socialist ideology which is not based on Marxism-Leninism can exist in our times. See Pravda of September 19 and 22, 1968. Of what fight against bourgeois ideology can the Soviet revisionists speak while revisionism is nothing else by a manifestation of the bourgeois ideology in theory and practice, while egoism and individualism, the running after money and other material benefits are thriving in the Soviet Union, while career-seeking and bureaucratism, technocratism, economism and intellectualism are developing, while villas, motor cars and beautiful women have become the supreme ideal of men, while literature and art attack socialism, everything revolutionary, and advocate pacifism and bourgeois humanism, the empty and dissolute living of people thinking only of themselves, while hundreds of thousands of Western tourists that visit the Soviet Union every year, spread the bourgeois ideology and way of life there, while Western films cover the screens of the Soviet cinema halls, while the American orchestras and jazz bands and those of 367. The other capitalist countries have become the favorite orchestras of the youth. And while parades of Western fashions are in vogue in the Soviet Union. If until yesterday the various manifestations of bourgeois ideology could be called remnants of the past, today bourgeois ideology has become a component part of the capitalist superstructure which rests on the state capitalist foundation which has now been established in the Soviet Union. As to the criticism against the multiplicity of socialist ideologies and of socialist orders, it is the Soviet leaders themselves that have wiped out in theory and practice any distinction between socialist ideology and bourgeois ideology, between the socialist order and the capitalist one. It is precisely the Soviet revisionists who have declared, and continue to declare, that many countries newly liberated from the colonial rule of imperialism and in which the bourgeoisie and landlords and their reactionary ideology are dominating, have embarked on the road of socialism or are building socialism. Does this not indicate that the Soviet leaders themselves are advocating the possibility of transition to socialism without the leadership of the working class, of its revolutionary party, and of the ideology of Marxism-Leninism, in other words, the possibility of transition to socialism under the leadership of non-proletarian classes and parties, that there exist, thus, several kinds of socialism and several kinds of socialist ideology. Or let us take the case of Yugoslavia. In criticizing the Yugoslav Titoites, who supported the Dubček clique and spoke against the Soviet aggression in Czechoslovakia, the Soviet revisionists thought of pointing out that the program of the Communist League of Yugoslavia is the complete embodiment of the ideology of revisionism. But how does this comply with the other statements of the Soviet leaders who, after having kissed and embraced the Tito clique, proclaimed and continue even today to call Yugoslavia a socialist country? What is this socialism which is allegedly being built in Yugoslavia on the basis of revisionist ideology, which is nothing else but a variant of the bourgeois ideology. Does the Soviet leadership itself not admit by this that socialism can allegedly be built also on the basis of revisionism, that is of anti-Marxism, of bourgeois ideology? 368. Expressing dissatisfaction with the attitude of the Tito clique towards the Czechoslovak events, the Soviet propaganda accuses the Titoites of being inspirers and supporters of the Czechoslovak counter-revolutionaries. But the Soviet leaders themselves who, in an entirely arbitrary way, rehabilitated the Tito clique as an innocent victim, introduced it into the communist movement, proclaimed it as a fighter for socialism and maintained close ties with it, are they not themselves inspirers and supporters of the inspirers and supporters of the counter-revolutionaries? Thus, they themselves are as much counter-revolutionaries as the Tito clique. After the 1956 Hungarian events, also, the Khrushchevite clique of the Soviet Union undertook a campaign of criticisms against the Yugoslav revisionists, but only as a matter of form, for it had collaborated with them behind the scenes to bring counter-revolutionary Kadar to power, and as soon as the tension relaxed somewhat the honeymoon started again. This is what will surely happen this time, too. Indeed, the tone of the anti-Yugoslav propaganda in the Soviet Union has already greatly diminished. The Brezhnev-Kosygin clique can deceive nobody by its sham criticism of the Tito clique. They are two revisionist cliques which, despite the contradictions they have about the questions of the roads of development of revisionism and of relations between the revisionist countries and parties, belong to a single revolutionary trend, modern revisionism. The Soviet revisionists have allegedly discovered in Czechoslovakia a new, unknown form of counter-revolution. The sin of those who condemned the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia as aggression, they say, is allegedly the deep incomprehension of the essence of this new historical phenomenon, as people have been so far accustomed to imagine counter-revolution only in its armed form, through violence. Summing up the experience of the revisionist tragedy that happened in the Soviet Union and in other socialist countries where the revisionist cliques are in power, the Marxist-Leninists have long since drawn the conclusion that the danger to the destinies of socialism does not stem only from external imperialist aggression nor only from the armed counter-revolution of the 369 exploiting classes and their survivals, but also from peaceful bourgeois revisionist degeneration, which is the result of the influence of bourgeois ideology from inside and of the pressure of imperialism from outside. The first example of peaceful counter-revolution was provided by the Titoites, then this road was pursued by the Khrushchevite clique of the Soviet Union and by the cliques of the other socialist countries of Europe in succession. The attempt of the Soviet revisionists to present peaceful counter-revolution as a new historic phenomenon which occurred only during the Czechoslovak events, is in reality an attempt, on the one hand, to justify their aggression against the Czechoslovak people and, on the other hand, to camouflage the peaceful counter-revolution which they themselves have carried out in the Soviet Union. Although the ideologists of the Soviet revisionists speak a great deal of peaceful counter-revolution, they only skirt around this phenomenon. They present it in a very simple way, as something directly instigated and organized by the remnants of the exploiting classes and by the agencies of imperialism. In reality, peaceful counter-revolution is a counter-revolution which is carried out from above, by the degenerated and bureaucratized cadres of the very class and party which are in power. And this process of degeneration has its own deep internal and external social-economic causes, in the same way as it has also its own historic and ideologic sources. The Soviet revisionists do not and cannot make any analysis whatsoever of the causes and sources, because this would mean for them to make an autopsy of themselves. The autopsy of the birth of revisionism has been and will be made ever more fully only by the Marxist-Leninists, by the Bolshevik revolutionaries, who will throw out the revisionist carrion and will purge the whole atmosphere of its bad smell. With their own words, the Khrushchevite revisionists expose themselves, because if they admit the danger of peaceful counter-revolution even after the liquidation of the exploiting classes, how can they proclaim that the victory of socialism is complete and final? How can they say what was said in the program of the CPSU approved by the 22nd Congress, that in the countries of people's democracy the social economic possibilities 370. For the restoration of capitalism have been removed. One or the other, either the thesis of peaceful counter-revolution is a bluff or the other thesis that all danger to the destinies of socialism has been removed, is a deception, an attempt to legalize the revisionist treachery, to lull the vigilance and revolutionary action of the communists and the working people. In contrast with what they have previously advocated, that allegedly with the liquidation of exploiting classes the class struggle also comes to an end and its place is occupied by the political and social economic unity of society. At present the Soviet revisionists are not opposed to admitting the class struggle after the liquidation of the exploiting classes as such and to oppose also abstract national unity. There is no end to demagogy. They speak of class struggle, but only in other countries, while they do not utter a single word about the class struggle in the Soviet Union, as if harmony and everlasting peace were reigning there. But what about the struggle which the Khrushchevite revisionists themselves undertook after the death of J.V. Stalin in the Soviet Union? Is it not an open expression of the struggle of the class enemies who opened the road to the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, to its transformation from a socialist proletarian state into a new bourgeois and imperialist state? This class struggle, but from the positions of the new bourgeoisie and its interests, is being waged most savagely by the Soviet revisionist leadership against the healthy revolutionary forces both at home and in the international arena, resorting to all the means of the military fascist dictatorship. Life, facts, the very experience of revisionist treachery show that the class struggle continues, not only after the liquidation of the exploiting classes as such, not only after the victory of socialism, but indeed, for some time, even after the victory of communism on a world scale, as long as the influences of bourgeois ideology continue to exist. Therefore, the complete victory of socialism and communism can be achieved and be guaranteed only when, in addition to other things, there has been achieved the full victory of socialist ideology over bourgeois ideology in every individual country and on a world scale. And, as long as this struggle continues, the existence of the dictatorship of 371. The proletariat is indispensable, as the main weapon of the class struggle of the proletariat for the destruction of all the class enemies and for the building of socialism and communism. The whole demagogy of the alleged fight against revisionism and of the alleged return to the Leninist-Stalinist positions is needed by the Soviet revisionist leadership to conceal its complete transformation into a social fascist clique. But the Soviet leaders, due to their very position as a revisionist clique, cannot go very far in the so-called fight against revisionism, for such a thing is fraught with extremely dangerous consequences unexpected and undesirable for them. Therefore, at the same time they are furiously continuing their fight against revolutionary Marxism-Leninism and the parties remaining faithful to it, especially against the Communist Party of China and the Party of Labour of Albania. This most clearly shows the falsity of their demagogical fuss about the fight against revisionism. Precisely to conceal its bluff, the Soviet leadership is striving to create the illusion that it allegedly stands on the Leninist positions of the struggle on two fronts, that it is allegedly fighting against the rightists, the revisionists, as well as against the leftists, dogmatists, adventurers, etc. This dangerous maneuver must be fully exposed, and the real social fascist features of the Soviet leading clique should be nakedly revealed. Social imperialism disguised as proletarian internationalism. Social fascism in the home policy has social imperialism as its direct continuation in foreign policy, and while they seek to camouflage fascism with socialist phraseology, the Soviet leaders strive to conceal their imperialism with the slogan of proletarian internationalism. It is known that the Khrushchevite revisionists started their treachery with capitulation and concessions to imperialism and with renouncing the fight against it, while the liquidation of the foundations of socialism and the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, its transformation from a socialist state into a capitalist state of the new type, created the economic, social and 372 class premises for its transformation into a great imperialist power in the international arena, and for the counter-revolutionary alliance with U.S. imperialism. The Soviet Union has become an imperialist power which seeks to have its zones of influence, which is striving to enslave and exploit the peoples of other countries, which, in alliance with US imperialism, is striving for the establishment of the world domination of the two great powers. But if, until recently, Soviet imperialism was trying to preserve and extend its zone of influence, to dictate its will to others through peaceful means, through economic penetration and subjugation, through political and ideological influence and pressure, through military and economic alliances, etc., now it has passed over to open fascist methods, to the use of armed violence, to direct military aggression even against its own allies. Precisely this is the new feature in the evolution of Soviet imperialism. The most typical example in this direction is the Soviet fascist military aggression in Czechoslovakia. By what they did in Czechoslovakia, the Soviet revisionists quite evidently showed that now for them there do exist neither friendship, alliances, and treaties, freedom and independence, nor sovereignty of peoples. The only principle existing for them is the right of the more powerful to make the law everywhere, while all other principles are violated, trampled underfoot, placed under the heel, through arms and bloodshed. To justify this cynical and fascist policy, the Soviet revisionists are now seeking to convince none other than their own allies from the revisionist camp that the independence, self-determination, sovereignty of the parties and peoples of various countries have no value whatsoever, that they must submit to the interests of the so-called socialist community, in other words, to the interests of the chauvinist great power of the Soviet Union, that for the sake of these interests this power can violate these principles when, where, and in what way it likes. The demagogy of the Soviet aggressors, that by attacking and occupying Czechoslovakia with arms they carried out their internationalist duty towards the Czechoslovak people and 373. Towards the cause of socialism and the world revolutionary movement, inasmuch as they allegedly saved the victories of socialism in Czechoslovakia from the danger of counter-revolution, can hoodwink nobody. How can they defend the gains of socialism in another country who have destroyed socialism in their own country? How can they avoid the danger of counter-revolution who themselves are the head of counter-revolution? We showed above that all those things of which they accused the Czechoslovak revisionists in order to justify their aggression, the Soviet revisionists have done and are doing themselves. Therefore all the arguments of the Soviet revisionist leadership are empty and false. Their actions have no political, ideological, moral, or legal foundation whatsoever. Fully defeated also, was the legal argument of the Soviet revisionists to justify their aggression in Czechoslovakia. The famous letter of some Czechoslovak personalities allegedly addressed to the Soviets and to some other Warsaw Treaty countries to ask for their aid in suppressing counter-revolution in Czechoslovakia was absolutely proved to be a fraud. Nobody came out to confirm being the author of that letter. The Soviet troops were not invited either by the Czechoslovak government, or by the President of the Republic, by the Parliament or the Central Committee of the party. Even Hitler in his time acted with some tact. At least he obtained by force the signature of the President Hoxha, when he occupied Czechoslovakia. As to the Czechoslovak people and the healthy socialist forces in Czechoslovakia, they had no reason to address themselves for aid to the Soviet revisionist renegades and their allies, for the defense of the gains of socialism from the Czechoslovak revisionist renegades, for both the Soviet revisionist clique and the Novotny or Dubček revisionist cliques, are advancing, all of them, on the same anti-Marxist and anti-socialist road. And life showed, and confirms through numerous facts with every passing day, that despite the capitulation of the Dubček clique, the Czechoslovak people met the armies of the Soviet revisionists as occupiers and, in various forms, they resisted and are resisting occupation. They are ever more clearly realizing that the actions of the Dubček clique which overthrew the Novotny 374 clique, were a counter-revolution within the counter-revolution, just as the Soviet military intervention was the suppression through the force of arms of the internal Czechoslovak counter-revolution by the Soviet external counter-revolution. As an important instrument of the implementation of its imperialist policy, the Soviet leading clique is using the Warsaw Treaty military alliance. This treaty, which has changed its nature from top to bottom, from a treaty of peace into a means of war, from a defensive treaty into a weapon of aggression, is being used by the Soviet leading clique also against the very participants in this treaty. In reality, with the exception of Romania, all the other member countries of this ill-famed treaty are under the control of the armed forces of Soviet revisionism. The so-called socialist family or socialist community resembles a concentration camp, a prison of peoples. Soviet troops are stationed everywhere and they make the law in these countries. In these conditions, the freedom, independence, equality, and sovereignty of the peoples have been turned into empty slogans which are used to deceive and lull the peoples. But the appetite of Soviet imperialism goes beyond the limits of the zone which is directly under its influence. It is openly threatening the other Balkan countries, especially the People's Republic of Albania. It is committing open military provocations against the People's Republic of China, and, in close collaboration with the US imperialists, the Japanese militarists, with the Indian, Indonesian, and other reactionaries, it is preparing the big anti-China plot. The Soviet revisionist rulers, in alliance and vying with the US imperialists, are extending the zone of action of their military fleet. They have led their warships to the Mediterranean to threaten the People's Republic of Albania as well as to extend their imperialist grip at the expense of the Arab people and of the peoples of other countries. This typical imperialist policy of the Soviet revisionists cannot be concealed. It cannot help meeting with the determined opposition and resistance of all the peoples who cherish the ideals of freedom, independence, sovereignty, revolution, and socialism. This policy is ever more exposing and isolating the Soviet leading clique before the peoples of the whole world. 375. And not only that. In implementing its imperialist aggressive course it has had great difficulties also with its own allies. The Soviet leadership, in order to keep control of the other revisionist cliques, is openly passing over to the use of force, as was known by the Czechoslovak events, which are a very serious warning of what awaits the other cliques if they dare advance on the road of polycentrism, autonomy, etc. But instead of strengthening the dominating positions of the Soviet revisionist leading clique, this will lead to a further division of the revisionist front and will still more undermine the positions of Soviet revisionism. This was very clearly seen in the reaction of the revisionist cliques of other countries which, in a joint chorus, rose up against the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia and condemned it as aggression, taking the Dubček clique under protection. The additional difficulties created for the Soviet leadership in convening an international meeting of the revisionist parties, which was again postponed, is further evidence of this. The recent events, especially those in Czechoslovakia, are a catastrophic defeat for the whole of modern revisionism, which most obviously indicates its complete degeneration, especially of the head of modern revisionism, the Khrushchevite clique of the Soviet Union, into a social fascist and social imperialist clique. Nobody should allow himself to be deceived by the maneuvers to conceal this degeneration with demagogy, with the slogans of internationalism. It is the duty of all the real Marxist-Leninists and revolutionaries to expose and smash this dangerous maneuver. In the first place, the Soviet people themselves must rise with determination against this imperialist aggressive course and should not allow the Khrushchevite renegade clique in power to use Soviet men and women, the Soviet armed forces, for the realization of its imperialist and oppressive aims. One should not forget for a single moment the great teaching of Marx that the people of a country that oppresses other peoples are not and can never be free. Stalin belongs to the Marxist-Leninists. He belongs to proletarian revolution. Analysis of the facts shows that there can be no question. 376. Of any moderation of the revisionist positions of the Soviet renegade leadership. All its efforts to create the impression that it is allegedly returning to the old Stalinist positions are a big bluff. There should be no illusion whatsoever that the events in Czechoslovakia, in Poland, and the activation of the liberal extremists in the Soviet Union have opened the eyes of the Soviet counter-revolutionary clique and brought them down to earth. All this has only caused it to change its tactics, to adopt still more demagogical tactics to establish and consolidate the full fascist military dictatorship of revisionist capital and to disguise it. The Brezhnev-Kosygin clique places great hopes in achieving this success inside the Soviet Union, where there is brutal oppression, a terrible censorship, where the communists and people have been educated merely to repeat and not to do a thoroughgoing study of the content of the formulas and slogans, and where, finally, the cult of megalomania of the great and powerful socialist state continues to develop. It hopes to achieve this also by speaking in a low voice about a return to the Stalin epoch, to satisfy and deceive thereby the apolitical, the sentimental, and the naive. It is a duty of all the Marxist-Leninists, in the first place of the Soviet Bolshevik revolutionaries themselves, to expose right to the end this diabolical maneuver of the Khrushchevite ruling clique, to reject any illusion with regard to this clique, to intensify the fight against it, to thoroughly expose its real social fascist and social imperialist countenance. Faced with the fact of the transformation of the Soviet state into a fascist-type military dictatorship, the Soviet revolutionaries must rise up, organize themselves and throw themselves into struggle and revolution. Their historic responsibility is today greater than ever. There is no doubt that this will be a difficult struggle which will require self-denial and heavy sacrifices. But the Leninist-Stalinist Bolsheviks have never been frightened. We express our deep conviction that they will one day perform with honor their great duty towards their own people and international communism. And the sooner they do this, the better it will be. The demagogy of the Soviet leading clique for an alleged return to the revolutionary positions of the Stalin epoch, must be 377. Exposed also outside the Soviet Union, where it could be established and used by the other revisionist cliques. But, on the other hand, it is obvious that these tactics will sharpen the contradictions in the camp of the revisionists, will lead to the division of the revisionist parties into pro-Soviet and anti-Soviet groups. Indeed, right now the Novotnyists in Czechoslovakia, the Vermeersists and Thorezists in France, are being called tough, Stalinist, because they are supporters of the Soviet revisionists, their agents. The Soviet leading clique is giving and will give to these elements its whole support so as to establish through them its control and shattered rule over the other revisionist parties. This cannot avoid meeting the resistance of the other revisionist elements, which will further deepen the division in the revisionist camp. The duty of the Marxist-Leninists in these countries is to mercilessly unmask the pseudo-revolutionary phraseology of the pro-Soviet agency, to prevent the creation of any illusion whatever in this direction, to exploit the deepening of the contradictions in the fold of the revisionists and to intensify the fight against all the revisionist renegades for their complete destruction. As to the countries which are ruled by the Soviet revisionists, and where they make the law through the military forces they have stationed there, this maneuver can hardly serve because the strengthening of the imperialist fascist aggressive character of the policy being pursued by the Soviet leading clique cannot help arousing the ever more resolute indignation and protest of the peoples of these counties. Indeed, even the revisionist quislings who are necessarily obeying the Soviet clique, for their ruling positions have been built on sand, do not want them to undertake a maneuver of an alleged return to the Stalin epoch, be it even as a bluff, because, on the one hand, this would attach them still more closely to the Soviet chariot, from which they want to be as independent as possible, and on the other hand, such a maneuver would undermine their foundations, inasmuch as they came to power precisely under the banner of the fight against Stalinism. Therefore, here too, divisions will be further sharpened and deepened, inside the revisionist parties as well as between the ruling revisionist cliques and the Soviet. 378. Leadership. The submission of the revisionist quislings to the Soviet fascist military dictatorship is temporary. There will be fierce disputes and blows between them up to armed clashes. All these things create favorable conditions for the revolutionary struggle of the peoples and the communists of these countries, to expose the local revisionist quislings as well as the Soviet occupiers, to drive the occupation armies out of the country, and to overthrow the revisionist renegade cliques in power. The only correct road for the attainment of those aims is the creation everywhere of Marxist-Leninist parties, and the organization of armed revolutionary struggle. The Party of Labour of Albania, which has always consistently abided by the Marxist-Leninist line and principles, and has waged and is waging a resolute fight against modern revisionism headed by the Soviet renegade leadership, will mercilessly unmask the present dangerous, pragmatist tactics of the Brezhnev-Kosygin clique for an alleged return to the revolutionary positions of Stalin. It has not and it will never allow the name and the great Marxist-Leninist revolutionary activity of Joseph Stalin to be besmirched by the Khrushchevite revisionists, or to be used by them as a camouflage to conceal their revisionist treachery. Stalin belongs to the Marxist-Leninists, to the proletarian revolution. 379. The Theory and Practice of the Revolution, July 7, 1977. Preface: a lengthy editorial published on July 7, 1977 in Zari Populat, the official organ of the ruling Albanian Party of Labour, expressed indirect criticism of the basic policy orientation of China. Entitled The Theory and Practice of Revolution, the editorial, written by Enver Hoxha in third person but not signed, implied without mentioning China by name strong criticism of the Maoist thesis of the division of the world into three groups of countries: superpowers, developed countries, and developing, or third world, countries, and furthermore castigated China's policy of seeking allies in its struggle against the world influence of the Soviet Union as being a deviation from the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the class struggle. At the 7th Party Congress of the Party of Labour of Albania, Comrade Enver Hoxha stated during the analysis of the current international situation and the occurring revolutionary processes: the world is in a phase where the cause of the revolution and the national liberation of the peoples is not only an ideal and a perspective but as well a problem which has to be solved. This thesis of principal importance is based on the Leninist analysis of imperialism, on the identification of the nature of the present historic epoch provided by Lenin. It is inspired by the historic mission of the proletariat to liberate itself and whole humanity from every kind of exploitation and oppression of humans by humans, from the capitalist system. This thesis is based on a correct Marxist-Leninist analysis of the great contradictions of our time. The thesis of the 7th Party Congress of the PLA is a reaffirmation of the Marxist-Leninist strategy of the revolution under the current circumstances. 380. In his brilliant works about imperialism, V.I. Lenin arrived at the conclusion that imperialism is a perishing and dying capitalism, the last stadium of capitalism and the eve of the social revolution of the proletariat. In the analysis of the specific characteristics of imperialism he wrote: all this makes the state of development of capitalism which has been reached up to now into the era of the proletarian socialist revolution. This era has begun, and part of this agenda of the present epoch is the multilateral immediate preparation of the proletariat for the conquest of political power in order to effect those economic and political measures which form the core of the socialist revolution. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 24, p. 420, German edition. In defining the present epoch, Lenin based himself on class criteria. He emphasized that it is important to consider which class stands in the center of this or that epoch and defines its essential content, the main direction of its development, the most important characteristics of the historic situation in the specific epoch, etc. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 134, German edition, defining the fundamental content of the new historic epoch as the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. Lenin remained consistently loyal to the teachings of Marx about the historic mission of the proletariat as the new social force which will carry out the revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist society of oppression and exploitation and build the new society, the classless communist society. The Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels and their appeal, "Proletarians of all countries, unite," was published in order to announce that the basic contradiction of human society was now the basic contradiction between labor and capital, and that the proletariat was chosen to solve this contradiction through revolution. By his analysis of imperialism, Lenin showed that the contradictions of the capitalist society had sharpened to the utmost and that the world had entered the epoch of the proletarian revolution and the triumph of socialism. 381. The Great Socialist October Revolution confirmed this brilliant conclusion by Marx and Lenin in practice. Even after Lenin's death, the communist world movement resolutely adhered to his teachings about the present epoch, it adhered to his revolutionary strategy. The triumph of the socialist revolution in several further countries proved that the Leninist thesis of the present epoch as epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism mirrors the basic laws of the development of today's human society. The downfall of the colonial system, the achievement of political independence by the overwhelming majority of the countries of Asia, Africa, and more are a further affirmation of the Leninist theory of the our epoch and the revolution. The fact that the teachings of Marxism-Leninism and the revolution were betrayed in the Soviet Union and a number of former socialist countries does not alter the Leninist thesis on the character of the present epoch in the least, because this is nothing but a turn and twist on the way to the inevitable victory of socialism over capitalism on the global scale. The Albanian Party of Labour has always consistently upheld these Marxist-Leninist conclusions. Comrade Enver Hoxha said, "On a daily basis the main features of our epoch are sharpened and appear more and more clearly as the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, the struggle of two opposed social systems, as the epoch of the proletarian and national liberation revolutions, the downfall of imperialism and the liquidation of the colonial system, as the epoch of the triumph of socialism and communism on a global scale." Enver Hoxha, report to the Fifth Party Congress of the PLA. The Marxist-Leninists always based the definition of the present epoch and the revolutionary strategy on the analysis of the great social contradictions which characterize this epoch. Which contradictions are these? After the triumph of the socialist revolution in Russia, Lenin and Stalin were speaking about four contradictions. The contradiction between the two opposed systems, the socialist and the capitalist system. 382. The contradiction between capital and labor in the capitalist countries, the contradiction between the oppressed peoples and nations on the one hand and imperialism on the other hand, the contradiction between the imperialist powers. Exactly these contradictions build the objective foundation of the development of today's revolutionary movement, which in their collectivity form the great process of the world revolution in our epoch. The complete current situation worldwide proves that since Lenin's times the contradictions have neither been moderated nor disappeared, but on the contrary, have been further sharpened and have come to the surface like never before. Therefore the knowledge and acknowledgement of these contradictions is the basis for defining a correct revolutionary strategy. The denial of these contradictions, concealing them, ignoring one or another of these contradictions, distorting their true meaning like the revisionists and the various opportunists do, leads to confusion and disorder within the revolutionary movement and serves as foundation to construct and preach a distorted, pseudo-revolutionary strategy and tactic. 2. Today there is much talk about the division of the world into the so-called first, second, and third world, about a non-aligned world, about a world of developing countries, of the south and the north, etc. Each advocate of these divisions portrays his theory as the most correct strategy which allegedly match the real circumstances and the current international situation. But it is like Comrade Enver Hoxha emphasized at the Seventh Party Congress. All of these terms which refer to the different political powers working in the world today conceal and don't reveal the class character of these political powers, the basic contradictions of our epoch, the predominant key problem on the national and international scale today, the grim struggle which is waged between the bourgeois revisionist world on the 383 one hand and socialism, the world proletariat and its natural allies on the other hand. Hoxha, report to the Seventh Party Congress of the PLA. If Marxist-Leninists speak about the world and the different countries and name them, they judge based on the principle of dialectical and historical materialism. They judge above all according to the existing socio-economic order in the different countries, according to the proletarian class criterion. Exactly from this point of view V.I. Lenin wrote in the year 1921, so when only one socialist country, Soviet Russia, was existing in the world. Today, there are two worlds in the world, the old capitalism which has come to a dead end and will never back down, and the new growing world which is yet very weak but which will become strong and big because it is invincible. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 33, p. 132, German edition. J.V. Stalin also stressed in his famous scripture two camps already in 1919. The world has definitely and irrevocably split into two camps. The camp of imperialism and the camp of socialism. The struggle between these two camps constitutes the hub of present-day affairs, determines the whole substance of the present home and foreign policies of the leaders of the old and the new worlds. Stalin, Collected Works, Volume 4, p. 205, German edition. Our party holds the opinion that we must talk about the socialist world today, too, like Lenin and Stalin did, that the Leninist criterion is always true, like Leninism itself is alive and true. The argument of the theoreticians of the three worlds, the non-aligned world etc., who eliminated the existence of socialism in their schemata by referring to the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union and in some other former socialist countries, to the dissolution of the socialist camp, is completely unfounded. This stands in absolute contrast to the Leninist teachings and the class criterion. The revisionist betrayal, the return of the Soviet Union. 384. And a number of former socialist countries to capitalism, the spreading of modern revisionism widely in the international communist and workers' movement and the splitting of this movement were a heavy blow to the cause of revolution and socialism. But this by no means implies that socialism was liquidated as a system and that the criterion of the division of the world into two opposing systems must be changed, that the contradiction between capitalism and socialism no longer exists today. Socialism exists and proceeds in the genuine socialist countries which are loyal to Marxism-Leninism, like the Socialist People's Republic of Albania is. The socialist system which opposes itself to the capitalist system, exists objectively just like the contradiction and the struggle for life and death between it and capitalism exists. By ignoring socialism as a social system, the so-called theory of three worlds ignores the greatest historic victory of the international proletariat, ignores the fundamental contradiction of the time, the contradiction between socialism and capitalism. It is clear that such a theory, which ignores socialism, is anti-Leninist. It leads to the weakening of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the countries where socialism is being built, while calling on the world proletariat not to fight, not to rise in socialist revolution. And this is not surprising. The renunciation of the proletarian class criteria in the evaluation of the situation leads to conclusions which are contrary to the interests of the revolution and the proletariat. As the great and consistent Marxist he was, Lenin frequently analyzed the capitalist world and the balance of power within it in his works. He did this, however, in the service of the revolution, in order to determine the tasks which lay ahead of the proletariat, the tasks of the communist parties, the tasks of the first socialist state the proletarian towards the world revolution, and in order to show who were the really allies of the revolution and who were its enemies. Lenin gives us an excellent example in this regard in his theses and reports at the II Congress of the Communist International in the year 1920. 385. Now we have to prove by the practice of the revolutionary parties, emphasizes Lenin, that they have enough consciousness, organization, contact with the exploited masses, determination, and the ability to exploit this crisis for a successful, for a victorious revolution. We came together at this Congress of the Communist International mainly in order to prepare such evidence. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 215, German edition. The so-called theory of the three world, however, does not pose a single task for the revolution. On the contrary, it forgets to do so. In the schemata of the three worlds the basic contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie does not exist. What is also striking about this division of the world is the non-class view of what it calls Third World, the disregarding of classes and class struggle, the global treatment of countries which this theory counts to this world, the regimes which rule there and the different political powers which exist there. This way the contradiction between the oppressed peoples and the reactionary and pro-imperialist powers in their countries. It is common knowledge that a fierce struggle of the freedom-loving peoples for freedom, independence, and national sovereignty is led against the old and new colonialism in the countries exploited by imperialism, the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This is a just revolutionary and liberation struggle which enjoys the unreserved support of the Marxist-Leninists, the genuine socialist countries, the world proletariat and all progressive forces. This struggle is and inevitably has to be directed against multiple enemies. Against the imperialist exploiters, first and foremost against the two superpowers as the greatest exploiters and world police, the most dangerous enemies of all peoples of the world, against the national reactionary bourgeoisie which is connected by thousands of strings with the foreign imperialism, with this or that superpower, with the 386 international monopolies and which is the enemy of freedom and national independence, against the strong remains of feudalism upon which the foreign imperialists base themselves on and which allies itself with the reactionary bourgeoisie against the people's revolution, against the reactionary and fascist regimes, the agents and defenders of the rule of these three enemies. Therefore it is absurd to claim one only had to struggle against external enemies without at the same time fighting and challenging the inner enemies, the allies and accomplices of imperialism. All those factors which hinder this struggle. Until now there was never a liberation struggle, there was never a national democratic and anti-imperialist revolution which did not have inner enemies, reactionaries and traitors, bought and anti-national elements. One cannot like the so-called theory of the three worlds does equal all strata of the bourgeoisie without any exception, including the comprador bourgeoisie, with anti-imperialist forces, with the foundation and the factors which further the struggle against imperialism. To follow this theory means to distract the revolutionary movement from the right way, to desert the revolution halfway, to separate it from the proletarian revolutions in the other countries, to drive the struggle of the peoples and the proletariat of these countries into an anti-Marxist and revisionist way. Marxism-Leninism teaches that the national question always has to be examined subject to the question of the revolution. From this point of view the Marxist-Leninists support each movement which is actually aimed against imperialism and serves the common cause of the proletarian world revolution. We as communists, emphasizes Lenin, have to and will, only support the bourgeois liberation movements in the colonial countries when these movements are really revolutionary, when their representatives do not prevent us from educating and organizing the peasantry and the broad masses of the exploited in the revolutionary spirit. But if these conditions are not given then 387. The communists in these countries have to fight the reformist bourgeoisie to which the heroes of the Second International belong. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 230, German edition. The preachers of the thesis of the Third World label even more as liberation movement, as the main force in the struggle against imperialism, even the horse trade of the King of Saudi Arabia or of the Shah of Iran with the petroleum monopolies of the USA, their weapon transactions in the amount of billions and billions of dollars with the Pentagon. According to this logic the oil sheiks, who let the money from their oil flow into Wall Street and the banks of the USA, are fighters against imperialism and advocates of the people's struggle against the imperialist rule. So this means that the US imperialists, who sell their weapons to the reactionary and oppressive regimes of these sheiks, give these weapons the patriotic forces who struggle to drive the imperialists away from the golden sands of Arabia and Persia. The facts prove that today, too, the anti-imperialist and democratic liberating revolution can only be consistent and brought to an end if it is led by the proletariat with its party at the spearhead in alliance with the broad masses and the peasantry and the other anti-imperialist and patriotic forces. Already in 1905 Lenin demonstrated in his book Two Tactics in detail that under the conditions of imperialism the characteristic of the bourgeois democratic revolution consists in the fact that the force which is most interested in furthering the revolution is not the bourgeoisie, which is inconsistent and tends to ally itself with the feudal reactionary forces against the revolutionary impetus of the masses, but the proletariat which views the bourgeois democratic revolution as an interim stage of the transition to the socialist revolution. The same applies for the current national liberation movements. J.V. Stalin emphasized that after the October Revolution the era of liberating revolutions in the colonies, the era of the awakening of the proletariat in those countries, the era of its hegemony, has begun. Stalin, Collected Works. 388. Volume 10, p. 212, German edition. These Leninist teachings achieve a special value and a special meaning under the current given conditions. Today the two tendencies which Lenin pointed out have deepened and operate with great force in the world. On the one hand, the tendency of the capitalist monopolies which break the national borders and internationalize the economic and political life. On the other hand, the tendency of the different countries to intensify the struggle for national independence. This way, in regard to the first tendency, the connections of the national bourgeoisie with the foreign imperialist capital are not only maintained in many countries liberated from the yoke of colonialism but further increased and extended by a multitude of neocolonialist forms like the multinational companies, the different economic and financial integrations, etc., etc. This bourgeoisie, which holds the key position in the economic and political life of the country and grows steadily, is a pro-imperialist power and an enemy of the revolutionary and liberation movement. With regard to the other tendency, namely the increase of the national independence towards imperialism in the former colonial countries, it is above all connected to the growth of the proletariat in these countries. This means that more favorable conditions arise for the extensive and consistent realization of the anti-imperialist and democratic revolution, for its leadership by the proletariat and thus its transition to a higher phase, to the struggle for socialism. The Marxist-Leninists do not confuse the burning efforts and wishes of the peoples and the proletariat of the countries of the so-called Third World for liberation, revolution, and socialism with the aims and the policies of the comprador and oppressive bourgeoisie of these countries. They know that there are sound progressive currents in the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, within the peoples, who will further their revolutionary struggle determined until victory. But speaking about the so-called Third World as main force against imperialism and as main force of the revolution, like the 389 followers of the theory of the three worlds do without making any difference between the genuine anti-imperialist and revolutionary forces and the ruling pro-imperialist, reactionary, and fascist forces in a number of developing countries means to openly abandon the teachings of Marxism-Leninism and to preach typical opportunistic views which cause confusion and disorder among the revolutionary forces. Basically, the peoples of these countries, according to the theory of the three worlds, are not allowed to fight, let's say, the bloodthirsty fascist dictatorships of Geisel in Brazil and Pinochet in Chile, Suharto in Indonesia, the Shah of Iran and the King of Jordania, etc., because they all belong to the revolutionary driving force, which turns the wheel of world history. On the contrary, according to this theory, the peoples and revolutionaries had to ally with the reactionary forces and regimes in the Third World and support them, in other words, abandon the revolution. US imperialism, the other capitalist states and Soviet social imperialism have bound the ruling classes of the countries of the so-called Third World to themselves with thousands of strings. Of course, these classes, which are dependent on the foreign monopolies and want to prolong their reign over the broad mass of their people, try to create the impression that they have formed a democratic bloc of independent states with the aim to put pressure upon US imperialism and the Soviet social imperialists and thus allegedly prevent interference in the interior affairs of their states. Lenin pointed out towards the communist parties the necessity to constantly expose and denounce every fraud the imperialist powers systematically commit by allegedly creating politically independent states, which are in fact dependent on them economical, financially and in questions of military to the broadest mass of working people of all countries, but especially of the backward countries. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 138, German edition. The Party of Labour of Albania loyally adheres to these immortal teachings of Lenin. In the evaluation of the policies of the different governments and states, Comrade Enver Hoxha emphasized at the 7th Party Congress of the PLA, the Marxists also base themselves on the standpoint of class, on 390. The attitude which these governments and these countries display towards imperialism and socialism, towards their own people and the reaction. Based on these teachings, the revolutionary movement and the proletariat build their strategy and tactic, find their true allies in the struggle against imperialism, the bourgeoisie, and the reaction and unite with them. The term Third World, non-aligned world or developing countries create the illusion among the broad masses who fight for national and social liberation that a hideout was discovered which protects us from the threat of the superpowers. They conceal the reactionary state of most of these countries which are in this or that way politically, ideologically, or economical identical, bound to the superpowers as well as to their former colonial metropolises and are dependent on both. Hoxha, report to the Seventh Party Congress of the PLA, the modern theories about the so-called Third World, the so-called non-aligned world, etc. aim at damning the revolution and defending capitalism which is not to be hindered while exercising its hegemony but is to practice a few more acceptable forms of ruling the peoples. The so-called Third World and the non-aligned world are as like as two peas in a pot, irrespective of their different names. They let themselves be guided by the same policy and ideology. One group entwines itself with the other so that it is difficult to spot which countries belong to the Third World and what differs them from the non-aligned and which states belong to the non-aligned and what differs them from the states of the Third World. There are efforts to create yet another group, namely of the so-called developing countries, where the countries of the Third World as well as the non-aligned are lumped together. The authors of this theory conceal the class contradictions as well, preach the given status quo in order not to hurt imperialism, social imperialism and the other imperialist powers by any means, provided they hand out alms for the construction of the economy of the developing countries. According to them the superpowers have to make some sacrifices, to cough up something for the hungry so that they can somehow manage to live and don't get rebellious. That way, they claim, a compromise will be found, a new international 391 order will be created in which everyone, rich or poor, exploiter or exploited will live without war, without armament, in harmony, in class peace, in coexistence à la Khrushchev. Exactly because these three inventions have the same content and the same aims we can notice that there is full harmony among the leadership's English in the original text of the non-aligned countries, the Third World and the world of the developing countries. Together they deceive the masses, the proletariat, and the peoples by their theories and sermons in order to lead them away from revolutionary struggle. The theory of the three worlds does not only disregard the contradiction between the two opposite social systems socialism and capitalism as well as the great contradiction between wage labor and capital but also does not analyze the other great contradiction, namely the contradiction between the oppressed peoples and world imperialism which they reduce solely to the contradiction to the two superpowers, indeed even mainly to one of them. This theory totally ignores the contradiction between the oppressed peoples and nations on the one hand and the other imperialist powers. And not only this, the followers of the theory of the three worlds call for an alliance of the Third World with these imperialist countries and with US imperialism against Soviet social imperialism. One of the arguments which is given in order to justify the division of the world into three worlds consists of the claim that today the imperialist camp, which existed after World War II and in which American imperialism ruled, has allegedly collapsed and as a result of the uneven development of the different imperialisms ceased to exist. The supporters of this theory claim that today one could no more speak of a single imperialist world, because first of all the Western imperialist powers allegedly rose against the American ruler and secondly an always increasing fierce rivalry between the two imperialist superpowers, USA and Soviet Union, exists. Since the stage of imperialism the inter-imperialist contradictions exist as a result of the uneven development of the different capitalist countries, they exist, deepen continuously and depending on the circumstances and conditions inter-imperialist. 392. Alliances, blocs, and groups form and dissolve again. This is the ABC of Marxism-Leninism. Lenin proved in detail that this typical characteristic of imperialism, which gives testimony of imperialism as the last stage of capitalism, approaching decay more and more every day, is an objective law. But does this mean that the imperialist world as social system has ceased to exist as a result of these contradictions and is divided into several worlds, that the socio-economic nature of this or that imperialism has changed? By no means. The current factors do not give evidence about a collapse of the imperialist world but about one single imperialist world system which is characterized by the existence of the two great imperialist blocs today, On the one hand the Western imperialist bloc with US imperialism at its head with its inter-imperialist instruments like organisms as NATO, EEC, etc., and on the other hand the bloc of the East under the leadership of Soviet social imperialism with the Warsaw Pact and Comecon as its instruments of expansionist, hegemonic and war policies. In the schema of the three world imperialist, capitalist and revisionist countries belong to the so-called Second World, countries which do not feature significant differences in regard to the social order of the two superpowers and are also not different to various countries classified as belonging to the Third World. Indeed, the countries of this world show certain contradictions to both superpowers, but these are contradictions of inter-imperialist character like the contradictions between the two superpowers are, too. In the first instance they are contradictions between such imperialisms like the West German, Japanese, British, French, Canadian, etc. and one or the other superpower as well as between themselves in regard to markets, spheres of influence, regions for capital export and the exploitation of the wealth of others. Of course these contradictions weaken the imperialist world system and are in the interest of the struggle of the proletariat and the peoples. But it is anti-Marxist to equal the contradictions between the different imperialist powers and both superpowers with the struggle of the working masses and the peoples against imperialism and for its destruction. It can happen by no means that the countries of the so 393 called Second World, in other words, the ruling monopolist bourgeoisie there, become allies of the oppressed peoples and nations in the struggle against the two superpowers and world imperialism. History after World War II shows clearly that these countries supported and still support the aggressive policies and actions of US imperialism like in Korea and in Vietnam, in the Middle East and in Africa, etc. They are ardent defenders of neocolonialism and the old order of inequality in international economic relations. The allies of Soviet social imperialism in the Second World participated together with it in the occupation of Czechoslovakia and are eager advocates of its expansionist policy in the different regions of the earth. The countries of the so-called Second World are the economic and military main support of the aggressive and expansionist alliances of the two superpowers. The supporters of the theory of the three worlds claim that it gives great possibilities for exploitation of inter-imperialist contradictions. The contradictions in the rows of the enemy have to be exploited, but in which way and to what aim? Generally they always have to be exploited for the sake of the revolution, the sake of the peoples and their freedom, for the sake of socialism. Generally the exploitation of the contradictions between the enemies have to lead to the growth and the intensification of the revolutionary and liberation movement and not to its weakening and its downturn. They have to lead to an always more and more active mobilization of the revolutionary powers in the struggle against the enemies, especially against their main enemies without letting even a single illusion about their character emerge among the peoples. To make the inter-imperialist contradictions absolute, to underestimate the basic contradiction, namely the contradiction between the revolution and the counter-revolution, to make only the exploitation of contradictions within the camp of the enemy the center of the strategy while forgetting the most important point, the strengthening of the revolutionary spirit and the development of the revolutionary movement of the working class and the peoples. To leave the preparation for the revolution aside, all this is in absolute contrasts to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism. It is anti-Marxist to preach unity with the allegedly 394 weaker imperialism for the struggle against the stronger one under the pretext of exploiting contradictions, to side with the national bourgeoisie in order to resist the bourgeoisie of another country. Lenin stressed that the tactic of the exploiting of contradictions between the enemies should be used to raise and not to reduce the general level of proletarian class consciousness, the revolutionary spirit, the confidence of the masses in struggle and victory. The Party of Labour of Albania has consistently adhered to these immortal teachings and always consistently adheres to them. In these moments of the great crisis of imperialism and modern revisionism, Comrade Enver Hoxha said, "We have to exploit the great contradiction between the enemies correctly for our sake, for the sake of the socialist states and the peoples rising for the revolution, have to unmask the enemies constantly and must not be content with the so-called concessions and cooperations the imperialists and revisionists make perforce until they have left the danger behind them to take revenge afterwards. Therefore we have to keep the iron steadily in the fire and forge it constantly. Hoxha, report to the 7th Party Congress of the PLA, by portraying the so-called Second World, to which most capitalist and neocolonialist countries belong and which presents the main pillar of the two superpowers, as ally of the Third World in the alleged struggle against US imperialism and Soviet social imperialism. The anti-revolutionary and pseudo-imperialist character of the theory of the three worlds becomes evident. It is an anti-revolutionary theory because class truce is preached to the European, Japanese, Canadian, and other proletariat which has to struggle against the ruling monopoly of the bourgeoisie and exploitative order in the countries of the Second World, and also the collaboration with the bourgeoisie, meaning an abandonment of the revolution because allegedly this is in the interests of the defense of national independence and of the struggle especially against Soviet social imperialism. Furthermore, it is a pseudo-anti-imperialist theory because 395. It justifies and supports the neocolonialist and exploitative policies of the imperialist powers of the Second World and calls upon the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America not to resist this policy, allegedly for the sake of the struggle against the superpowers. This way, the anti-imperialist struggle of the peoples of the so-called Third World as well as of the so-called Second World is actually weakened and sabotaged. 3. A revolutionary strategy is one which puts central emphasis on the revolution. The strategy and tactics of Leninism, Stalin wrote, constitute the science of leading the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. Stalin, Foundations of Leninism. The Leninist strategy sees the proletarian world revolution as one single process, consisting of several great revolutionary currents of our epoch where the international proletariat is centered. This revolutionary process takes place continuously in countries which are treading the way of genuine socialism as irreconcilable and fierce struggle between the two ways, the socialist and the capitalist way, for the achievement of the complete and final victory of the first over the second, in order to avert the danger of retrogression by counter-revolutionary violence and imperialist aggression or by the bourgeois revisionist peaceful degeneration once and for all. The revolutionaries and peoples of the whole world follow this struggle with lively interest and view it as a vital issue for the sake of the revolution and of socialism on a global scale. They give the socialist countries their whole support and backing against every assault of imperialism at these countries because in the socialist countries they see a strong basis and a mighty center of the revolution, they see the practical realization of the ideals for which they fight themselves. Lenin's ideas about the necessity and primary importance of help and support from the part of the international proletariat for the country in which the socialist revolution was victorious are immortal. However, this requires at all times that it 396 is a truly socialist country which applies the revolutionary teachings of Marxism-Leninism with utmost strictness and which consistently holds on to proletarian internationalism. In the case that it transforms into a capitalist country and only keep a fake socialist mask, it must not be supported. The revolutionaries and peoples know that the success and the struggle of the socialist countries hit and weaken imperialism, the bourgeoisie, and the international reaction, that they are an immediate help and aid for the revolutionary liberation struggle of the working class and the peoples. Lenin and Stalin always saw it as a revolutionary duty of the proletariat of a socialist country not only to make every possible effort to develop socialism in their own country but to wholeheartedly support the revolutionary liberation movement in other countries. Lenin, J.V. Stalin wrote, never regarded the Republic of Soviets as an end in itself. He always looked on it as an essential link for strengthening the revolutionary movement in the countries of the West and the East, an essential link for facilitating the victory of the working people of the whole world over capitalism. Lenin knew that this was the only right conception, both from the international standpoint and from the standpoint of preserving the Republic of Soviets itself. Stalin, on the death of Lenin, Exactly because of this, a genuine socialist country cannot integrate itself into such groupings as the so-called Third World or the so-called non-aligned countries where all class boundaries are blurred and which solely serve the goal of diverting the peoples from the path of struggle against imperialism and from the revolution. True and reliable allies of the socialist countries can only be the revolutionary, freedom-loving, and progressive forces, the revolutionary movement of the working class and the anti-imperialist movement of oppressed peoples and nations. To preach the division into three worlds, to ignore the fundamental contradictions of our epoch, to call for an alliance of the proletariat with the monopoly bourgeoisie and of the oppressed. 397. Peoples with the imperialist powers of the so-called Second World is neither for the betterment of the international proletariat nor of the peoples or the socialist countries, it is anti-Leninist. J.V. Stalin stressed. I cannot imagine that there will ever be a case when the interests of our Soviet Republic demand deviations to the right from our brother parties. I cannot imagine that the interests of our Republic, which is the basis of the revolutionary proletarian movement of the whole world, would ever demand not a maximum of revolutionary verve and political activity of the Western workers but a decrease of this activity, hindering the revolutionary impetus. Stalin, Collected Works, Volume 8, p. 97, German edition. In the metropolises of capitalism, the process of the proletarian world revolution gets more and more concrete today in the always increasing class struggles of the proletariat and the other working and progressive strata against bourgeois exploitation and oppression, against the attempts of the bourgeoisie to shift the burden of the current crisis of the capitalist world system onto the shoulders of the working class, against the revival of fascism in this or that form, etc. Among the working class, with the proletariat at its head, the conviction becomes accepted and will become more accepted each day that the only way out of the crises and other evils of capitalism, the bourgeois exploitation, the fascist violence and the imperialist wars is the socialist revolution and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Live and the facts prove that neither the bourgeoisie nor their declared or disguised lackeys, from the social democrats to the modern revisionists, are able to hold up the surging wave of the revolutionary struggle of the masses. The present struggle of the world proletariat, Comrade Enver Hoxha stressed at the 7th Party Congress of the PLA, proves again the basic thesis of Marxism-Leninism that working class and its revolutionary struggle in the bourgeois and revisionist world can suppressed neither by violence nor by demagogy. The objective conditions for the revolution in the developed capitalist nations become more positive with every day. 398. Today in these countries the proletarian revolution is a problem whose solution has to be faced. The Marxist-Leninist parties, which have taken up the banner of the revolution that the revisionists have betrayed and dropped, have rightfully readied themselves for the task and started seriously on the work of preparing the proletariat and its allies for the future revolutionary battles aimed at the downfall of bourgeois order. This revolutionary struggle which attacks the capitalist and imperialist world order in its strongholds has the full support of the true socialist countries as well as the revolutionary and peace-loving peoples on the whole world and must necessarily have them. Today, however, the modern revisionists, the advocates of the theory of the three worlds and the theoreticians of non-alignment, are making an effort by keeping silent about the revolution and its preparations and by upholding the status quo of the capitalist social order. By trying to divert the attention of the proletariat from the revolution, the authors of the theory of the three worlds preach that nowadays the question of the defense of national independence opposing the danger of aggression from the part of the superpowers, especially from Soviet social imperialism which they consider to be as arch-enemy, has taken precedence. The question of defining who at a given time is considered to be the arch-enemy on an international scale is of great importance for the revolutionary movement. Our party, which takes into consideration the course of events and class analysis of the current situation, underlines that US imperialism and Soviet social imperialism, both them superpowers, are today the biggest and the main enemies of the peoples and as such present the same kind of danger. Hoxha, report to the 7th Party Congress of the PLA. Soviet social imperialism is a brutal, aggressive, and expansionist imperialism which practices an exceedingly colonialist and neocolonialist policy which is based on the power of capital and weapons. This new imperialism is struggling as a rival of US imperialism in order to conquer strategic positions and to extend its clutches to all regions and continents. It excels as a fire extinguisher of the revolution and oppressor of the liberation. 399. Struggle of the peoples. This does not mean in the least that the other enemy of the peoples of the whole world, namely US imperialism, is less dangerous, although the supporters of the theory of the three worlds say so. By disfiguring the truth and betraying the peoples, they claim that American imperialism is no longer a warmonger, that it is allegedly weakened, that it is in decline, and that it has turned into a frightened mouse, or in other words that US imperialism is gradually becoming more peaceful. This goes so far that they justify even the American military presence in different countries like Germany, Belgium, Italy, or Japan, and label it as a factor of military defense. Such views are extremely dangerous to the freedom of the peoples and for the fates of the revolution. Such theses fuel illusions about the aggressive, hegemonistic and expansionist nature of US imperialism as well as Soviet imperialism. The proletariat and the proletarian revolution face the task of overthrowing each single imperialism, and especially both imperialist superpowers. Because of its nature, each imperialism is always a furious enemy of the proletarian revolution, and therefore the classification of imperialisms in more or less dangerous kinds is false from the strategic viewpoint of world revolution. Practice has confirmed that both superpowers are to the same degree and at the same level the arch-enemy of socialism, the liberty and independence of the nations. It is the main force for the defense of the oppressive and exploitative systems, the immediate danger which threatens to pitch humanity into a third world war. The denial of the great truth, the underestimation of the danger of one or another superpower, or worse, the appeal to ally with one superpower against the other, bears disastrous consequences and great dangers for the future of the revolution and the freedom of the peoples. Of course it happens and can happen that one or another country is oppressed and threatened by one of the superpowers directly, but this never ever means that the other superpower poses no danger for just this country, and even less that the other superpower has become an enemy of this country. The principle "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" cannot be applied if it is a matter of the two imperialist superpowers, the USA and the Soviet. 400. Union. These two superpowers are fighting with all means against the revolution and against socialism. They undertake all possible efforts to sabotage the revolution and socialism and suffocate both in blood. The two superpowers are fighting in order to expand their rule and exploitation to different peoples and countries. Experience shows that they attack brutally first in the one region and next in another in order to reach for the peoples with their blood-stained claws, and that they furiously form up for attack so that they can oust each other. As soon as the people of one country succeeds at shaking off the rule of the one superpower, the other immediately approaches. The Middle East and Africa fully confirm this. The other great current of the world revolution in our epoch is the national liberation struggle of the peoples, which is directed against imperialism, neocolonialism and the colonial remains. The Marxist-Leninists and the world proletariat are solidly united with the national liberation struggles of the oppressed peoples and lend it all their support because they consider these struggles to be a very important and irreplaceable factor in the development of the revolutionary world process. The Party of Labour of Albania was and always is on the side of the peoples who struggle for freedom and national independence. We are in favour of the unity of the world proletariat and all upright anti-imperialist and progressive forces which thwart the aggressive plans of the imperialist and social imperialist warmongers. The Party of Labour of Albania and the Albanian people who consistently adhere to this line, will, also in the future, not spare any effort and will fight together with the other anti-imperialist and anti-social imperialist peoples, together with all Marxist-Leninist parties, all revolutionaries, and the world proletariat, with all progressive humans, for the failure of the plans and maneuvers of the enemies and for the triumph of the case of freedom and safety of the peoples. Our country will always be on the side of all the peoples whose freedom and independence are threatened and whose rights are injured. Hoxha, report to the 7th Party Congress of the PLA, Comrade Enver Hoxha expressed this unshakable 401 conviction in the name of the party and the Albanian state in the speech at the People's Assembly for the enactment of our new constitution. Most peoples of the earth, he explained, are making great efforts and they insistently resist the colonial laws and the neo-colonial reign, the old and new rules, practices, conventions, and one-sided treaties which have been put up by the bourgeoisie in order to keep up the exploitation of the peoples, the detested differences and discriminations in the international relations, the progressive peoples and the democratic states which cannot accept the state and struggle to achieve national sovereignty over their resources, which struggle to strengthen the political and economic independence and to achieve equality in the international relations have the full solidarity and support of the Albanian people and the Albanian state. Since the time of Lenin, the Marxist-Leninists have always considered the national liberation struggle of the peoples and nations oppressed by imperialism as a strong ally and great reserve of the world revolution of the proletariat. In the countries which have achieved political independence completely or partially, the revolution is in different stages of development and it does not face the same tasks. Among them are countries which are directly facing the proletarian revolution while in many others the tasks of the anti-imperialist, national democratic revolution are in order. But the revolution is in any case an ally and a reserve of the proletarian world revolution as long as it is also directed against the international bourgeoisie and imperialism. But does this mean that such country has to stop at the national democratic phase and that the revolutionaries must not speak about the socialist revolution, must not prepare it out of fear of skipping stages and leaving them out and because somebody might call them Blanquists? Lenin already spoke about the necessity of the transformation of the bourgeois democratic revolution into the socialist revolution at a time when the bourgeois democratic revolution was still only budding in these countries. Marx and Engels, while criticizing Blanquism, have 402 called neither the revolution in 1848 nor the Paris Commune premature. Marxism-Leninism in no way mistakes the petty bourgeois impatience which leads to skipping stages with the necessity to perpetuate the revolution consistently. Lenin stresses that the revolution in the dependent and colonial countries has to be promoted. Since the time of Lenin great changes have taken place in these countries which haven't been foreseen by him in a brilliant way and in which the Leninist thesis of the revolutionary world process finds its answer. The realization of the proletarian revolution is an universal law and the main trend of our epoch. Both must and will necessarily permeate all countries without exception, among them Indonesia and Chile, Brazil and Zaire, etc., regardless of the question by which stages the proletarian revolution will be accomplished. Disregarding this aim, preaching the preservation of the status quo and theorizing about the necessity not to skip any stages, forgetting the fight against Suharto and Pinochet, Geisel, and Mobutu means being neither for the national liberation struggle nor for the national democratic revolution. The proletarian revolution must and will permeate Europe, too. Whoever forgets this perspective, whoever doesn't prepare for this aim but preaches instead that the revolution has shifted to Africa or Asia and that the European proletariat has to ally itself with its reasonable and well-meaning bourgeoisie under the pretext of defending national independence, is someone who takes an anti-Leninist stance and who is not in favor of the defense of the mother country and for the nation's freedom. Whoever forgets that both the Warsaw Treaty and the NATO have to be fought, and that both the Comecon and the EEC have to be rejected, is someone who allies himself with them and becomes their slave. In the manifesto of the Communist Party Marx and Engels wrote, "A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this spectre." This statement by Marx and Engels is topical today, too. Both the temporary defeat which the revolution suffered because 403 of the revisionist betrayal and the economic potential and the military oppressive power which imperialism and social imperialism used to oppose the revolutionary movement and the ideas of communism have not been able and will never be able either to change the course of history and thus to bring the great power of Marxism-Leninism to its knees. Marxism-Leninism is the revolutionary ideology which has penetrated deeply into the consciousness of the proletariat and which has an ever-increasing influence on the broad masses of the people seeking liberation. The influence of this theory is so strong that even the bourgeois ideologists have always been forced to reckon with it, and they have never ceased trying to find ways and means to disfigure Marxism-Leninism and to undermine the revolution. The current anti-Leninist theories of the three worlds, the non-alignment, etc., also aim at undermining the revolution, to fight back the struggle against imperialism, especially the American one, to divide the Marxist-Leninist movement and the unity of the proletariat propagated by Marx and Lenin, to create a number of groups of anti-Marxist elements so that fight against the true Marxist-Leninist parties which are loyally stick to Marxism-Leninism and to the revolution. All efforts to analyze the situation in an allegedly new manner which is different from that of Lenin and Stalin and to change the revolutionary strategy which has always been upheld by the Marxist-Leninist movement lead astray, making one take the anti-Marxist path and turning one's back on the struggle against imperialism and revisionism. The loyalty towards Marxism-Leninism, towards the revolutionary strategy of the Marxist-Leninist communist movement, and the fight against all opportunist deviations which the modern revisionists of different color propagate, as well as the revolutionary mobilization of the working class and the peoples against the bourgeoisie and imperialism, as well as the serious preparation for the revolution, are the only true way, indeed the only way towards victory. 404. Letter to Comrade Hisni Capo. Letter to Comrade Hisni Capo, July 30, 1978. Preface. Because Comrade Hisni Capo was at that time recovering from a heart attack, he wasn't able to participate in the conference of the Central Committee of the PLA, where the answer from the Party of Labour of Albania and the government of the SPR Albania to the Communist Party of China and the government of China regarding the stop of credits to the SPR Albania and of all economic relations to Albania was accepted. This letter from Comrade Enver Hoxha was the reply to a letter which Comrade Hisni Capo had sent to the Central Committee of the PLA and to Comrade Enver Hoxha. In this letter he condemned the anti-Marxist and anti-Albanian actions of the Chinese leadership and expressed his full solidarity with the correct position of the Party of Labour and the Albanian government. In Comrade Enver Hoxha's letter, the policies of the Chinese leadership as well as the events at that time in China are examined carefully. Zeri I Popolit decided to publish this letter to point out the actual political and ideological backgrounds of the mock trials which took place from the second half of November and lasted till the first days of January 1981 and were aimed against the so-called Gang of Four and a group of high-ranking military leaders from the time of the Cultural Revolution. Comrade Hisni Capo died in December 1979 after a serious disease. Comrade Enver Hoxha's letter, which was first published on December 4, 1980, was displayed in the Museum Hisni Capo in the village of Comrade Hisni Capo's birth, Turbak, district of Vlora. Dear Comrade Hisni, the letter you sent to me and in which you write that you are feeling better, that you are already taking walks in the garden and in the parks of the palace and that you are going to visit the beach at Durs tomorrow made me very happy. It is clear that everything is possible, is achievable with 405. Letter to Comrade Hisni Capo. Enough patience and willpower. Therefore we are liberated of the trouble which your disease caused you as well as us, your comrades, and the whole party. You will return full of health and vitality to the party and its leadership, who always has needed and still needs your thoughts and your guidance. The Chinese have received the answer they deserve. Our party and its leadership have acted totally correctly in the Marxist-Leninist way. Based on facts we have exposed another great enemy, Chinese revisionism, which was hiding so long behind the mask of Marxism-Leninism. The Communist Party of China and especially Mao Zedong, who was an idealist dreamer and utopian without general education, apart from the one about ancient China, followed the development of human history as xenophobic dilettantes. Their ideological, political, and organizational principles, especially since the foundation of the Communist Party, are demonstratively pragmatical and solely focused on China's interests with the obvious aim of transforming eternal China into a superpower which controls the world, dictates the law, imposes its own culture and its own will upon others. During the analysis of their Mao and the Chinese leaders' Javan actions we encountered this Chinese ideology. We saw and still see that their form of organization and their operation scheme are focused on this ideology, which it is their aim to make universal. The figure of Mao Zedong has been blown up until it has reached the dimensions of a Chinese emperor. And indeed, This modern emperor operates omnipotently over his courtiers, who have created an extensive and terrible bureaucracy in which the brilliant ideas of the great steersman are carried out. He used the Communist Party as a stepping stone and has been doing so whenever he feels like it and as often as he thinks it is reasonable, depending on the dialectical development of the contradictions. Seen from the perspective of Taoism, he makes people drop from power, attacks the party and liquidates it, starts some revolution and balances the power of the courtiers. He explains all this with allegedly revolutionary phrases which are in fact nothing but more cultured actions than those of Emperor Bokassa, the Shah of Iran or the King of Nepal, whom Mao liked very much, whom he welcomed and accompanied, not only because material interests, such as the hope of gaining political advantages and to make them into Chinese satellites, made him do so, but also because Mao's philosophy coincided completely with their own. Under those conditions and following those perceptions, the Communist Party of China could be no Marxist-Leninist party. The philosophy which it followed was idealistic, bourgeois reactionary, because China itself, the society there, remained in spite of the bourgeois democratic revolution a closed society with an old faith and outdated mentalities, dominated by mysticism and in the core archaic, only seemingly adhering to developed philosophical and state organizational principles. We see this in the construction and the structure of the state, we see this in the economic development, in the construction of the educational and cultural system, in the structure of the army, etc. All this bears the specific Chinese stamp, from the ideology and the literature to the slogans. The slogans originate from one source and every man and woman in China, be they small or big, has to repeat them, without deviating only for 1 millimeter from them. This was a struggle to lull creative thinking, this oppressed every form of democracy, this was nothing else but the cult of the steersman and the reign of bureaucracy. Such an aberrant ideology has to suffer defeats in certain moments, and it did suffer them. Mao Zedong preached about this, calling it revolutions and counter-revolutions periodically returning every 7 years. One must not label Mao Zedong as a prophet of the revolution but as a prophet of the counter-revolution. He represented the type of the anarchist in whose blood runs confusion, chaos, the undermining of the dictatorship of the proletariat and socialism, but under the condition that this permanent anarchy was led by him or by his typical Chinese anarchist ideology. Mao Zedong is a Chinese Bakunin. The Cultural Revolution was an expression of the ideas and action of this Chinese Bakunin. The chaos which resulted in China, which originated from this anti-Marxist, traitorous line of Mao Zedong and his courtiers, a chaos full of defeats in politics, ideology, and economy, was fought by the great steersman through the anarchy of the Cultural Revolution. This anarchist revolution saved the Maoist absolute rule but contained the risk of undermining it, too. The prestige of the steersman had to be saved, the anarchy was not allowed to topple the myths, therefore military measures were taken. The character of bureaucracy with the courtier Zhou Enlai Confucius was saved, and supposedly younger revolutionary elements were integrated into the scene of agitation and propaganda, for whom the steersman had intended the role of painting out the anarchy as a revolution within the revolution, by which the alleged bourgeoisie, which had infiltrated the party, was supposed to be eliminated. But in fact there was no party but only the bourgeoisie, there were clans and fractions which were fighting for power. This was the Trotskyist permanent revolution, led by Mao Zedong Trotsky. The so-called Gang of Four acted according to Mao's advice. In him they found a foothold, therefore they lived as long as a summer flower, only that this flower was foul-smelling and poisonous like all the other flowers and schools which blossomed in China and are still blossoming. The Gang of Four was a group of megalomaniac, ambitious, intrigant babblers without any principles, just like the other fractions of the bourgeoisie which were swimming in the swamp. But those latter ones controlled the swamp, whereas the Gang of Four only had the key to the haystack. They did not undertake the least organizational, governmental, or economical action. They only wrote articles and organized ballet performances. They were suspicious persons like all the others. They were aimlessly hovering like Mao's thoughts, while the fraction of Zhou, Deng, and Ye were systematically doing their best in order to take over power. The Gang of Four thought they would attract the millions under Mao's banner by bombastic words. But the temporarily overthrown Deng was able to assemble 1 million at the Tiananmen Square who shouted against the Gang of Four. Later the Gang of Four mobilized 1 million against Deng. Those were the same people who shouted for the one as well as for the other. Deng came to power, 1 million appeared and shouted for Deng, they were the same who had shouted against him before. This is the bitter and dark mirror of Mao Zedong thought. The bourgeois world called the Gang of Four radical. If you wish, you can also add the term socialist and call them radical socialist. But those four were neither radical nor socialist. Formerly there was a strong bourgeois party in France which called itself radical socialist and was led by the bourgeoisie, by extraordinary politicians and literates like Ariot, Daladier, and others. But this party, which suffered a total defeat, left some marks. However, the radical four disappeared without a trace, just like the Mao Zedong thought died, respectively is dying. The black reaction of Hua Qiaobang and Deng Xiaoping, which seized power, will lead a power struggle in order to build a fascist dictatorship. There will be a fight about world hegemony. The strategy they pursue is only logical. The alliances with American imperialism and the world reaction are logical and normal. Just as normal are the antagonisms and the outbreak of the predatory wars which will result from this fellowship of bandits. The analyses we conduct regarding the Chinese revisionism are generally correct, objective in the light of Marxism-Leninism. Maoism as anti-Marxist theory is dying. It will face the same destiny as the other theories invented by world capitalism by the decaying imperialism. The currently ruling crew in China and the others who will definitely follow as result of the internal fraction fights for power will use Maoism, doing so however by using it as an anti-historical corpse in order to ruthlessly, shamelessly build a powerful imperialist Chinese state, in unity respectively in divergence with the other imperialists and through the oppression of peoples who long for liberation, independence, and socialism and who will fight for it. Every single foul means is good enough for the Chinese revisionists, just like they are for their American, Soviet and other imperialist friends. Our just fight will be long and difficult, at the same time we have to keep the party strong, in militant revolutionary unity, we have to steel it hourly, daily in the constant political, ideological, and economical struggles, sharpen its vigilance to the utmost in order to make it beloved by the people and bound to it in flesh and spirit, through a proletarian democracy which is far away from every form of opportunism, sectarianism, and sick and fatal bureaucracy. The correct Marxist-Leninist line of our party will not only today but also in the future be supported by the revolutionary Marxist-Leninists worldwide, it will be supported by the world proletariat and the peoples. The daily, struggle-filled routine of our party confirms this. The fascist revisionist Chinese cliques will stop at nothing to antagonize the Chinese people through propaganda and other means and to deceive the world public. But they will not be able to deceive everyone at once. Terrible waves have befallen the Chinese people and will keep doing so, but the day will come when the theory of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin will triumph, too. The current and future generations in China will come to understand this and say, the Party of Labour of Albania has opened our eyes, has acted correctly, it has unmasked the Mao Zedong thought, because it the PLA, Rajavan was for the proletarian revolution in China, it wanted to dispel the devastating myths which were created in China and which hindered the happiness of this great people which wished to live in true socialism. Our victorious struggle continues, dear comrade Hisni, therefore get well soon. Spend a pleasant and quiet holiday so that we will feel stronger and stronger in the battles which lie ahead, as strong as steel. I embrace you and kiss you full of yearning. Enver. The Marxist-Leninist Movement and the World Crisis of Capitalism, August, 1979. The international situation is becoming ever more complicated. In saying this I have in mind that the situation is not tranquil either for capitalism or for the revolutionaries. Capitalism is in a great fever, in crisis. In my opinion, we Marxist-Leninists, the working class, the revolutionaries, and ordinary progressive people in the world must take greater efforts to increase the superiority of the forces of the revolution. Why? Because capitalism, which is experiencing great disturbances at present, possesses powerful means and has developed diverse modes of government, action, sabotage, and disruption which hinder the advance of the revolution. I think that our Marxist-Leninist parties and the progressive elements ought to look at this situation realistically and, on the basis of the theory of Marx and Lenin, find such means and forms of struggle that will turn the situation in favor of the revolution. This requires the creation of new Marxist-Leninist parties and the strengthening of the existing ones, of course, adhering firmly to the teachings of Marx and Lenin. They alone are able to make detailed analyses of the situation in the country, the ratio of classes, the strength of the working class, its strong and weak points, as well as the forms and methods which the bourgeoisie employs to subjugate the workers and the people. Such a study will serve each party, in its specific conditions, for struggle, for action, and not for sterile discussions which do not bring the liberation of the working class or the country, but, on the contrary, bring disruption and subjugation. Let us not forget that while capitalism and the various parties in its service are in deep crisis, they are struggling to find forms, ways and expedients to befuddle and confuse the Marxist-Leninists who stand at the head of the working class, so that they will not manage to make the class conscious of the need to take action, and capitalism and its parties will be able to split it while keeping it under their rule. The clear Marxist-Leninist ideas absolutely must be combined with actions. We cannot proceed. 411. From the idea that actions should be carried out only when the forces of the party are great, or capable of confronting the military machine of imperialism. But this should not be taken to mean that now the communists must hurl themselves into adventurous actions. Avoiding adventurism should not prevent us communists from acting in a Marxist-Leninist way. Naturally, our actions must be well calculated. We must foresee the dangers threatening us and the possibilities of victory, and always bear in mind that the revolution will have its zigzags. One thing must be clear to all, that the lofty reputation of the Communist and the genuine Marxist-Leninist party cannot be earned by tailing behind the situation and remaining at the stage of sterile discussions, without becoming a real example for the working class and the other revolutionaries who want to fight against capital. In thoughts and in actions, the place of the Marxist-Leninist parties is always in the vanguard. And if thoughts are to be combined with actions, we must not go into battle alone, but at the head of the working class and its allies. In order to go into battle together with them, it is necessary to penetrate into the ranks and become one with them. It must be said, however, that in this direction unclear views, hesitation, fear, and lack of perspective still exists. Therefore, the task devolves upon us, Marxist-Leninists, to make good these shortcomings. In order to achieve this, we must have a thorough understanding of the situation, know the forms, methods, ways and mechanisms which imperialism and capitalism use today to remain alive. They do not readily down the weapons with which they intimidate and oppress the peoples. Then, apart from weapons, they also use policy, diplomacy, and demagogy. We must cope with all these weapons of the enemy without underestimating them, but at the same time, without overestimating them. If we can find the weak points in the strength, thought and actions of the enemy, then we shall more easily find the course we must pursue in our struggle and the most appropriate forms and methods for this struggle. We have to realize that present-day imperialism and capitalism have adopted new forms of oppression and exploitation which, in essence, do not differ from the forms of the old colonialism. At present the metropolises are applying these forms, which we call neocolonialist, in all those countries which were their colonies in the past, that is, the countries of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and other countries formerly under their military occupation, in which to this day they continue to exploit the sweat and blood of the peoples. This military occupation had the structure and superstructure of the monopoly capitalism of the metropolises, had the same method of exploitation that was used against the people of the metropolis, but in a more savage form. The colonies were the prey of capitalism, which oppressed the peoples in the most merciless ways, without hindrance. After the Second World War, colonialism assumed new forms. Many countries, with the exception of the few remaining colonies, are called free, sovereign, democratic, or what you will. Naturally, an independent capitalist system has been established in those countries, but they are always dependent on the big capitalist countries. Our party and the Marxist-Leninists everywhere in the world must make clear to the working class and the people of their own countries that we ought to exploit the existing revolutionary situation to the full, not only by undertaking political and ideological actions, but also by striking blows when the conditions have matured and when the oppression has become intolerable, and as the people themselves say, each must defend himself. We must explain clearly to people so that they understand that neocolonialism applies the forms of domination, exploitation, and oppression which it uses today not only in the countries in which colonialism and the capitalist monopolies reigned previously, that is in the colonies, but also in the metropolises themselves. In the metropolises, the working class, students, and progressive working people have been and are subject to twofold oppression, that of internal capital, on the one hand, and that of foreign monopoly capital, on the other. They live under the terrible pressure of local monopolies and multinational companies. This is the new characteristic of capitalist society and its highest stage, imperialism, which is quite indiscriminate in regard to its oppression of peoples and the extraction of huge profits from their sweat and blood, both within the metropolises and outside them. Capital has become international, without a homeland. Thus, the group of international monopolists makes no distinction between peoples and states, provided that the profits are great. Thus, the monopolies and the multinational companies recognize neither the freedom, independence, nor the sovereignty of the peoples, which for them are only formal. In this feverish activity they have made common cause with one another in order to share in the profits. But in capitalism the law of the jungle prevails in every direction, the great fish eat the small. This law prevails also in the division of profits. Our Marxist-Leninist parties and revolutionaries are aware that the people living in the developed capitalist countries are more favored than those of the former colonial or neocolonial countries. It is an indisputable fact that the people are exploited more in the neocolonialist countries where the big joint companies invest their capital. The actions of capital on the workers in the metropolises are somewhat less burdensome than in other countries, but the aim is the same. Of course, in the various countries of the so-called Third World, or non-aligned world, there are very weak points for big and local capital, but there are weak points, also, for the working class and the revolutionary elements, because of their political and ideological backwardness. Therefore, in order to ensure its financial, commercial, and military potential, big capital is strengthening the local capitalist cliques in power day by day in order to keep their peoples in subjection, darkness, and ignorance, and to drown in blood any attempt at uprising by the people or interference by rival foreign capital in those countries. The time has come when the mentality of the working class in the developed countries, one of the main obstacles of the revolution is the trade unions, which have been transformed into tools of the bourgeoisie to restrain movements of the working class. The owning class and their agents, one of which is the worker aristocracy, which is bound to the various parties of social democracy and modern revisionism, make the law in the unions. The social democratic parties and the parties of modern revisionism are reformist parties, opposed to the revolution and for the defense of capital, for reforms of the structure and for a corrupted anti-proletarian superstructure, in order to undermine any revolutionary sentiment and action. Just like the parties of social democracy, which were exposed by Marx and Lenin long ago as lackeys of the bourgeoisie and preparers of the terrain for imperialism, the present-day revisionists are precisely those elements who come to the direct aid of aging social democracy against socialist society, in order to quell the uprising of the working class and the peoples, the revolution. Therefore, the trade unions in the capitalist countries must be considered as tools of the parties of capital and must be fought as such, but without hurting or damaging the unity of the working class. In my opinion, the trade unions in the capitalist countries will play a major role only if their dependence on parties of the bourgeoisie, whether social democratic or revisionist, is broken, and only if the influence of the worker aristocracy in them is totally eradicated. In other words, the unions will be placed in the service of the working class only if true representatives of that class, educated with the Marxist-Leninist ideology, place themselves at the head of them, mobilize them, and hurl them into struggle against the state power of capital. Hence, it must be understood that this power, with all its forms, means, laws and constitution, has nothing democratic and revolutionary about it, as those in its service try to make out. They are the same forms and mechanisms of the old capitalist state, but dressed up with new elements which respond and are adopted to new situations. Naturally, the development of the economy, the technical progress in the capitalist countries have created overproduction, which has caused the present great crisis, which has become a gangrenous wound for capitalism and imperialism. The broad working masses are impoverished and their life is becoming ever more difficult, while the profits of the capitalists are increasing, but the capitalists sense the danger and are striving continually, every day, to create economic, political, and military forms and structures which will withstand any possible opposition or revolt on the part of the oppressed. For the time being, in the developed capitalist countries we see this revolt expressed in demonstrations, but still peaceful and limited to slogans for economic demands. Such manifestations serve capital as an expedient, in order to create among its own parties the impression that allegedly the working class and the working people of all categories have complete freedom to hold strikes and demonstrations, to make complaints and criticisms, etc. However, as I pointed out above, in reality these movements do not have the results that the working class desires and demands, irrespective of the fact that now and again, when such manifestations become widespread, the bourgeoisie is obliged to part with a few extra crumbs to placate the anger and threat of the working people. Hence, the working class, with its Marxist-Leninist party at the head, must be capable of understanding when the suitable national moment exists to organize and proceed towards the uprising. In this direction it is precisely the Marxist-Leninists who must be the most capable, the most wide awake, the best organizers in order to become the subjective factor of the leadership of the revolution. In no way should we proceed from the idea that the conditions are not yet ripe for the revolution, or that the revolution cannot break out in the developed capitalist countries. Therefore, we have to wait for it to develop in those states or continents in which the oppression, the forms and methods of exploitation are allegedly different from those in the metropolises. The working class and the Marxist-Leninist parties of the metropolises ought to give the peoples of various countries great aid, should assist their revolutionary movements. The greatest support and aid is to make life possible for monopoly capitalism and the foreign capital which collaborates with the local capital for the oppression of the peoples in the colonial and neo-colonial countries. The situation in many countries of the world today is like that in Albania in the time of the reign of Ahmet Zog, who formed a comic opera kingdom, with beys, feudal lords and reactionaries in order to oppress, bleed, and exploit the Albanian people to the bone. Zog, of course, was penniless. He made money when sold the assets of the country to foreigners and when he granted them concessions in Albania. The Serbs' Enver's White Guard army helped Ahmet Zog to return to Albania. Subsequently he became a lackey of the Italian imperialists who, before their military occupation of Albania, had, in fact, made it a colony of theirs, or a neo-colony, if we can use the current term. Although Fascist Italy invested little capital in Albania, it seized all the key positions in the economy and the strategic points of the country and prepared its occupation. Therefore, the Marxist-Leninist parties in the capitalist countries will have to work and struggle unrelentingly in order to weaken international monopoly capital, the multinational companies which oppress and exploit the peoples, and make life difficult for them so that the people attack wherever the links in the capitalist chain are weakest, that is, they must rise in insurrection to seize power and carry out democratic reforms and then to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, a socialist structure and superstructure. In various undeveloped capitalist countries today the people are rising in insurrection and revolution. We see this in Iran, Nicaragua, Central America, in the struggle of the Palestinians against the Americans and Israelis, and to a certain extent, We see it in the still disorganized resistance of the Arab countries against the superpowers, which manipulate this resistance in their own interests. We see people's movements and uprising in Africa, too. But although the peoples in those countries are rising, fighting, and making sacrifices, the elements of the bourgeoisie, united with the big capital, are still doing everything they can through numerous tricks and intrigues to quell the insurrection, or turn it into a movement in their favor, and in that case, such a movement serves merely to eliminate this or that clique from the political scene in order to bring to power another more moderate but likewise capitalist clique which operates in agreement with big monopoly capital. This happens, of course, because of the political unclarity and the lack of organization of the working class. Thus, the anger and hatred of this class, its political economic suffering and that of the poor peasantry are thus exploited in favor of the bourgeoisie. Hence, we communists must analyze the situation in general and in particular, so that we understand it and then act. We analyze the situation in order to understand it, so that we know how to act, eventually in order to understand it and allow this difficult situation for the people to continue as before. We must not underestimate the fear of war which big capital has created. It is a fact that time after time, when the crisis reaches its climax, partial wars, and perhaps even world war, could break out. Only the revolution on the Marxist-Leninist road can prevent, avert, or defeat world war. Otherwise, the major contradictions that exist between the superpowers, between multinational companies may cause it. Therefore, since we understand this important problem in this way, we must make every effort to defeat the plans and actions which the bourgeoisie and its lackeys are making in preparation for a bloody, general war. This can be an insurrection which is led only by the working class which has the Marxist-Leninist doctrine as its guide. The renegade of the Spanish Communist Party, Carrillo, preaches transition to socialism through reforms. He says we should not charge the army of the bourgeoisie, should not even alter its ideology, but should introduce elements and cadres of the working class into its ranks and make it a defender of its order. And according to Carrillo, this order in which the bourgeoisie, the priests, the police, and so on, are in power, will allegedly be socialist. Hence, if we think as this traitor does, then we will not be able to undermine the attack force of the capitalist bourgeoisie. Therefore, we must not think and act as Carrillo advocates, but in order to oppose the army of the capitalist bourgeoisie we must organize the people's revolutionary forces and make them politically conscious of their great role, make clear to them who are those who oppose their actions to attack the state and achieve victory. Such a thing is highly possible. We saw that the insurgent people in Iran stood up to the heavily armed forces of the Shah and his terrible security force, Savak. Until that time it was unimaginable that the uprising of the people of Iran would be able to cope with an army equipped with the most sophisticated weapons and trained by the CIA and American officers. But it happened. Therefore, all Carrillo's prattle that we must infiltrate the ranks of the bourgeois army allegedly to convince the officer caste and the defenders of capital in order to bring them to socialism, is unscrupulous deception. In this direction the bourgeoisie and capitalism are talking savage measures of suppression. One of these measures is the use of terrorism. Terrorism is the preliminary preparation for fascist military coups of the bourgeoisie, which, at moments of exacerbation of the class struggle, when it sees that it cannot resist the strength and attack of the people, goes on the offensive, launches a coup d'état and the fascist military junta takes power. But in order to succeed this has to be prepared, and it is clear that this preparation is being done through the organization of gangs and gangsters, who are armed and operating, to a greater or lesser extent, in every state, disguised under various communist and Marxist labels like Brigade Ross, etc., precisely to intimidate and confuse the broad working masses and justify the fascist coup d'état. These gangsters operate by attacking banks, killing people, often attacking directors of big enterprises, taking wealthy people hostage and demanding colossal sums for their ransom. They do all this, first of all, to deceive, but also to terrorize the working class and the broad working masses. We notice that in these disturbances the worker aristocracy and all the social democratic and revisionist parties do not take any active, militant action against terrorism. Hence, terrorism is the preliminary preparation for fascism to come to power. Through the action of these gangsters, the bourgeoisie threatens the working class and gives it to understand that the existing order which capitalism has established must be protected, otherwise, with the overthrow of this capitalist state, which itself creates the conditions for the terrorists to thrive and is not afraid that they will overthrow it, the workers will lose even those very limited rights they have won through struggle and sacrifices, in the economic field, in social security, etc. Thus, we see that in the demonstrations which are held in the capitalist countries, after each terrorist act, the revisionist or social democratic chiefs and the worker aristocracy, which rules in the trade unions, cry out against terrorism, while it continues to develop at the rapid rate. The anti-Marxist theoreticians condemn terrorism in the forms in which it manifests itself today, but they make no distinction between acts of terrorism and the militant actions towards revolution which the working class, led by a Marxist-Leninist party, has to carry out. Being against the revolution, they are against any action, and the state power of the bourgeoisie and its social democratic and revisionist defenders call any such action, any attempt in this direction, and any military organization of the working class, led by the Marxist-Leninist party, a terrorist act. Indeed, the revisionists vote in favor of strengthening the police and security organs in order to combat terrorism and anarchism. This means allowing the bourgeoisie a free hand to attack any form of organization and struggle of the working class and its vanguard to liberate itself from the yoke of capitalism. Therefore, we Marxist-Leninists and the working class must understand this question thoroughly and be able to make the distinction, because there is a great difference between Marxist-Leninists and anarchists and the terrorists. On the other hand, however, this question should not be taken to mean that in order to restrain terrorism, the working class with its vanguard and the progressive people should refrain from acting or even from fighting with arms against the state which oppresses them, as well as against all terrorist, anarchist, and revisionist forms that support the state power of the bourgeoisie. If we do not understand this situation correctly, if we equate revolutionary action with terrorism and anarchism, then it will be impossible for the revolution to advance and the working class will remain forever at the mercy of capital, under the oppression of laws of the bourgeoisie, and, as a consequence, will tone down all its efforts to liberate itself from bondage. Hence, there are certain moments when it is necessary to delve deeper into the meaning which must be distinct from the meaning and judgment which the revisionists and the social democracy want to give it in the interests of the monopolies and their state. At present there are difficulties and dangers for the new Marxist-Leninist parties which emerged after the 1960s, and especially for some that were created under the influence of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. In some of these new Marxist-Leninist parties, especially in certain countries of Europe and Latin America, their emergence on the scene, the organization and uniting of their ranks was done not by sound elements of the working class, but by isolated elements, who had the experience of the weak, anti-Marxist, reformist work of revisionist parties. On top of this, these parties were formed and developed, so to say, in complete legality, and together with others, many elements who posed as Marxist-Leninists but were not such, entered their ranks. Some leaders of these parties took the problem very lightly, a thing which, naturally, was reflected in their work. They considered the breaking away from the revisionist parties as a very important act. In fact, this really was an important act, but the course they were to follow, the forms and methods of organization of their work, especially the political and the organizational line which were adopted and applied, were to have greater importance. As was seen, on certain international problems and theoretical issues they took more or less correct stands, but still, in some aspects, their political line was developed in the same forms as the line of the revisionist parties were unable to make a proper judgment of the situations within their own countries and in the international field. This was so over major events in the international communist movement, for example, over the struggle against Soviet revisionism and, later, in the analyses which should have been made of the development of the situation in China, the factional struggle which was developing there and the Chinese Cultural Revolution. In many instances it was clear that they lacked Marxist-Leninist depth in their judgments and opinions, but had sufficient arrogance to consider their actions as indisputable. In fact, right from the formation of some of these parties it was apparent that among their members there were elements who were not properly tempered with the Marxist-Leninist ideas or whose mastery of them was superficial and rather for sentimental reasons. For example, many of them made no effort to gain a thorough understanding of the major role of the party as the vanguard detachment of the working class and of the major difficulties they would encounter in their work and struggle in the conditions of savage, oppressive, and exploiting capitalist regime, a regime hostile, first of all, to Marxist-Leninists. For these reasons, then, in some of the small parties, right from the start frictions appeared and splits occurred, no measures were taken against factionalists, because the leaders and members of the party were not properly acquainted with the Leninist-Stalinist organizational forms of the party in the dangerous and complicated conditions of their countries. Moreover, they did not foresee that reaction would have the activity of the party and its members under permanent surveillance, and would infiltrate dubious elements, their agents or wavering sympathizers into their ranks. Performing our internationalist duty, wherever we had the possibility and contacts with some of these parties, we, the Party of Labour of Albania, stressed our experience to them and told them that in its whole line, including the problems of its organizational structure, our party remained loyal to Marxism-Leninism, which it did not consider a dogma or a theoretical ornament, but applied it in practice with the greatest strictness and seriousness in the difficult conditions of our country. That is, in the struggle against the occupiers of the country and the local bourgeoisie which placed itself in their service. Thus, in the organizational field, some of these new Marxist-Leninist parties which broke away from the revisionist parties, were organized, so to say, in those same legal forms as the revisionist and social democratic parties, so the entire political and ideological opinion of the country could not fail to exert an influence within their ranks. To this day there are members of these parties who still think they can militate in legal ways as Marxist-Leninists communists without being disturbed by capitalism and its apparatus of oppression. In these circumstances, then, it can hardly be said that there exists that sound nucleus, as strong as it could be in conditions of illegality, which is able to withstand a sudden attack which reaction is sure to make against the party. The very dangerous consequences of this work and this practice in some of these parties, especially in Europe, became apparent after the exposure of the Communist Party of China and the ideas of Mao Zedong. Splits occurred, anti-Marxist ideas and opinions emerged, which in some cases were embraced even by their leaders. That explains why some of those small, still unconsolidated parties, which began their activity with correct aims on the Marxist-Leninist road and were for revolutionary actions, deviated. This is what happened with the Communist, Marxist-Leninist, parties of France, Belgium, Holland, the Scandinavian countries and recently with the Communist Party of Italy, Marxist-Leninist, etc. In short, some of these Marxist-Leninist parties were split because they did not have a proper understanding of their role in the revolution, because they did not organize themselves for a fierce struggle with organized and armed reaction, and the revisionist and social democratic parties, which have long experience and numerous means to combat any opponents who emerge to fight and undermine their work, as the tools of capital they are. Proceeding from the experience of our party and country, as well as from the experience of the genuine communist parties of the past, I think that the Marxist-Leninist parties must not isolate themselves. That is, they must not stand remote from the broad masses of the people, and especially, from the working class. In this question, we Marxist-Leninists reason and judge proceeding from the fact that the working class in the capitalist countries, or at least the overwhelming bulk of it today, is inspired and organized by the parties of social democracy, the employers, and modern revisionism in trade unions manipulated by them, and that the bourgeois state has set up a broad network of informers and has brought out a large number of laws in order to implant the bourgeois mentality in this working class, too. corrupt it ideologically and politically and intimidate it so that it does not undertake actions that are dangerous to the capital. Therefore, if the members of the Marxist-Leninist parties want to advance, to continue on the course for which the parties were set up, they must get into those big groupings of the proletariat, go among the ranks of the democratic progressive elements who are against the capitalist regime, against the constitution of the capitalist country and economic oppression and exploitation, and against the reactionary ideology which is presented in various forms in order to befuddle the minds of the people. The new Marxist-Leninist parties cannot content themselves merely with the publication of a newspaper or magazine, which, naturally, have very limited circulation. These means of propaganda have their own importance, but frequently they fail to produce the desired effect among the masses, let alone penetrate and organize the work within big groupings of the masses. Both the Marxist-Leninist norms which organize, temper and make the party coherent and militant, and its penetration, organization, and struggle inside the unions or other groupings of the working class, are matters of great importance for the revolution. The Marxist-Leninist parties, especially in Europe, must not remain onlookers behind the barricade on which the working class is fighting. In Latin America, many Marxist-Leninist parties newly formed after 1960 militate in illegality and not only operated correctly, in general, for their own development and education with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, but also accompanied this activity with concrete actions, with attacks through strikes and demonstrations setting their militant example. Of course, they also suffered losses during these attacks, but the party cannot be consolidated on the revolutionary road, cannot be the vanguard of the proletariat and the progressive and revolutionary elements without losses and without setting such a militant example. Of course, legal work must be carried out, but parallel with this work the party must create its clandestine force which will direct the legal work. Precisely this force of the party is the soundest, most resolute part which will understand the situation thoroughly and correctly and will direct the activities. Some new Marxist-Leninist parties did not bear in mind this teaching of Marxism-Leninism. With their fraudulent propaganda, with allegedly leftist slogans, which in reality were reactionary slogans in the service of capital, the parties of the bourgeoisie deceived the working class and the revolutionary elements, because, as we know, in all their activity the revisionist parties aim to achieve alliances with the bourgeoisie and its parties, contenting themselves with a few concessions granted by the bourgeoisie through reforms. These comrades have been satisfied with some successes they achieved through demonstrations in the streets and meetings and speeches in the squares. But that is not enough to teach the working class how to fight and mount the steps of the revolution one by one until the final step, that is, the decisive attack against the apparatus of capitalist oppression. Thinking that in the countries in which they militate the situations are such as to create the possibility for their legalization, some parties which now are in illegality have been faced with the question, how should we act? I think that the legalization of the party is a two-edged sword. It is good if the reason for, the forms and the limitations of this legalization are understood, but it is very harmful if elements of the bourgeoisie, wavering elements, revisionist elements, and agents of the reaction penetrate the ranks of the party in legality. In this way the possibility is created for people trained for sabotage to infiltrate from the legal part of the party into the part working in illegality. While for illegality to serve the party actively, its members must not merely engage in propaganda for parliamentary reforms, as the revisionist parties openly linked with reaction do, but must go among the masses, work with them and organize them in a revolutionary way, winning them away from the influence of capital and its parties. Otherwise, the desired success cannot be achieved. It is true that that section of the party which emerge in legality will have possibilities to go among the broad masses more easily and to organize joint fronts with them against the power of the bourgeoisie, to carry on propaganda and influence them in action. But the party must influence them in actions not in the revisionist and social democratic way, because in that case the working class will be unable to distinguish between Marxist-Leninists and revisionists and will not be incited to actions more advanced than those which social democracy and modern revisionism have taught it. In the contrary, the creation of fronts and the expansion of the influence of that section of the party which is legal, closely linked with the other part which is in illegality, must make the revolt of the people greater, and in this way the revolutionary situations which are created will be turned to advantage. It is necessary to know how to utilize the contradictions which exist between the internal capital of the country and foreign capital, between the local bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This work will consolidate the existence of the party and its militant line, will disseminate genuine Marxism-Leninism, and will expose revisionism. It is absolutely essential that the exposures of revisionism and its parties, with their forms, methods and policies, should be done, although the exposure through newspaper articles and speeches, but should be accompanied with action so that the proletariat will clearly see the distinction between its Marxist-Leninist party and the revisionist and social democratic parties, not just because their political and ideological objectives differ, but especially because the party of the proletariat struggles to put its objectives into practice, and thus, it will strengthen its ranks with such elements by admitting them as party members. Only through such work can the Marxist-Leninist parties in the capitalist countries be sure that their ranks will be increased with convinced and disciplined people, loyal to Marxism-Leninism, prepared for the revolution through violence and not through reforms. It is essential that the members of parties that militate in the capitalist countries understand that they are in stern struggle with the bourgeoisie and its repressive apparatus, especially with its parties, including the revisionist parties. Therefore, they must be clear and always bear in mind that this struggle demands efforts and material and moral sacrifices. If they do not understand their being members of the party and their work and struggle in its ranks in this way, then the party in which they militate can hardly be called a genuine revolutionary party, but is a revolutionary party only in words. Such a party will fall apart at the first difficult moment, indeed it is likely to do so even before such a moment is reached. Even at moments which are allegedly peaceful, but which are not and never can be peaceful, hangs together simply because it presents no moral, political, or material threat to anything. We Marxist-Leninist parties must work to create the means of propaganda and struggle ourselves, without the material aid of anyone, because there is no one who will help us seriously and without destructive political motives. It is impermissible for us Marxist-Leninists to work with the forms and methods of work of the permanent bureaucrats of revisionist parties who engage in commercial deals instead of revolutionary work. It is our duty to teach the members of the party and the elements of the working class they mobilize around themselves to make small sacrifices, while preparing themselves for greater sacrifices, up to giving their lives on the fronts of struggle against the bourgeoisie which are being waged and will be waged in the future. In this sense, the objective of the Marxist-Leninist parties which militate in the capitalist countries is to be parties of the barricades, parties of the capture of factories, of clashes with the forces of the order, and not parties which submit to the laws, regulations, and formulas that reaction has created. This is logical and lawful, because all the creations of reaction and capital have the objective of the suppression of the revolution, and the genuine parties have the duty not to obey them, but to attack them. In saying this, I am not advocating operating in adventurous ways. As I stressed above, we must consider where the weak spots are, although, once again, without ideo-politically sound organizational activity they cannot be exploited. The important moments through which the capitalist world is passing at present, the moments of the great crisis, are objectively very suitable for launching attacks on capital at its weak points. It is up to us Marxist-Leninists to understand these weaknesses thoroughly so that the struggle and the resistance are developed both in the developed capitalist countries and in the backward countries. The responsibility devolves on the Marxist-Leninist parties of the developed countries to prove themselves up to their tasks and set the example for the Marxist-Leninist parties or the revolutionary elements of the backward countries. At present we can say that the working masses and progressive elements in the economically backward countries, who suffer the oppression of capital, are more in the forefront, more active, more militant than those in the developed capitalist countries, and although there are no Marxist-Leninist parties there, they have proved their superiority by carrying out militant activities against the internal oppression and external interference. This shows that the capitalist bourgeoisie in the metropolises has great experience in oppression and exploitation and, apparently, even though there are Marxist-Leninist parties, people have become accustomed to enduring this oppression and to being misled by the false democracy and freedom advocated by the allegedly democratic parties. The conclusion emerges that the metropolises continue to oppress the undeveloped, neo-colonial countries and, logically, that the Marxist-Leninist parties in some oppressor countries are not reacting with the revolutionary force required to prevent this oppression. It can be seen that the necessary internationalist solidarity with the progressive peoples of continents which are in revolt against the double yoke of foreign and local capital does not exist in these countries. This is a major problem of capital importance, which must concern all Marxist-Leninists, and in the first place, the Marxist-Leninist parties in the countries ruled by capital. Our party is aware of these problems, has them on the agenda, makes every effort and has orientated its whole policy, propaganda, and agitation, as well as its own actions, towards internationalist aid for the Marxist-Leninist parties and the people's national liberation struggle. At this stage, the national liberation struggles of the peoples of the undeveloped countries have extraordinary importance, because they weaken the capitalist order, in general, and facilitate the development of bourgeois democratic revolutions and their transformation into proletarian revolutions. Hence, it is up to the communist forces wherever they are, to reflect on their actions and activities and be guided by our great revolutionary theory, Marxism-Leninism, to assimilate it thoroughly and accurately and, through the practical actions, to incite and lead the masses in revolution. We notice with regret that some Marxist-Leninist parties do not understand this question properly, do not operate actively. That is, they do not accompany their propaganda, however weak, with concrete actions, which they can do only if the militant spirit exists in their ranks. Indeed, in some countries there are occasions when we do not see Marxist-Leninist groups or parties which distinguish themselves with their political actions and give fire to the demonstrations, opposition, and protests which the working class makes on the urging of social democracy or modern revisionism. Such actions would really arouse interest among the workers, who would see that the actions of Marxist-Leninists come into conflict with the slogans chanted by the revisionists and social democracy in strikes and demonstrations. Tens of thousands of workers rally in the squares of various cities, and the Marxist-Leninist parties will strengthen and assert themselves if their representatives take the courage to come out with their own microphones, addressing the masses of the people with their line in order to explain to them how they should turn the strikes and demonstrations they hold into political strikes and demonstrations, and not limited themselves to economic strikes or peaceful strikes. The enemy in power is afraid of such political strikes, therefore he calls them ferocious strikes. The question here is not that we should come out with weapons or fire them, but we must stand up to the repressive organs of the order, the police, the carabinieri, the army, and, at the same time, expose the evils of capitalism and the revisionist parties among the people gathers in the streets and in squares. This, for example, is a field in which Marxist-Leninists can mobilize the working masses. But there are other fields and forms of work like this, which prepare public opinion for sterner actions against the wretched existing state of affairs, so the people see more clearly the crisis of the regime, the great economic financial crisis, the great energy crisis, all of which, in the final analysis, are loaded onto the backs of the working class. The working class cannot follow our people, our Marxist-Leninist groups or parties, if it does not see us in action, because in regard to the means of propaganda which the capitalist bourgeoisie and its parties possess, they are far more powerful than ours. Therefore, the masses of the people have to see us, the communists and men of action, in concrete actions against the imposed order, against the status quo, against the flabby activity which the propaganda of the bourgeoisie creates. The purpose of the propaganda of the bourgeoisie is to retain its electorate. By saying that voting for this or that party of the bourgeoisie will alter the situation, each bourgeois party tries to arouse vain hopes among the working class and the working masses, hence, it canvasses for votes. The only result of such propaganda is to lull the revolutionary energies of the masses to sleep, whereas we Marxist-Leninists face the task that we must involve the masses in concrete actions. Wherever the capitalist bourgeoisie operates, it is striving with all its might to cope with the terrible economic crisis which has gripped it, and which, far from diminishing, is becoming deeper, by shifting its consequences onto the shoulders of the masses. The energy crisis, the financial crisis, the mounting prices, inflation, unemployment, and terrorism which day by day is assuming alarming proportions, are arousing the distrust of the broad masses of the people towards the regimes ruling them, but at the same time, they frighten the middle strata of the people, obscure their view of the future, of the ways and means to escape from the crisis, that is, from the regime which has given birth to all these evils. Precisely here and in opposition to this situation, the burden falls on us Marxist-Leninists and our parties to fight the opposing current, to find the ways, means and forms to mobilize the masses. On many capitalist countries the crisis is great. Terrorism, which is supported by capital, is assuming major proportions. In order to emerge from the crisis and crush any possibility of insurrection and revolution by the working class and the people, the reactionary forces in these countries are preparing the terrain for an authoritarian state, for the fascist dictatorship. If the working masses, we Marxist-Leninist parties and the progressive peoples fail to understand that the fascist dictatorship comes as a result of the difficult situation which the power of the capital is experiencing and do not fight it, then, sooner or later fascism will be established, because the crisis will continue, since capitalism will strive to protect its income at the expense of the working masses who will become more and more impoverished. Being unarmed, because they do not understand why such a thing is occurring and do not fight against it and the other actions of the capital, these masses will accept the bondage of a fascist circle, thinking that it will be a way out of the crisis. In fact, it is not a way out for the working class and the working people, because fascism represents the most ferocious dictatorship of capital, which will oppress the masses of the peoples even more than it is doing today. It is the last resort of exploiting capital. In all the capitalist countries, separately or jointly, in the political, military, and economic organism in which they have assembled, there exists a situation of terrible crisis, which has brought about consequences in the economy and in all the other sectors of the life of the country and has aroused the sentiments of the internal disintegration of the capitalist state and nationalism. Thus, in the capitalist and revisionist countries we see the development of profound contradictions, not only between states combined in blocs, but also between individual states. Even in the so-called socialist community at present there is a very great crisis, caused by the relations of dependence on the Soviet Union, which is in a major economic financial crisis itself. The other countries, satellites of the Soviet Union, likewise, are suffering the consequences of the world capitalist crisis. Thus, recently we see a great rise of prices of every sort in those countries, a rise which amounts to 50%. This has already stirred the broad masses of the people to silent revolt, and in some cases, as in the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, to open clashes. The foreign debts of these countries are colossal. They amount to billions of dollars. These states are facing bankruptcy, because they are unable to further develop their economies, or even to pay their existing debts to the Soviet Union and the other capitalist countries. Hence, there is great discontent within this bloc. Wherever ethnic unity does not exist, nationalist groupings have begun to emerge. I have said on other occasions that modern revisionism created difficult and complicated economic, political, and ideological situations. It disrupts the political unity of the country and incites desperate nationalism. In other words, modern revisionism incites the most reactionary, fascist nationalist elements to create those situations which are in the interest of world capital. Therefore, both in the capitalist countries and in the countries ruled by revisionists, the revolutionary situation, as an objective condition for the triumph of the revolution, has matured. The only thing lacking is the spark to kindle a revolt, organized and led, for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, whether of the capitalist West or the revisionist East. We find the most concrete example of this situation in Yugoslavia, where the national question has become as acute as it was at the time of the Second World War. The situation has not yet reached the stage where it bursts into flames, but the fire may break out due to the Titoid regime, which, contrary to its propaganda about unity and fraternity, is splitting the nations and nationalities more and more in Yugoslavia. The reactionary circles of the most powerful kraals are operating for division, fragmentation, and domination in Yugoslavia. These circles are the offspring of the anti-Marxist, capitalist revisionist regime, which is arousing feuds, divisions, and enmities among the peoples. Our people have a wise saying, poverty breeds discord, and this poverty is an outcome of capitalist regimes. The peoples in those countries are impoverished, therefore, in order to escape from poverty, the wretched absolutely must be made conscious and understand the situations, must organize themselves and strive to organize the resistance against oppression, to organize that popular striking force which gradually becomes a terrible force against the rotten capitalist regime, where the situation is ripe for revolutionary activity. Our Marxist-Leninist theory teaches us, every revolutionary activity must be guided by the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory which the Marxist-Leninist Party masters, defends and faithfully applies. The objective of every genuine revolutionary movement must be to establish the hegemony of the working class. This hegemony does not in any way imply that the working class and its Marxist-Leninist party should not link up with all those classes and strata of the population which are very interested in opposing the oppressive capitalist and revisionist order. On the contrary, the hegemony of the working class presupposes alliance with the working peasantry, the progressive intellectuals, etc. In the ranks of the unemployed in the capitalist revisionist countries there is a great spiritual force of people revolted because they are short of food. In those countries there is a great force of people revolted because the prospects for a decent life have been closed to them. They cannot find jobs, and made desperate by the situation, they are easily corrupted and misled by the special intensive preparation of the regime to involve them in acts of terrorism. This is the source of the participation of young people in the terrorist Red Brigades. Many of these young people do not see any way out other than through terrorist acts. We Marxist-Leninists must show them that the isolated terrorist acts and gangsterism, in which the capitalist regime has involved them and is trying to involve them ever more deeply, do not bring any improvement of the situation for the people, the youth, or the unemployed, but, on the contrary, bring about the fascist coup of the reactionary bourgeoisie. These groups of youths are nothing but the vanguard detachments of fascism. In the face of these capitalist phenomena, we Marxist-Leninists must not sit idle. We must not permit the masses of the people to be intimidated by the acts of terrorists, anarchists. On the contrary, we should work so that the people of this or that capitalist country are not afraid of them. When the Marxists act against terrorism, it is likely that the class enemies will tax them with taking part in the activity of elements who support the capitalist regime, but the slanders of enemies must not inhibit the revolutionary activity. The Marxist-Leninists act in two parallel directions, both against the regime in power, against the bourgeois parties, whether social democratic, socialist or revisionist, and at the same time, also, against terrorism. The revolutionaries cannot wage the struggle, simply by issuing a newspaper, but by carrying out extensive political, ideological propaganda and by acting together with the masses in order to make the truth clear to them and convince them in concrete actions, against the evils of the old society. The enemies must be attacked on all fronts in unity with the masses, otherwise, success cannot be achieved. To do this requires strong organization, courage, and many sacrifices from our Marxist-Leninist parties. At these difficult moments, when capitalism in crisis is seeking to establish its savage dictatorship, sacrifices on the part of Marxist-Leninists, the working class and progressive elements are indispensable, but every revolutionary action requires courage, intelligence, and vigorous actions. There must be no retreat in the face of this situation. The just and heroic struggle of the Palestinian people for the liberation of their territories seized and occupied by Israel is a fine example. Despite the fact that it is not led by Marxist-Leninists, we support it. We support it since it is a national liberation, anti-imperialist struggle. In assessing their struggle, we must appreciate their bravery in coping with countless difficulties against extremely strong powers, armed to the teeth, such as the American imperialists and the Israeli Zionists. We must also bear in mind the fact that, at the same time, the Palestinians have to fight the reactionary Arab forces, too. They are left without a homeland, but they have the strength of their spirit and the strength of their arms, their courage and honest aims to have their homeland liberated, which keep them alive. They are fighting tooth and nail against the Israeli Zionists, fighting for their existence as a people and for their right to have their own homeland. It is useful for the Marxist-Leninist parties of the capitalist countries to bear in mind this wonderful experience for the organization of their struggle, to draw inspiration from the example of the resistance of this small people who, although displaced and scattered, have been able to rally their energies for a great purpose. They are fighting in the ways which the conditions of bourgeois domination have allowed them for the creation of a Palestinian state in opposition to the great forces of capitalism and imperialism. Despite some activities of a terrorist character by some groups, an activity which we Marxist-Leninists do not support, the struggle of the Palestinian people, in general, is a liberation struggle and should be assisted. The tasks which emerge for us Marxist-Leninists in these situations are certainly very great and very difficult, because our enemies are numerous, highly organized and very powerful. These tasks become still greater and more difficult for the Marxist-Leninist parties which militate in the capitalist countries. But profound and correct understanding of Marxism-Leninism, that unerring guide which leads and directs us in every step of our life and ideological line, as well as in the organizational field, the effective coordination of illegal with legal activity, the selection of reliable allies and alliances, etc. will make our struggle and the overcoming of difficulties easier and will lead us to victory over the bourgeois revisionist enemies. 435.